Încă știam nimic. 1, 2, 3. Testare, canal de limba română. Testare, canal, limba română. 1, 2, 3.
Sau totul rămâne? O lansare sindicată la 2 minute.
Stimați participanți, vă invităm să luați loc în sală. Forumul Reformarea Justiției și Combaterea Corupției va începe în 2 minute.
Unu, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Canalul română, testare. Se aude? 1, 2, 3, 4. Canalul 2. Canalul 2.
Pun engleza.
Canalul română, 1, 2, 3, testare. Ok.
Stimați participanți, vă invităm să luați loc în sală. Forumul Reformarea Justiției și Combaterea Corupției va începe în 30 de secunde.
Nu, strangulosul. Este? Deci totul e legat de transmisiune pe Facebook. Bună ziua! Deci,
Good morning. Like always, if you're not present on Facebook, you do not exist. So it is in vain that we tried to start on time, but if the Facebook streaming is late, then we'll start a bit late as well. Good morning to everyone. If I were at a TV show, I should have said that today is the International Day of Hugs, or International Day of Love, or International Day of Kangaroos. But today we have a very complex and difficult topic. That's why we cannot start like that. But nevertheless, I will kindly invite you to use this tool. But if you have phones with you, please put it on silence, but use it to share the event, to put likes, hearts, and so on and so forth, because you know that this is promoting well the event. And if we have a good promotion, then we have chances to have our messages reaching more people, so that the debates are participatory. Truly, because that's our goal, for us to be heard, for these debates to be taken into account. And now it is my pleasure to present the guests. But before that, I would like to kindly ask you to stick to the agenda. Please be brief, but at the same time convey comprehensively your message. I come from the journalistic world, and I can tell you that the journalists are very attentive to the welcoming remarks. They take the main messages from there. They are not patient enough to listen to the full 2 days. So the quotes will come from the welcoming remarks. That's a kind reminder for you. As we are talking about a difficult matter, I will refer to the latest TV appearance of President Maesandu at Lorena Bogza, and maybe you've seen Lorena was trying to catch her, and she was trying to ask if we are really making step forwards in fighting corruption. Maybe we're making some steps backwards. Maybe this is a kind of improvisation, because you know all of the criminals are always 2 steps ahead in terms of technologies and methods. And I would like to address these issues again. Is it possible somehow to break this vicious circle? Because unfortunately we are trapped in these vicious circles. You have enough evidence to support this. And it's a paradox maybe, but somehow corruption is perceived to be linked with the judiciary, though corruption is everywhere, in building roads, in schools, in healthcare facilities. But recently the public perception views corruption linked to the judiciary, and unless we unlink this, you know that we will not see the light in our European tunnel. I do not think that our guests need an introduction, though I would not call them guests. I think better words are hosts, decision makers, people who have a say in this area. And I will start as they are written in the agenda. Dorin Recean, Prime Minister, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Every week I travel in the country to meet people at the local level, and 3 out of 5 people complain about violations in the judiciary among police officers, judges, prosecutors. And this feeling of lack of fairness impacts in an aggressive way their lives. And people say that I want to take the gun and go over them. That's what I see when I talk to people at the local level. And I am speaking now to, as I call them, the corrupt minority in the judiciary. It's time to wake up. It's time to make this change. I wanted to come here and thank everyone for the good cooperation. Thank you for the achievements that we've made. Thank you for making some progresses. And yes, indeed, we do have some progresses in some areas. But still, we have criminals who are out there in the streets, and we have somewhere who committed a minor crime and is immediately detained, imprisoned for 30 days. And a young mother did not understand how is it possible for a person who committed drunk driving, killed someone, and her child died. She does not understand the concept of mitigating circumstances. And I would like to say that people are asking for the government to make justice. They're asking the Prime Minister, the Minister of Justice to make justice, because we go there, we talk to them. And this corrupt minority does not speak to anyone, does not listen to anyone. I want to say that in the symbol of our judiciary system, we have there a goddess with her eyes covered. It does not mean that she is blind. It does not mean that she is not aware of what is happening, is not aware of the realities around her. So that's our biggest, our fundamental problem. The corrupt minority does not care. That's their advantage. They still do not care. That's the biggest problem. Yes, we need to build a rule of law. We have to make sure that we provide the tools that are needed for judges and prosecutors to clean the system from inside. It is not the government that should do justice. The judiciary should do justice. The judiciary should react to all things that are wrong within the system and solve them. Throughout the history of our state development, all social categories were affected, had something to sacrifice. But what have they sacrificed? They have always benefited from any crisis, from any problem. This social group were always the beneficiary. And I call upon everyone to put things right. The government is offering all of the needed tools for the system to be reformed. And my expectation is very simple. My expectation is that we, at this forum, identify ways how courageous people, honest people, people with high integrity within the system make a step forward, and this reform is carried out by judges and prosecutors themselves. That's all. Thank you, Prime Minister. I hope that we manage to identify solutions step by step, because, as you've said, the people that you meet, 2 out of those 3 for sure tell you don't be so gentle when dealing with them. And you've said it yourself, President Maesandos said it oftentimes, the disadvantage of a democracy is that democracy cannot use the well-known method is that we are very tough. Recently, someone from the opposition said that if it was as I wanted, I would have resolved the Transnistrian issues in one day. So that's the disadvantage of a democracy, that you have to be gentle, that you have to be correct in your approach. And having said that, I would like to give the floor to the US Ambassador to the Republic of Moldova, who is representing a democracy. So please tell us, what could we do staying within the democracy rules?
Here this morning. Thank you. And I'm a representative of a democracy, but I'm speaking to other representatives of a democracy right here. So it's not as if I'm alone, thank goodness. So, bună dimineața, Prime Minister. Very inspiring words. Ambassador, nice to see you. I think this is a really important event, this Justice and Anti-Corruption Reforms Forum. And thank you to the Legal Resources Center of Moldova for your vision, for your leadership, and bringing all of us together for the past 5 years. This forum is an important milestone in the effort to reform justice and anti-corruption efforts here. And so every year we can look and take stock of what has happened. The forum also presents a timely reminder and a challenge to all of us. I mean all of us, the Moldovan government, to state officials working in the justice and law enforcement sectors, to Parliament, to Moldova's international partners, and to all Moldovans, all of the citizens here, to continue the hard, painstaking, and never-ending work of implementing justice every day, step by step, accomplishing real justice reform. This challenge is immense, and there are plenty of people out there who would not like to see it succeed, as the Prime Minister mentioned. But the Moldovan people deserve strong, independent courts that treat all citizens equally under the law, and elected officials who are committed to eliminating corruption in all of its forms. This means empowering and staffing independent corruption-fighting institutions like the National Anti-Corruption Center, the National Integrity Authority, and the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office, something that all of your international partners are focused on. It also means implementing transparent and streamlined government decision-making and procurement processes to reduce opportunities for graft and for bribery. And as we're doing here, right here today, it means empowering and applauding the anti-corruption reformers in government, in civil society, and in the media to provide oversight and deter misconduct. And of course, all of this has only become more complicated, and I would argue even more urgent, because of Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine and the negative effects this war has had on Moldova. An independent judiciary is the cornerstone of the justice reform and anti-corruption effort. Independent courts ensure that society is ruled by law and not by the arbitrary and self-interested decisions of those in power. And the law must be applied by law enforcement agencies consistently and impartially. And the law's fair application must ensure that political leaders, along with everyone else, can be held legally and publicly accountable in the courts. And only when the courts are truly independent from other state and political entities can they act as a real check on the abuse of power. And again, I'm not talking about just here in Moldova. That applies equally to the United States and all of your partners. We all try to live up to this. Unfortunately, though, too long here in Moldova, the lack of transparency in the prosecution and judicial processes has undermined public confidence and bred suspicion of political bias or outright corruption among prosecutors and judges. So it's not surprising in this context that judges and prosecutors have long been among the least trusted officials in Moldova. But despite these immense challenges, we are heartened by the dedicated reform effort that is now underway here in Moldova. The United States has been and will continue to be your partner in these efforts, including through the provision of continued support through USAID, through the State Department's INL Bureau, and other U.S. government agencies. And our goals, they haven't changed. Independently vet the integrity of Moldova's judges and prosecutors and members of their oversight bodies. to build upon more than a decade's momentum to reform the country's judiciary, to strengthen the police, border security, correction system, and the country's independent anti-corruption agencies, and of course, and enhance citizens' access to justice. Headlines about Moldova around the world are already lauding some of the new justice and anti-corruption reform accomplishments underway. As the Prime Minister mentioned, there have been accomplishments. There has been success. I'm confident this is only going to increase over the next years, and Moldovans everywhere will be able to trust that their judicial system is delivering real accountability and fairness for everyone. The United States looks forward to being part of that process, to seeing the difference these efforts will make in Moldova and supporting all of you in meeting these challenges. The U.S. Embassy for many years has provided substantial and important support to justice, law enforcement, and anti-corruption reform efforts in Moldova. And we're not going anywhere. We're going to continue that. We will continue to coordinate with Moldova's other international partners, which is very important, to maximize the impact of our collective efforts in order to support a more peaceful, democratic, and secure Moldova, anchored in Europe. I hope and I believe that this forum will do what it has done in the past, help set the agenda for continuing real, impactful, and lasting reform in Moldova. Thank you very much. Vă mulțumesc.
Mulțumim, domnule ambasador.
Thank you, esteemed ambassador. I would like to underline for my colleagues from the media, the ambassador, all ambassadors say we will be partners. And I've heard this from the first ambassador, Mrs. Pennington, who said we would help you, but we cannot do it instead of you. So when military people from Northern Carolina come to put some foundation instead of what our people can do, makes us think. But yes, indeed, the presence of the embassy and the active engagement is always making us compete and improve our efforts. And I would like to join to reiterate what the ambassador has mentioned as the ambassador of the EU to the Republic of Moldova is also saying that they have not lost their trust. They are still supporting us. They are still working with us, and is always calling upon us not to give up, not to despair, because sometimes our adversaries might try to make us think that we are powerless because they're not gentle in their approaches. Janis Mazeiks, one of the strongest supporters of the pro-European journey of the Republic of Moldova, because as part of that is also bringing the judiciary in order. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear Mr. Prime Minister, dear Kent, dear Ilie, dear participants, very good morning to you, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you. When I was preparing for today's discussion, I had a look at my own speech 2 years ago at the same forum. And basically that speech was more or less a long shopping list of things that Moldova needed to do. We're still at the stage that we have this long shopping list, but I also noticed that the list of things that has already been done is getting longer. So basically you can see that despite all the challenges that in 2 years already Moldova has made quite a lot of progress, and I think we should give credit to the two successive governments for that. But also one of the reasons why this list of things that has been done, also we can take some credit for that, because it has been also due to the process of European integration, and especially because of the European Commission opinion last year, with the 9 steps that were highlighted as the immediate priorities where the country needed to do more. And much of those have to do with the rule of law. In fact, the majority have to do with rule of law. So comprehensive justice system reform, fighting corruption, involving civil society in decision making. And how well Moldova has done on these areas, you will see for yourselves better this autumn when the first progress report will be adopted on Republic of Moldova along with all the other candidate countries. But it is clear that there is progress, but that assessment will be then the next guiding light, perhaps, that will show also the areas where more needs to be done. For us, the reasons why we are attaching so much importance to the rule of law is unchanged. That is because rule of law, independent judiciary, strong judiciary, uncorrupt institutions are the foundations on which we have been building the community of the 27 member states, and that's why it is so important for us that all the future member states are also building the same thing. We are glad to see that this is reflected in the priorities of the Moldovan government and the government agenda, which shows the understanding that clean judiciary is the foundation and prerequisite of successful fight against corruption. And also we see that there is a clear roadmap for justice reform, sector reform and fighting corruption, and that it has yielded the first results. Just to list the most important ones, the finalization of evaluation of candidates for membership of Supreme Council of Magistrates and Superior Council of Prosecutors. We are now at the stage of appeals. The start of evaluation of the Supreme Court judges and candidates for Supreme Court positions, the process of establishing a separate evaluation commission for a specific set of prosecutors, the reform of Supreme Court of Justice in line with the European standards, and a new Superior Council of Magistracy that is composed of members whose integrity were positively evaluated instead of ex officio members. At the same time, getting back to the shopping list, a lot needs to be done still. Reforming the anti-corruption prosecution to ensure that efforts are focused on high level of corruption, the creation of the new anti-corruption court in line with the Venice Commission recommendations, efforts to eliminate the influence and political power exercised by oligarchs and their structures across key sectors, the finalization of the banking fraud investigation, both regarding the responsibility of perpetrators and asset recovery from those who benefited from it. You mentioned the vicious cycle that, or rather these vicious conditions that the opponents of the reforms are adjusting. And I think it's also something that we must and we do take into account, that also we and the Moldovan government can and indeed needs to adjust the work against those who really have interest in not having the reforms. But what is equally important is that these actions remain in the rule of law framework. So even if your first instinct would be to do things fast, our second instinct should be that we should do the things right. I know that it sometimes means that it's slowing down the process, but you simply don't have alternatives being a democratic country. To be successful, I think that it is important to continue also the dialogue with international partners, and both Kent and I are very grateful for being part of that dialogue, but also partners like Venice Commission, which I think Moldova can be proud of by being one of the biggest consumers of Venice Commission opinions, which means that basically the country is undergoing very fundamental changes in a very rapid moment. Also, there is need to continue improving the legislative process based on broad consultations with all stakeholders, and in fact, if I would have one highlight, perhaps the processes in the parliament would be one element where I would see merit for further improvements, so that the process is at least as predictable as it is in the government. Maybe that's a compliment to the government, but I don't mind paying compliments. From our side, we are supporting this reform process with a rather large project of justice reform strategy, which is worth 10 million euros, with providing lots of technical assistance. But at the end of the day, what matters is the European cause of Republic of Moldova, and that was already highlighted last week by President of the Commission, von der Leyen, who was mentioning the fact that the future of Republic of Moldova is in the European Union. So let us see how we manage to work in the next year. I hope that the list on the shopping list will get shorter by next year again, and the things that have been accomplished will have gotten even shorter. Longer, sorry. Thank you.
Mulțumim, domnule ambasador.
Thank you, Ambassador. I like very much this term shopping list, because in December, when we will show up in front of the European Commission, it will be exactly the feeling of having a shopping list in front of a machine that is taking that you have to pay. They cannot negotiate any price cuts. It's like going with a shopping list in front of a vending machine, and this I think will mobilize us. We hope that in December Santa Claus will give a good news to us, but to get this good news we have to invest our efforts in. And these efforts should be sustainable, measurable, quantifiable, and trustworthy. And this is what the Legal Resources Center from Moldova is doing. That's an institution that used to be associated with the president who left his position, Vladislav Gribincha, who now is in a different position, and now Ilie Chirtoacă is the current executive director of the Legal Resources Center from Moldova. That's quite a difficult task, I would say, because you need to be tough on the one side, you need to have a strong mind to be able to assess objectively the performances, and also to prepare this shopping list to make sure that this is a realistic shopping list, an understandable one, without going into extremes. And without, of course, the opposition sometimes is trying to bring us to extremes in order to gain some political credit. Ilie Chirtoacă, Executive Director of Legal Resources Center from Moldova, please, the floor is yours.
Stimatele domnule prim-ministru.
So, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, dear friends, Prime Minister, guests, it's a great honor for me to greet you during the 5th edition of the Justice Reform and the Combating Corruption Forum. Before starting the session of today, I would like to tell you why we're here. Because we have decided to organize this kind of event, not to make pictures with ambassadors and not to discuss as among friends. It's not that the purpose for us being in this particular forum. Because in our Reform Center we have a mission. This is a very plain and very simple but very profound mission. We would like to live in a democratic state, so where the rule of law, where the human rights and the laws are enforced everywhere. But in order to reach that particular objective, that particular idea, we should not use any shortcuts, and there is no plain steps or easy steps to overcome. Because when we speak about a genuine democracy, all the decisions from the judiciary should be founded, should be based on data, should be grounded by debates and consultation. So this is actually the purpose of that particular forum, because that particular forum has the purpose to discuss the most urgent issues of the system, as well as speak about the challenges and talk about some of the success stories. For the next 2 days, we have included a couple of very complex issues on the agenda, some of them being very sensible and delicate. But actually the purpose, the ultimate goal would be to identify the best solutions. And this kind of solutions can be found jointly by people from Moldova, Romania, Ukraine, international experts, US, and all the partners who are supporting the Republic of Moldova and who would like to see the state of law being like in the upper position in the Republic of Moldova. So this is the 5th edition, and during 5 years we can see that this continuous commitment in combating corruption and reforming justice is a very important objective, but also it's very important to look and to get adjusted to the current reality, because we have to understand that we had COVID, the war in Ukraine, and a lot of challenges and problems are being faced by our judiciary. Also, they have said that another strong point of this forum is that we can see different kind of perspectives, taking into account that the Republic of Moldova has been granted the candidacy status. So we know that the justice reform and the success from the judiciary is actually a very important precondition for Moldova to become a country that would be a member of the EU family. Actually, I had the possibility and the occasion to participate and attend all the 5 editions of that particular forum in different capacity. I would like to emphasize the importance of active participation in this kind of forum. I would like to encourage raise questions, even some of the uncomfortable questions. Also, it's very important to have a hot debate about the issues that are on the agenda. And we have also prepared a couple of very notorious, well-known. So this is the reform of the Justice Anti-Corruption Reform Forum, as well as optimization of the judiciary mapping, as well as to build the capacities and enhance the capacities of the institutions that are empowered to identify as well as to sanction and penalize corruption. Also, we've got another session that would be focused on the justice of the future. So that would be like an inspirational session, and we have to look in a broader perspective what would happen to the Republic of Moldova in 5-10 years time. So how these rulings and their judicial trials would be conducted in 5 or 10 years time. Once again, I would like to thank you very much for coming in person. Also, I would like to greet all the people who are watching us online, because there's also a possibility to get connected on Zoom. At the end of my opening and welcoming remark, I would like to thank our partners, the U.S. Embassy in the Republic of Moldova, INL program, supporting the Legal Resource Center in the Republic of Moldova for so many years in order to make possible to have this kind of debates at the highest level possible being organized. Also to give all the lawyers from the center to follow all the processes on anti-corruption and mitigating this kind of problems. Thank you very much, and I would like to wish you a lot of success during these 2 days of the forum. Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you very much for helping us to meet the timeline of that particular session, for keeping it up to date and making it very short in the welcoming remarks. So also try to listen to what is actually happening here, because we will try to make a change of moderators and also of the speakers. Actually, I would like to invite the next panel of speakers to this stage, as you have seen on the agenda. So we are trying to have a kind of a formula, and this kind of formula has been tested during the previous editions. So we would have the Vox Populi, and then would have some comments provided based on the Vox Populi. Thank you very much, and wishing everybody a very productive day, a lot of success that in all the areas, not only in the judicial reform, but in all the areas that you are assisting the Republic of Moldova in. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador of US. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador of EU in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. Yes, please, you can stay with us, because so we will go to the first panel. So 10:30 we would start the first panel. And when we are ready, we'll try to put it on the screen when the time comes. And also I would like to encourage everybody to share the information and to announce your colleagues that they have the possibility to put questions, and also they might have some comments so in Zoom in the chat, and then we would be able to see this kind of information in the Zoom, as long as that would be allowed from the point of view of timeline and would fit in into our schedule. As a voluntary journalist, because actually we are having a lot of jobs, a lot of functions, but every time
Stimați participanți, vă invităm să luați loc în sală. Forumul Reformarea Justiției și Combaterea Corupției va începe în 2 minute. Stimați participanți, vă invităm să luați loc în sală. Forumul Reformarea Justiției și Stimați participanți, vă invităm să luați loc în sală. Forumul Reformarea Justiției.
So we would like to invite everybody back into the conference room, and the forum will start in 30 seconds.
Forumul Reformarea
Eu zic suntem aproape punctuali.
So I might say that we are absolutely on time. A bit like 5 minutes a bit later than the scheduled hour. Now we would go and dig deeper into the subjects, and we will speak about the issues that are very important, and they're included in the first panel title. So this is the judicial vetting and the Supreme Court of Justice reform. And also we would like to see what people think. Because every time when the population and the public wanted to support or come with objections, so they would say that why should people come and to sweep their floors and help them, because we know better what are our vulnerable and problematic issues and difficulties. Nevertheless, the governance has decided to invite some foreign experts from outside of the Republic of Moldova in order to help us in conducting that particular reform, in order to see what is the opinion of the people, of the ordinary people actually, and the final purpose of this reform is to bring additional benefits to the population. And in order to see the opinion of the people, we would like to watch the Vox Populi. That's not a survey, that's not a questionnaire in itself, because so this Vox Populi is being used by a lot of institutions, and this is a representative opinion. So we would show you the Vox Populi, and then we would provide some informative data, and some of the summary information would be provided by Andrei Nashu, legal officer from the Legal Resource Center from Moldova. So we would start with the video Vox Populi, and then we'll go to the presentation of Andrei Nashu. So all of this would be projected on the screen. So what is your opinion about Moldova's justice? So I think that justice in Moldova is very, very corrupt. Nothing is being done. The situation doesn't get better. Nobody is being arrested. No trial gets to a final end. Our justice is compromised. So we'll need a lot of years in order to rehabilitate and improve the situation. People do not want to enforce the laws in all the areas. It's like we are being born to be corrupt. From the very beginning, we become corrupt. So, in your opinion, is it possible to engage people? Yes, it's important to get everybody involved, because from inside of the system, it's not possible, because our country is very small, so we have nepotism, so we have cousins. Until somebody calls from outside, nothing is being solved. Yes, indeed, people from the system should come and help us, because they know about the situation, and maybe they would like to help us in that, and to help the justice in Moldova, and to help the entire country. Judicial system, likewise, any kind of system, is having a tendency to get to solve it by itself. And how to intervene? Administrative ways can also be challenged in judiciary. I believe that we have to do it from both inside and outside. Everything shall be done hand in hand, coherently. Everybody has to contribute to this system. So what is your opinion about the integrity of the judges and the prosecutors, whether that's a very good assessment or not? Yes, because if they're being checked, then of course they're all humans, and we would be able to see whether you're a good or a bad one. If you're a bad one, then you have to be dismissed. But I believe that everybody shall be replaced, and they are now struggling until the end and to remain in their seats, and I believe that their wealth has to be taken out of them and be given to the people. They have to be controlled and punished. All of them are having problems, and they're corrupt. It should have been done for a longer time, and harsh measures have to be applied. I'm one of the persons who suffered, and if you do not make it as harsh as possible, then would not be able to solve it, and will be dragging and dragging for years. Not only ordinary people would suffer, but also that would impact the economy and would not be able to develop. I believe it's already too late. I mean, cleaning the justice should have been done a long time ago, so that then would be able to see some visible results. do judges and prosecutors who pass the vetting deserve a higher salary? No, I don't think so. Because what about the working class? Would they deserve more? Because this is the reason why people are leaving, and then we'll just stay with judges and prosecutors. It's already enough. Because they get very little and have nothing to live on for ordinary people. No way. Should not be increased. I mean, the salaries should not be increased. We have to see what is taking place in our country, how ordinary people live. I don't believe that they have to get a higher salary. So why? Because there's a big difference, a big gap between the salaries of ordinary people and those that are given to the end by the judges and prosecutors. Yes, they increase their salaries for prosecutors. Do we have decent and good judges and prosecutors? No. Even if we give them like $1 million per month, I mean, would they become honest? No, they would continue taking money. That's already like a disease. It's a sin of the society. My salary is about 5,190. I don't know how much they earn, but this is a big difference. I believe there should be an audit conducted to see how the decisions are being adopted, whether these kind of decisions are being grounded. Only then we have to look into the issue of raising their salaries. I believe that with our economy, we would not be able to have good, big salaries. I believe that yet salaries have to be increased. They have to be to get the higher pay. And in that situation, corruption would be eliminated. If you get a good, decent salary, and then you make a wrong step forward and you commit some corruption, then of course these kind of people have to be severely punished, and then one person has to be punished, and then the others will stop taking bribes. And thank you very much. You can see that that has been done by the TV8 journalists, and they're also credible. It's very important for these opinions of the people be credible. Some information that would be provided by representative of the Legal Resource Center in Moldova by Mr. Janis, legal officer. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Batnar. I would like to greet all the participants in this forum. Dear participants, dear audience, in the next couple of minutes, I will try to make a short overview and present some statistical data. About the reform of the Supreme Court of Justice and the judicial vetting of the vetting of the judges. So, sorry for some technical problems. So now we can see how it looks like. So the data that will be presented on the screen during this presentation once again reconfirm what has already been discussed several times and what was presented in the Vox Populi by our people, by the population. Sorry, that's the last slide. Can we get to the first one? So that's the title of my presentation. So we'll start looking and analyzing the data that would show the evolution in the trust and confidence in judiciary by the people from 2011 until 2023. According to the public opinion barometer, so the lowest level of trust of the civil society in justice was in 2016. So that was 8%. Further on in 2019, there was an increase, the highest level of trust, 26%. And I would like to mention that this 26% show of the respondents I mentioned that they have somehow or a higher trust in judiciary. During the next couple of years, as you can see from the screen, there was a decrease in the trust to 22%, then 18% of the trust this year, 2023, according to the public barometer data that was presented in September this year. The society has got higher trust, and that's already 23% trust in judiciary. That means that this is a rather low trust. Also, another question, in order to have a clear image about the perception of the citizens about judiciary, so we will try to analyze the responses that were provided in June 2021 and August 2023 comparatively. So the first one, how independent are the judges? And the second one, whether the citizens are sure to have got a ruling, a decision that would be correct and fair done in court. So from both of the questions, we might notice that the overwhelming majority of the citizens believe that the judges in Moldova are not independent or are more likely to be not independent. And we can notice that in August 2023, we can see an increase in the opinion of the people, asserting once again that the judges are not independent, from 48%, 49%, so we can see that it has come to 65%. The same situation refers to the question whether you are sure that you might get the correct and fair solution in court. The majority of the citizens in Moldova mentioned that they are not sure or that they're absolutely unsure about that. So these kind of diagrams allow us to draw the conclusion that the society has a more negative perception about the judiciary as a whole rather than a positive one. On that slide, I would like to show you some statistical data about the external evaluation of the judiciary, the so-called pre-vetting. So we know that in July 2022, so the pre-vetting procedure started for the candidates of the self-administration bodies of the prosecutors and the judges. Total number of 67 persons have been evaluated. Out of 67 persons candidates, 28 were judges of career that have run their candidacy for the Superior Council of Magistracy. 5 out of 20 passed this evaluation, which is a rate of 18%. Prosecutors, 17 prosecutors that undergone this procedure. Out of 17 that can run as candidates for the Supreme Council of Prosecutors, only 7 candidates got positive out of this, which is a higher rate of 41% compared with the judges. When we speak about the self-administration bodies, also we had some members of the civil society, 22 persons, out of them 21 for the Superior Magistracy and 1 person for the Supreme Council of Prosecutors. Out of the 22 persons, only 10 candidates have managed to positively get this assessment, 9 for the Magistracy and 1 for the Prosecutor Superior Council, and the rate is 45%. What I would like to mention is that out of 67 candidates number, 22 persons actually passed the evaluation, which by and large is like a rate of 33% of people who have gone and positive to pre-vetting procedure. Out of 45 decisions of failing this evaluation, 21 have been cancelled by the Supreme Court of Justice, and that was done on the 1st of August 2023. And the re-evaluation was ordered, and recently the Pre-Vetting Commission announced that the re-evaluation procedure will be started, but there is no any decision adopted in this regard yet. Now we will try to analyze and see what is the perception and opinion of the specialists in the judiciary about the vetting procedure as a whole, and we'll try to identify what is the tendency for that, what is the trend. From that chart, we can see the responses of the judges, prosecutors, and of the attorneys with regard to the vetting procedure from 2020 and 2023. And you can notice a positive tendency, because in 2020, the overwhelming majority of the judges had a very negative perception about that. They disagreed with the external evaluation of vetting procedure. That was 54% compared with the 21% of the judges who did support that procedure back in 2020. In 2023, so we have noticed a positive trend. There was a reduction in the number of reluctant judges opposing this type of evaluation. So that was 35% minus 19, and there's a big increase by 19% increase in the positive opinion of the judges with regard to judicial vetting, and that is 40%. The same kind of situation and trend can be noticed among the prosecutors. So there's a reduction in the opposition or reluctance of the prosecutors by 15% among the prosecutors in 2020, in 2023 compared to 2021. But at the same time, so we have an increase in the total number of neutral people, and also And also we can see an increase of only 2% in the number of prosecutors who have got a positive perception about the process, about the external evaluation. Among attorneys, 2020-2023, the majority had a positive perception about that process and supported it. In particular, in 2023, so we have seen an increase in that particular perception, and you can see it in the screen. On the next slide, we will try to analyze the opinion of the specialists with regard to the reform of the Supreme Court of Justice in Moldova. From that diagram, so we could notice that both prosecutors, judges and attorneys alike have got a positive perception about the Supreme Court of Justice reform and its importance. And this is, of course, a very painful reform, but is being supported by the specialists from the justice area. On the last slide, I will try to make a short overview about the process of creating a new Supreme Court of Justice that would be reformed according to the new law. So the new Supreme Court of Justice would have to include 20 judges, 11 judges of career, and 9 lay judges or non-judges. On 10th of April 2023, the competition to fill out these positions has been announced. And also it has been established that the deadline would be 30 days. During this period, only 17 candidates applied for that position, 5 judges of career and 12 lay judges or non-judges. On May 11, 2023, so this deadline, this term has been expanded, prolonged for additional 15 days. During this period of time, so we've got additional 5 persons, out of them 2 judges and 15 non-judges. So the next prolongation was on 22nd of June 2023. And during that period of time, so there was prolonged for additional 30 days. And during this period, additional 3 candidates have been submitted to become judges at the Supreme Court of Justice of the Republic of Moldova. You can see that 8 judges and 17 non-judges. So this is the number. 25th of August 2023. So another last prolongation was added 45 more days, and that would expire on October 9th, 2023. From that slide, we can notice that there is low interest from the specialists in the judiciary to participate in that particular competition to be selected as judges of the Supreme Court of Justice. In particular, this is noted among the career judges as a tendency. Out of 11 positions, so we can see that only 9 have run and have candidated for that particular position. So this is all data that I wanted to present about that, about the Supreme Court of Justice reform and about judicial vetting. Thank you very much, Mr. Andrei Nasu. It's like in Netflix. In all this, I mean, the movie is interrupted in the most interesting place, right? Like in Netflix, because we would be much interested why there's no interest on the side of the judges to become and to work in the Supreme Court of Justice. You might give different kind of opinions, and actually that would be the point of our first panel discussion. So I'm also about that. I'm also very much interested to find an answer to that, because we have seen different kind of segments like pink, green. But then it's very important to see how they are responding. What is the reaction of those people who are like in pink or blue? Because a citizen that doesn't trust to have got like justice being made going to court, that means that that particular person might have limited solutions, might have a heart attack, be taken to the hospital, or might take his or her suitcase and go to another country, or as Mr. Recean said, might start working and maybe killing somebody, or might hibernate, get into hibernation. And also the possibilities of the people from the judiciary, what do they do if people are dissatisfied? Some people might act spontaneously, and the others would oppose, and then they would be able digging and also impeding all these kind of reforms and putting it at halt. Because they do believe that this they are not being bothered by that. And they would be protected by different fences, gates, and they are protected, or maybe they put it in the vault or in a safe and in a bank account and would live a safer life. Right, this is their position. Everybody knows about that, and if you look into the results of that survey and if you look into the comments, then we can grasp that opinion as being a pertinent opinion. Now let's go to the discussions and invite the speakers of that panel. And first and foremost, I would like to invite Madam Veronica Mikhailov-Moraro, who is the Minister of Justice, and formally speaking, she is actually responsible for making sure that this kind of figures be replaced and maybe changed, and the negative one should become a positive one. So, Madam Veronica, you are welcome.
Da.
În primul rând vreau să spun că mă bucur că avem această
So, I would like to say that I am really glad that we have this opportunity to discuss about the current state of affairs in the judiciary and the measures taken on this discussion platform that has become a traditional already. I think that the results presented show that the society is not happy with the current state of affairs in the judiciary and the need to change and to reform the judiciary is stringent. Moreover, the need to improve the judiciary is generated by the lack of trust in the judiciary, and also it is also a commitment that we have assumed in our journey to EU integration, because it is a fundamental aspect that will impact the country's development, our possibility to attract investments and ensure a better life in the Republic of Moldova. Of course, this cannot be done unless we have an efficient judiciary, because the institutions that have been present in the Republic of Moldova in the past years showed that they failed to achieve their goals, to perform their duties. And as a representative of the government, I have also noticed that tougher measures need to be approved in order to give an impetus to this change. I would like to reiterate that now we are undergoing reporting to the European Commission. So we are reporting on the extent to which the 9 commitments have been implemented. Of them, 6 refer to the judiciary, and the first one is the most important, is the most serious one. I will read it for everyone to know the importance of the commitment assumed by the current government to implement the judiciary reform and the essential stages of the comprehensive reform of the judiciary launched in all institutions in the judiciary and criminal investigation sector in order to ensure independence, responsibility and transparency, including by using efficiently the verification of assets and efficient democratic surveillance, including to fill in the vacancies in the self-management authorities. Of course, this measure has a number of sub-actions that the Minister of Justice has been implementing for the past 2 years. In some areas we have progresses, in other areas we still are lagging or still have things to do, but the status is undergoing. So and we have some actions that are still undergoing because of some resistance. Well, it does not mean that we have to implement the judiciary reform quickly. It's not normal to do so. It has to be assimilated and properly understood. I remember when the government presented its clear mechanism of vetting at the very same forum. The first concept of vetting process was presented, and back then we were discussing that unlike the other countries that went through a vetting process, we need to implement it by stages in order not to amend the constitution, and number 2, to be able to involve this self-governance self-governing authorities in this process. That's why in 2021 the so-called pre-vetting law was developed that is intended to select, to check and to assess the candidates that would like to become members of the Superior Council of Magistracy and Superior Council of Prosecutors, as well as the candidates for their specialized colleges, for them to be able to perform a disciplinary assessment or to assess the performances of judges and prosecutors. This process started in the spring of 2022. At last year's forum, we already discussed the second stage development of the draft law on the reform of the Supreme Court of Justice and the law on vetting the candidates to positions of judges in the Supreme Court of Justice and the current judges. Now, in 2023, we can say that the law on the Supreme Court has been passed already. The same can be said about the law on vetting. And the assessment for the Supreme Court has started. Maybe it started not as quickly as we wanted to, but nevertheless we have a progress in this regard. In 2023, we also passed we approved the third step of this vetting mechanism, the law on vetting of judges and prosecutors in key positions, chief judges and chief prosecutors of specialized prosecution offices and the others will be assessed by the internal colleges of the colleges for assessing and selection, so that the system has its capacity strengthened and is able to operate on their own. The government set up this mechanism in order to give an impetus to this system by ensuring the integrity, by checking the integrity of all stakeholders in the judiciary, in particular of key stakeholders, so that they, in their turn, can take on these self-governance positions in the system. So the three laws on vetting differ between them. If pre-vetting has certain rules, the vetting for the Supreme Court of Justice and for the third level judges and prosecutors in key positions have other rules. For the pre-vetting, so the common elements for the three of them is the fact that the assessment criteria are ethical and financial integrity. Though back then in 2021, when we were discussing the concept for the first time, we were also discussing the possibility to have a professional assessment. Eventually this was removed. The professional appraisal or the assessment of the professional skills will be done by the specialized colleges. The vetting process is difficult. We are moving, we are progressing with it. Of course, there was resistance, and this somehow generated risks that affected the pace of implementation that we initially planned for. But I believe that on the one hand, the signals are natural, but on the other hand, it shows that a profound change is needed, including a change of the mindset, because the judiciary and the prosecution cannot be perceived as a closed system. It should be an open system, because judiciary, justice, is made for people, not within a closed group of people. Of course, all of the standards and requirements have to be complied with. The judiciary should be independent, as standards provide for, but this should not affect compliance with the law and public interest. I believe that the experience of the past year, the opposition, the resistance, showed that different stakeholders have different vision with regards to response of the state when we fail to achieve the progresses that we wanted to, because Vox Populis shows that things are not moving into the right direction and tougher measures are needed. On the other hand, of course, any criticism is accepted, any criticism against the laws that have been passed. Errors can be committed because no one learned how to produce perfect laws. We do some proofings in terms of constitutionality, compliance, and so on and so forth. But this is a new mechanism that has not been applied before. The good side that we have to focus on is that we need to commit, all of us, we need to commit to this vetting process and to finish it, because other mechanisms have not produced any effects. The vetting exercise that is being implemented now, I mean the evaluation of the Supreme Court of Justice, will be performed by Commission number 2, and the next stage will be performed by a new commission, the so-called Commission number 3. I believe that it is important to inform you that as a result of legal amendments made this July, it was decided that the colleges of the Supreme Council of Magistracy and of prosecutors, the disciplinary colleges and selection and performance appraisal councils for judges, will be assessed by Commission number 2 and Commission number 3, but on the basis of the same legal provisions, according to the pre-vetting law. And I would like to say that this vetting mechanism, in spite of the fact that, in spite of the criticism, is the main pillar of the judiciary development strategy that was passed by the Parliament. The first pillar is about independence, accountability, and integrity of judiciary stakeholders. Of course, this exercise of extraordinary assessment will not be able to solve all the problems in the judiciary. This is a core element of the comprehensive judiciary reform, but it should go hand in hand with other systemic measures, both legal reforms and reforms at the system level, prosecution, judiciary, and other relevant authorities and institutions. The 21 decisions of the Supreme Court of Justice, which overturned a part of the decisions of the pre-vetting Commission, stating that the pre-vetting Commission have to do another assessment of those candidates, has generated some questions, but we cannot discuss them. But what are the effects of those signals? The fact that these decisions were passed after several months, though they should have been reviewed within 10 days according to the law, the fact that they have been passed and published on the same day at several hours distance shows that they wanted to have the same approach with regards to all of the appeals, and besides the particular circumstances related to the, of course, anyone have the right to appeal a judgment, a decision they disagree with. It shows that the Supreme Court has some questions with regards to the need for this vetting mechanism, but the lawmaker has established clearly the need for this mechanism. But we have to reiterate that this is not a wish of the Parliament only. This is a wish of the whole country, and this is a commitment that we have assumed in our position of a candidate country. Because the 9 commitments in some sub-actions of measure number 1 are about passing vetting laws and adjusting them to the Venice Commission opinions. So the government will continue implementing these systemic measures to make sure that the vetting process is implemented so that we achieve the expected results, and next year when we meet we see better results of public service. Thank you, Minister. I have an immediate question. You somehow avoid giving more details with regards to these appeals, but I will refer again to the latest interview of the President. She was very clear and straightforward with regards to 3 judges that tried to overturn the whole system. But please tell me, for example, the students at the law faculty, the future judges, the future prosecutors, have they already overcome this perception that judiciary has a constitutional independence? Because I invited Mr. Munteanu for some debates, and this was indeed a public debate. These people, they are honest, their reputation is not tarnished, but nevertheless they would focus on this independence of the judiciary. The former ministers of justice would focus on that, would reinforce this idea as well. Was this overcome? Judges, prosecutors, have they finally understood that the society has the right to assess their work? Because they need to work for the benefit of the society. Have they understood that it is in their interest to clean the system? Can we say that this was already overcome? No, I do not think so. But I think that this awareness is improved. Their awareness has improved. Because initially, when the Supreme Court of Justice tried to block the system, back then, on the platform of the Minister of Justice, we have organized a consultation, a public consultation process with all stakeholders, I mean judges, prosecutors, and we invited a representative, a judge from France, who had a speech. And he was surprised and was puzzled over this reaction of judges. And he said the following: yes, of course, judges have the right to react when they see some deviations or violations of the law. But you cannot block a whole reform or the functionality of a whole system, of a whole court, to the detriment of public interest and ensuring access to justice. Because that's what happened during the spring. The whole system was blocked. And this looked somehow bad, because some stakeholders showed that they give more priority to their personal interests over the public interest. So during those public discussions, we tried to change the focus a bit. We try to show that the judiciary and the prosecution system cannot be viewed as a closed system. It should be an integral part of the whole society. And the French judge told that we, judges in France, are viewed, as seen as public agents. We work for the public interest. And this awareness of their role should be cultivated, should be reinforced. Of course, in parallel, we should not violate the status of the judge, of the prosecutor. We have to take measures that would increase, that would enhance their status. But priority number 1 is for them to become aware of the need of the system, of this reform in the system. Thank you, Minister. Frankly speaking, when meeting, I like very much these discussions among adolescents, children, and during those discussions, I said that I do not envy judges, prosecutors, or attorneys, because they have a huge responsibility. to pretend and to say that you so it's difficult. Well, there is a joke. Then when a poor person goes to a priest and says, I'm very poor, it's not, I have a small house, and he asks, do you have a goat? If yes, you bring it into the house. So the peasant lived with the goat in the house, and then when he was allowed by the rabbi, by the priest, to take the goat out of the house, he had a feeling that the life improved significantly. But you have to work in order to reach the status of the rabbi. And or the example in so such a mentality needs to be fostered. Or in France with the job where it took 20 years for judges to take a decision on this matter. So I go back to the accountability of prosecutors, of judges that take decisions that have a long-term impact. So having said that, I would like to give the floor to a person that I do not envy at all for this role of pioneer, because he is the interim president at the Superior Council of Magistracy, the institution that is already an example of a reformed institution. He, in spite of all of the difficulties, he assumed this responsibility to showcase a positive example. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Esteemed participants in this forum, yes, indeed, the current membership of the Superior Council of Magistracy got its mandate during a difficult period. The minister was speaking about the situation at the Supreme Court and how things have worsened to such a degree that we have almost reached a total deadlock. Some files at the first instance courts of appeals, they were replaced, they were transferred to other courts in order to delay even more the time. So this transfer should have been decided by the judges of the Supreme Court of Justice. And if the court were in a deadlock, those case files would have not been reviewed for a long time unless some judges were temporarily transferred to the court in order to move things forward. The current membership of the Superior Council of Magistracy, well, I would like to say, I would like to be able to say that we have managed to do a lot of things, but I cannot say this. I wish we managed to do more, but so far we made this temporary transfer of judges to the Supreme Court. Yes, I understand that currently things are not ideal at the Supreme Court because they have too few judges for the huge number of case files. I know that our colleagues from the Supreme Court are waiting that if we cannot appoint judges of the Supreme Court, because you've seen yourself, we do not have so many candidates applying for those positions. And we cannot praise or we cannot brag that we have enough candidates who passed the vetting, because vetting is also a process that lasts. So we took note of the existing situation and we have launched a new competition in order to be able to transfer on a temporary basis several more several other judges to the Supreme Court in order to be able to move things forward. Of course, even on the basis of the Vox Populis, we understand, and when we got our mandate of member of the Superior Council of Magistracy, we were aware that the judiciary has to be reformed, that people are waiting to see a genuine reform, a genuine change. We were aware that the judiciary was criticizing the reform. There were some voices that said out loud that they were against this reform, and we were aware that things had to change because they could not continue in the same fashion. On the other hand, we have to make sure that we comply with and ensure the independence of the judges that have a high level of integrity and that are working in the judiciary. Because it is not in vain that we have this saying that the path to a total failure consists of small things. So what we have to do now is to pay attention to all of those small things to make sure that we have a truly independent judiciary. And on the other hand, the judges are not afraid to issue correct judgments, even in spite of the public pressure when the society is waiting for a different solution. The European Court of Human Rights has condemned our country many times because certain, for the pretrial arrests, without reasonable justification. On the other hand, release from pretrial detention or release from pretrial detention, even on some sensible cases that had a huge media coverage. By the way, the Prime Minister referred to a case when a young mother lost her child in a car accident, and releasing the accused person or suspected person from pretrial release generates a lot of discussions in the society. But on the other hand, Moldova has lost the biggest number of cases at the European Court of Human Rights, specifically for keeping people in pretrial arrest without any rationale, without any justification. So the judges have to be independent to be able to issue a legal solution, even if that legal solution is not popular, is not what the society expects. So what should we do to make sure that we are able to recruit the best professionals? So you've seen the situation of the Supreme Court of Justice. We have 11 positions of judges at the Supreme Court of Justice, and so far we do not have enough candidates to occupy these positions, and this is a problem. You've seen yourself that the competitions or the deadlines are postponed several times, and my hope is that once the law is amended, and if the pay of justice in the Supreme Court of Justice is enough, and if the procedures will be simplified, will make the position of judge at the Supreme Court of Justice more attractive, and we have more candidates willing to apply for those positions, so that we have the best judges with the highest integrity working in the Supreme Court of Justice. With regards to the vetting of the judges of Supreme Court of Justice, you know how the vetting process was implemented. Maybe you've seen that out of the 5 judges that remained in their position, after the others have resigned. So out of the 5 remained initially, now we have only 3. 2 have resigned. Can I ask you, sorry for interrupting you, but can you ask the Minister of Justice to change the law? If you don't want to be a self-governance authority, let's change the law. Maybe the judges would like to be the self-governance. Well, with regards to non-judges, I would like to say that this is a know-how for the Republic of Moldova. It is for the first time when in the Supreme Court of Justice we'll have non-judges. It is yet to be seen how things will turn out. We still have to see how they will be perceived. But actually this depends on their professionalism level. But my point is that neither non-judges, so we don't have enough candidates for non-judges positions for us to be able to select, to have enough pool of candidates to be able to select the best, the most professional ones. As stipulated in the draft law and in the law on Supreme Court of Justice. So I would like to believe that once we have those incentives in place and when more judges go through the vetting and we will have candidates to the positions of judges in the Supreme Court of Justice out of those that passed the vetting. And I believe that the reluctance of judges to go through vetting is still high, because that's an equation with many unknowns. And once you enter this process, you do not have any, you don't know whether you will pass it or not. And the risks are very high. The law stipulates that the vetting process must, or it seems to be not so strict as the pre-vetting. But we will see how it is implemented in practice. And I believe that after the first candidates, things will become clearer. All stakeholders will know what vetting is about, how similar or different it is from the pre-vetting process. So once we have more clarity, I think we will have more applicants for the positions announced. Thank you. The minister wanted to step in to answer my question. Yes, I would like to supplement the answer. Yes, it's natural to have this reluctance among judges because this is a new mechanism and everyone is somehow reluctant to embark on a new journey. But for sure, together with the new members of the Superior Council of Magistracy, by implementing proactive measures, we'll be able to attract more applicants. And as here we have a discussion, I would like to present some details that when developing the draft law on the Supreme Court of Justice, because it has been consulted for about 1 year, the first opinion of the Venice Commission, the second opinion on other consultations. So the initial version stipulated 13 members. 13. And back then there were some discussions. Maybe the number is too high. Will we have enough candidates? And we had several meetings with representatives of the former Superior Council of Magistracy on the number of members. Should it be 10 judges, 10 non-judges, 14? And we asked the opinion of the Venice Commission, so we have 11 judges and 9 from the civil society, and we cannot find even 11. So I'm just wondering how easy would it have been for us to fill in the position if we have more judges. Also, I would like to underline that many of the fears among judges are not justified because of manipulations. The law on vetting for the Supreme Court of Justice stipulates more guarantees, unlike the pre-vetting law, because the procedure is different. Second, there is a reasonable margin between income and spending up to 20 average salaries, which if you cannot explain, it does not mean that you automatically will be dismissed. And the third difference, the last say, unlike the pre-vetting, the last say will be of the Supreme Court of Magistracy or of Superior Council of Magistracy or the Supreme Council of Prosecutors, because their decision of the vetting commission will be advisory. The CSM and CSP will have the last say. But before that, if judges, prosecutors have worked honestly, professionally, what are they afraid of? Because the law on vetting for Supreme Court of Justice and the third law provide enough guarantees that they can use to defend themselves. First, before the hearings, they have the possibility to study the case file, to submit additional evidence. They can be supported by an attorney. They have lots of tools to defend themselves. So I do not believe that they have justified fear for those that worked in an honest way. That's an opportunity for them to step forward, to participate in this reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I believe that at this time, so we also have a kind of we owe something on the side of the journalists, because we have to remind to the society, to the people, it's not a shame to confirm your qualifications and career that was mentioned by the by Madam Minister. This is being done by the doctors, for example, if they want to progress or advance. This is being also done by the teachers, by the professors, in order to confirm or reconfirm their qualification. I mean, if you don't have any skills or knowledge in chemistry, or if you want to be a prime minister and then it's being discovered that you didn't pass the bachelor exam, then you have to be prudent. But in general lines, I absolutely agree with Madam Minister. We have to change the atmosphere of the society to make it a normality, to make vetting a normality, because an honest person who is able to justify any cent that is being spent for the castle or for the house or mansion that has been built, then of course that's absolutely normal if you have that particular justification. Also, I would like to use another example, and apologies to Mr. Gribincha, in order to have that particular show. So actually, so Mr. Gribincha said that you've come with a Tesla, but I've come with a Renault car. And that was done very transparently and very clearly. And he said that, look, I can justify it. So maybe I've managed to earn much more than one Tesla car. Because if a person is absolutely sure about the income, about his or her qualifications and skills, is absolutely open and clear, and is absolutely doesn't have any fears. And then I would like to invite Mr. Roshka, the next speaker, who is part of the Superior Council of Prosecutors, and this is the institution, as Madam Minister said. So that would be the institution to endorse and to legitimize a decision or legalize a decision that to some people might look, the decision might look like fatal or unjust. Thank you very much, dear participants. I would like to greet all the stakeholders from the judiciary. I would like to greet all the development partners, all the participants from the judiciary and the participants from the journalist side. I would like to welcome you in the 5th edition of the Justice and Anti-Corruption Reform Forum. This is the event that is being organized by the Legal Resource Center in the Republic of Moldova. So this event would enable us to discuss issues, challenges that are being faced by the judiciary of the Republic of Moldova. Also, we'll be able to evaluate the process of reforming that particular system, as well as provide some suggestions that would make this reform process more efficient. Also, it's important to mention that the evaluation of the judges and prosecutors is like one component, part of the status of that particular profession, represents the safeguard and guarantee of their independence, ensuring an independent justice being made. So the index of trust shows that there is a big detriment caused to the stakeholders that are involved in that particular process. So we can notice that this subject is being intensively included in the mass media debates and continues to be also polarized and debated heavily, not only by the prosecutors and the pool of judges, but is heavily debated by all the representatives of the system. The Supreme Council of Prosecutors has been constantly supporting all the efforts to improve all the regulations in the judiciary as a whole, as well as to improve the system of prosecutors, because the constitutional role is being ensured by making the prosecutors independent and in the service of the population. The Venice Commission recognized that the inefficiency of all the anti-corruption mechanisms that exist in the Republic of Moldova, these are the issues that require a deeper knowledge of the national context. So the judicial vetting law of the prosecutors and judges represents a kind of an evaluation that kind of deviates from the classical standards of evaluation, performance assessment, and requires a particular attention of everybody, because if in case we do not have any kind of safeguards, that might imperil the verification of the judges and the prosecutors, and then in that particular situation they might fail to undergo this judicial vetting. Also, it's very important to look into all the arguments, because the assessment procedure might be a goal in itself, but the objective should focus on enhancing the quality of the judicial act to the benefit of the citizens of the country. A couple of words about the vetting of the prosecutors. I might tell that the pre-vetting commission has accepted 7 prosecutors. 2 applications are being examined by the Supreme Court of Justice. 3 prosecutors' case, the Supreme Court of Justice ruled for re-evaluation of that particular candidates. Also, the pre-vetting commission evaluated the CSP member, a candidate that was suggested by the Academy of Science of the Republic of Moldova, and the case files of the people that have submitted the application shall be evaluated by that commission. After the last decision on evaluation done by the Supreme Council of Prosecutors, the Supreme Council of Prosecutors convened the General Assembly of the Prosecutors in order to elect the members of the future Supreme Council of Prosecutors, taking into account the fact that the General Assembly, so at that particular time, so the Supreme Court of Justice ordered the re-evaluation of the prosecutors, and the majority of the prosecutors voted in favor of prolonging this process. Once this procedure will be completed, the member prosecutors would have to be analyzed, and the new members of the Supreme Council of Prosecutors would be selected under the General Assembly meeting, and then they have to ensure the independence and respect for the prosecutor's job and profession. Once the amendments to Law Number 3 on prosecution would come into effect, the Supreme Council of Prosecutors announced the competition for the Selection and Evaluation Council and Board of the CSP. Following that particular competition or contest, the board, so we have had more prosecutors than representatives of the civil society candidating for that particular situation, for that particular position, unlike the Supreme Court of Justice. So we have had 2 cases from the candidates from the civil society. Due to the fact that we do not have a sufficient number of candidates from the civil society, the CSP prolonged the competition on the case files, and the case files that are being submitted by the candidates have already been sent to the pre-vetting commission for evaluation. Also, the pre-vetting commission is currently analyzing the case files of the candidates who have submitted their candidacy for the Ethics and Disciplinary Committee. So based on the law on pre-vetting of the prosecutors and the judges, the Supreme Council of Prosecutors has a very important task in evaluating the activity of all the prosecutors, and the mission would be to show that in the prosecutors we have integral people. In this context, the Supreme Council of Prosecutors would have to show that once so these prosecutors are being evaluated by the Commission, then they would have to give their final decision on the career of the prosecutors. So the purpose would be to enhance the Judicial Act and the trust of the citizens in the judiciary system, and prosecutors should have been enforced and fostered. So that is actually the purpose. Still, we have some concerns on the side of the prosecutors in terms of the sanctions that can be applied in case the external evaluation of vetting is not passed, or maybe due to the gravity and the nature of the punishment. So there's a kind of a fear. And that's maybe a justification or an explanation why the prosecutors and judges do not want to progress in their career, because according to the law, the prosecutor that failed to undergo this external evaluation, in particular due to their nature, so that prosecutor would not be able to fulfill the function of a prosecutor or judge, as well as some other dignitary position could not be held by that person during 4 to 5 years. The second condition is that particular person would not get any rights for pension or for allocations being paid to the prosecutors and judges. So that might be one of the reasons. So the reform process is a very complicated process, entailing a lot of risks, and can be overcome only by cooperating and identifying some efficient solutions. To minimize the risks of reform, so the pool of prosecutors and judges should be based on high transparency in the process of judicial vetting of prosecutors and judges. Also, I might say that depending on the quality of the decision, that would generate a certain kind of course in the development of our country. So we need a consensus, we need the unanimity of the partners of all the situations in the country. In conclusion, I would like to thank all the partners and all the development partners for the efforts that have been undertaken and for the support that was provided. Thank you very much, Mr. Roshka. So we've got some questions on the Zoom, on the chat. I would like to quote some of the questions. So now we've gone gradually to the pre-vetting process. So these are the demands and requirements that are very stringent, and some of the prosecutors and judges have got a feeling that this kind of decisions might also be appealed or contested. And I would like to read a question from Vitaly Andronik, Madam Minister. And there were a couple of questions. Why the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Moldova does not develop a draft or does not amend the existing laws, for example, the law on the Supreme Council of Magistracy or on the disciplinary liability of the judges, so whereby the entire manner of choosing the judicial inspection members will be changed, as well as to change the membership of the disciplinary board, because these are the boards that are examining all the appeals and the motions on these people. Why these kind of persons are not being chosen or selected based on the vetting or pre-vetting process? So, because even if we manage to change the membership of the Superior Council of Magistracy, they would not be able to look into the disciplinary procedures. Also, there is a request from the translators to slow down in the presentations because it's not possible to ensure the translation. So, Madam Minister, would you like to answer the questions? And then we would invite the next speaker, so that would speak online, Victoria Henley. As I have said a bit earlier, our strategy on reforming the justice sector, several measures are included, even of systemic nature. In addition to the adoption of different kinds of laws about the evaluation and assessment exercise, we have also tried to improve the existing legal framework related to the disciplinary liability of the judges and prosecutors inclusively. In December last year, so we have provided a package of law that was adopted by the Parliament on amending the law on the disciplinary liability. In such a way, the entire legal framework has been revised and the grounds for disciplinary deviations have also been reviewed in such a way that this kind of issues be applied correctly. There were some cases when different contestations or motions have been submitted, but the boards of the college didn't have the possibility to qualify it as a disciplinary deviation. Also, we have tried to revise the internal mechanism for submitting this kind of appeals or contestations, because the disciplinary mechanism that is being used by the Superior Council of Magistrates starts from a notification or application that is being sent to the disciplinary board, then is being sent to the disciplinary council, and then to the Superior Council of Magistrates. We have tried to simplify the procedure and to eliminate some of the layers from that procedure. And we have envisaged some additional conditions that have to be met by the judicial inspection members. And as far as I understand, some new members of that particular judicial inspection has been selected. So disciplinary inspection has not been included in the pre-vetting procedure because we have decided that maybe we'll amend the legislation and the newly set Superior Council of Magistrates would be able to select the best of the best people to serve on the disciplinary board. And the disciplinary board are also part of the vetting procedure, and recently the contest to apply for these vacancies and to complete these cases has been launched. Those people who would become who would like to become members of the disciplinary board, they have to go through the vetting procedure. And the cases of these people would be transferred to the second commission that has already been created. The disciplinary board would also would undergo this assessment exercise. The purpose was the same. I mean, we wanted to use the same kind of mechanism for the Superior Council of Prosecutors, like a mirror to that. So the Discipline and Ethics Committee, based on the law number 3, has been revised. Also, the legal framework on disciplinary procedure has also been improved for the prosecutors alike. And then the contest has been launched in such a way that the candidates who would like to be part of the Discipline and Ethics Board of the prosecutors would also have to go through evaluation exercise. Once this exercise of vetting extraordinary evaluation is conducted, then they would be able to appoint all the members of the board, of the collegium, as they call it. Following the idea that has already been mentioned, I would like to say that several amendments were introduced in the legislation. And now the inspectors, the judicial inspectors, so their career is not so certain. They're not so certain in their career. So whether the judicial inspectors have to be evaluated or not, I might say that according to the new amendments, this evaluation would be done by the Superior Council of Magistrates. That would be done on a regular basis. Currently, we are preparing and approving some bylaws, some regulation that would deal with the procedure of evaluating the judicial inspectors. So the Superior Council of Magistracy has decided to consolidate, to strengthen the judicial inspection. We need a very serious reform in terms of that particular inspection and its running. In addition to the activities that have already been conducted by the inspection until now, so we can notice that once the law on judicial vetting was approved, a very big number of judges has been subjected to that particular assessment, but then another pool of judges would be evaluated by the Superior Council of Magistrates. They would not be externally evaluated. And the majority of the judges that are working in the first instance court, they would be assessed based on the model, on the pattern that is being used by the Pre-Vetting and Vetting Commission, but they will be evaluated by the Superior Council of Magistrates and not by the Commission. In addition to that, in addition to professional assessment that was done until now by the Superior Council of Magistracy, So recently a new assessment was introduced, and that is the integrity assessment of the judges. In addition to professional assessment, the CSM would have to conduct the integrity evaluation of the judges. Here we would need to have a more consolidated inspection, and we would have to see to what extent the judicial inspectors would have to help us do this integrity check of all the judges in our country. A lot of issues have to be improved. Now we're working on the regulation, and we would like to make sure that that regulation would be able to govern and to regulate fully from beginning to end everything. The judicial inspectors would have to be evaluated based on that regulation to make sure that those judicial inspectors that do not meet all these conditions and do not fulfill their duties and responsibilities according to their job, they will have to be assessed and would have to be dismissed from their position. Thank you very much, Mr. Sergiu Caraman. I would like to make a short, romantic comment on the side of a journalist, because I'm thinking once again about accountability and responsibility of the society, because even the society is now frustrated. Why did we come to a situation when the judges, those judges that have had a certain kind of professional career, in virtue of some assessment, maybe some of this kind of assessment that sometimes are not public, right? And then maybe this kind of judges have to be assessed by everybody. Maybe they have stolen something, maybe they have committed some illegalities. And if this kind of frauds are included in that particular case files, then maybe the intelligence and security service should have been involved and do something. If in case of the Ministry of Defense somebody is applying for the position, then the intelligence and security, the CIS, has to examine this kind of candidates. And that this becomes a burden of the vetting, of the pre-vetting, and the fate of the people are being decided by those presidents or chairpersons or their councils or advisors. They should have had that particular obligation to see how they fulfill their duties without becoming an object of or an object to be criticized by the society. It's very important for all this kind of filters, for this kind of mechanism be cleaned. And for this kind of random procedure should become trustworthy procedure and a constant one in such a way that the next government should not come and say that we go forward. And so maybe we have to go backward and not forward and change the entire situation. I mean, it's very important to have coherence and continuity. And now we would speak about the Pre-Vetting Commission and to invite Victoria Henley, international expert, and who is also a member of this Pre-Vetting Commission. She would be coming online and she would greet us online. Victoria, hello.
It's an honor to be with you today, even though not in person. As a member of the Pre-Vetting Commission, I would like to provide a brief summary of the results of pre-vetting. As mentioned by Mr. Nasu, a total of 67 judges, prosecutors, lawyers, and representatives of civil society and academia participated in the extensive...
I'm so sorry, I have to ask all the people, are you comfortable with translation? Yes? Okay, thank you, thank you.
I'll slow down. The total of 67 individuals participated in the extensive integrity evaluation process established to determine their eligibility to become a member of the Superior Council of Magistracy or the Superior Council of Prosecutors. Following this mandatory stage in the selection process for candidates, the current SCM composition was established, and a new SCP is in the process of being established. As Mr. Nasu mentioned, of the 67 candidates who were evaluated, 49 were candidates for the SCM and 18 were candidates for the SCP. The 49 candidates for the SCM included 28 judges and 21 non-judges. The 18 candidates for the SCP included 17 prosecutors who had filed to be candidates for election to the SCP. There was also one non-prosecutor candidate whose name was submitted by the Academy of Sciences. Of the total 67 candidates, the Commission determined that 22 candidates were compliant with the ethical and financial integrity criteria set forth in the law and passed the evaluation, while 45 candidates failed the evaluation. This represents an overall pass rate of 33%. The 45 failed decisions included both candidates who the Commission determined did not meet the integrity criteria, but also those who either withdrew from the competition or failed to submit the documents required by law, which the law treats as failing the evaluation. Of the total 45 failed decisions, 15 involved candidates who withdrew or failed for not providing the required documentation, thus representing 33% of all failed decisions and 22% of all of the candidates. With respect to the candidates for the SCM, 5 of the judge candidates passed the evaluation, a passing rate of 18%. The pass rate for non-judge candidates for the SCM was 43%, in that 9 of the 21 non-judge candidates passed the evaluation. With respect to the 18 candidates for the SCP, 8 candidates passed the evaluation, including the civil society candidate proposed by the Academy of Sciences, and 10 failed. This represents an overall passing rate of 41% for SCP candidates. The law governing the pre-vetting process required the Commission to determine whether a candidate met various criteria for ethical and financial integrity that were set forth in the law. For the Commission to determine that a candidate met the criterion for ethical integrity, the law required that the candidate had not seriously violated rules of professional ethics and had not committed any wrongful actions or inactions which would be inexplicable from the point of view of a legal professional and an impartial observer. There also could not be any reasonable suspicions that the candidate had committed corrupt acts or acts related to corruption. And the candidate was not to have violated the legal regime of declaring personal assets and interests, conflict of interests, and incompatibilities. For the Commission to determine that a candidate met the criterion for financial integrity, the law required that the candidate's assets had been declared in the manner established by law, and the candidate's wealth acquired in the past 15 years corresponded to the candidate's declared revenues. To assess a candidate's financial integrity, the Commission was required not just to consider, but to verify numerous things, including that the candidate had complied with tax laws, that the candidate had complied with the legal regime of declaring assets and personal interests, to verify the method by which the candidate and close persons to the candidate had acquired assets, to verify the sources of income of the candidate and close persons to the candidate, to verify the existence of loan, credit, and other agreements that could generate income or financial benefits for the candidate, to verify donations, and to verify other aspects to clarify the origin and justification of the candidate's wealth. In order to make the determinations and verifications required by law, the Commission collected information from a wide array of sources, including the National Integrity Authority, State Fiscal Service, General Inspectorate of Border Police, financial institutions, public institutions, open sources such as social media and investigative journalism reports, and reports from members of civil society. Not all sources produced information concerning each candidate, and not all of the information produced by sources about a candidate was pertinent to the Commission's assessment. All information received was carefully screened for accuracy and relevance. During the evaluation process, the Commission engaged candidates in an extensive written question and answer process and conducted public hearings to address issues that raised serious doubts about the candidate's ethical or financial integrity. The law governing the pre-vetting process permitted certain aspects of the process to be public, hearings before the Commission, and the Commission's decision if the candidate consented. The Commission, assisted by its Secretariat, organized and conducted public hearings for 49 of the candidates, which represents 73% of all candidates. 3 candidates chose not to participate in the hearings in public session and were evaluated solely on the basis of material gathered by the Commission. The remaining 15 candidates out of the total of 67 had either withdrawn or did not provide the written documentation, and thus failing decisions were issued prior to hearings being held. All public hearings were available on the Commission's YouTube channel, generally within 24 hours of the hearing. In addition, 26 of the Commission's decision, 39% of all decisions were made public. As noted, the law permitted decisions to be public only if the candidate consented. Those decisions that the candidate consented to have made public are also available on the Commission's website. The pre-vetting law provides a right of appeal to the Supreme Court of Justice for candidates who disagreed with unfavorable decisions of the pre-vetting commission. There were 28 appeals filed from failed decisions, which represents 63% of the total of 45 failed decisions. The majority of appeals were filed by SCM candidates. 18 judges and 5 non-judges appealed their failing decisions. This translates to 78% of the failed decisions involving judges being appealed, while only 41% of the failed decisions involving non-judge candidates were appealed. In contrast to the SCM candidates, 5 prosecutor SCP candidates appealed the failing decisions. This represents 50% of the 10 failed decisions involving prosecutors. In February 2023, the Supreme Court of Justice rejected 2 applications for appeal and upheld the decision of the Pre-Vetting Commission in both cases. Subsequently, on 1 August 2023, the court issued 21 judgments annulling the Commission's decision, ordering the resumed evaluation of the candidates. In addition, 5 appeals are still pending before the Supreme Court of Justice. So where are we now? The Commission is currently conducting the resumed evaluation of 21 candidates, evaluating 2 additional civil society candidates for the SCP, and awaiting the SCJ's decision on 5 pending appeals. With respect to the resumed evaluations of 21 candidates, after the SCJ decisions were issued, the Commission analyzed all the decisions in order to develop appropriate rules and procedures for the resumed evaluations. The law governing the pre-vetting process did not elaborate a process for the resumed evaluations, only stating that they would be conducted according to the legal provisions governing evaluations. In order to ensure equal treatment of all candidates, the Commission had to amend its rules of procedure and rules of evaluation to take into account the SCJ decisions before any resumed evaluations could be started. The rules have now been amended and are public, and the resumed evaluation process has begun. The Commission is aware of the need for positions on SCP and SCM to be filled. It is prioritizing the resumed evaluations of the 3 SCP candidates and is endeavoring to move this process as swiftly as possible while also ensuring the fairness of the process. The amendments adopted by the Commission for resumed evaluations provide flexibility to address the issues raised by the SCJ decisions. Where necessary, the Commission may collect additional information and send further questions to candidates. In a change from the evaluation stage, candidates will receive a statement of facts and serious doubts, which candidates will have the opportunity to respond to in writing. Candidates may provide additional documentation and offer testimony from witnesses under certain circumstances. Hearings are not required, but may be requested by the candidate. We hope that this process will allow the Commission and the candidates to address the issues raised by the SCJ decisions and complete the resumed evaluation process as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. May I ask you maybe very personal question? When you accepted this huge work to be member of this commission, what was your expectation, and now what hard is this evaluation? And because when we discuss about, we have references to Albanian experience and so on and so on. But after month of this evaluation, what you can say about our typical reaction? Were they comparable with Albanian, or maybe with Ukrainian, or maybe with Georgian, famous corrupted country before Saakashvili intervention? If it's possible, some words about philosophy of your activity.
I think all members of the commission probably believe that the task of pre-vetting was far more complex and far more challenging than perhaps any of us anticipated. And given the experiences in Albania and Ukraine and now in Moldova, this is a new process, and it is an extraordinary process. And each process in each country have been different for a whole host of reasons, including the differences between the countries and the time and position that their judiciaries are in. I think all of us, I mean, the work has been fascinating. It has been very challenging. It has been very important to all of us to get it right as we could get it. And we all remain very committed to seeing the process through to the end.
Thank you. Maybe we have some questions from internet, social media. And acum o să trecem la președintele Comisiei.
Now let's move to the President of the Vetting Commission, Scott Bales. I kindly invite him to answer the same question. Do you maybe regret for taking on this duty, or because you can see different responses in the society to what the Commission has done, or maybe you believe that you have fulfilled your task, you have achieved your goals. Thank you.
And to answer your question directly, no, I don't regret becoming involved in the vetting process in Moldova. I'd like to thank the organizers of today's program, and I'm honored to be a participant in this panel. And I'd also like to thank the attendees for your support and your interest in efforts to achieve justice reform and to fight corruption. And those among you who are journalists, I think it's particularly important to recognize that it is vital that the public understand what's involved in the process, because to sustain judicial reform, to sustain those efforts depends ultimately on the understanding and the support of the citizens of Moldova. So I applaud those efforts. I thought what I would do during my allotted time is talk a little bit about who our commission is. We've been identified as Commission Number 2, as distinct from Commission Number 1, the Pre-Vetting Commission, and Commission 3, the commission that's looking at prosecutors. I also then would like to talk a little bit about what our task or our mission is as distinct from those other commissions. And then finally, talk about where we stand in terms of our progress. So our commission was appointed by Parliament on June 15th. We, like the Pre-Vetting Commission, have 3 members who are Moldovans and 3 members who were picked from among nominees made by the development partners. One of our Moldovan members is Attorney Andrei Bivel, a very experienced lawyer in Moldova. He's the vice chair of our commission. One of our international members is Giuliana Civanini, who is our senior member. She spent 40 years as a judge in Italy, but she's also been involved in training on judicial ethics and education more broadly. Another of our Moldovan members is Yuri Gatkin, who has experience investigating corruption matters for the NAC and also worked with the Pre-Vetting Commission. Another Moldovan member is Lilian Ansu, who worked with NIA and more recently with the Moldovan Election Commission. Second international member, Lavly Perling, is the former Prosecutor General of Estonia, and she has also served as a member of the Ethics Council for the High Judicial Council in the Ukraine, performing there a similar vetting role. And then finally, I'm a retired justice from the state of Arizona in the United States. I ended my career in 2019 after having served as Chief Justice for 5 years, and previously I worked both as a public attorney, as a prosecutor, and as a private lawyer. Now, I mention that because collectively, I think our backgrounds complement each other very well. Together, we have experience with the Moldovan legal system and its judicial system. We have experience investigating matters involving corruption and public integrity. We have experience of various kinds with the vetting process, and we also have people on our commission who are knowledgeable not only about the legal norms that would apply to judges here in Moldova, but the more universal norms as recognized, for example, by the European Court of Human Rights. So taken together, I think we are a strong team in terms of background and experience, and I know we all share a commitment to realizing the directions of the law, that we perform our task independently, that we do it transparently, and that we do it fairly, and we're also committed to doing it as expeditiously as possible. So that brings me to the second topic I said I'd like to talk about. What is our task? What is our mission? And in some ways, it's broader than that of Commission 1, than the Pre-Vetting Commission, and in other ways, it's more narrow, it's more focused. It's broader in the sense that we, of course, are vetting, in the first instance, judges and candidates for the position of judgeship on the Supreme Court of Justice. We then also have responsibilities under the new law to vet candidates for the boards of the Superior Council of Magistracy, and also new candidates for the SCM, people who apply after September 1st. We then, under what some of us have referred to as the general vetting law, are going to be responsible for reviewing both the setting judges and the candidates for positions on the Court of Appeals and for those courts where there are presidents and vice presidents. So it's a large number of people holding different positions within the Moldovan judicial system. So in that sense, it's a broader task or mission. We also, as I think I've alluded to in my comments, we have the task of implementing in different ways 3 different laws. The pre-vetting law was Law 26, adopted in 2022. We have some responsibilities under that law. Our law with respect to the Supreme Court of Justice is the law that was adopted last March, Law 65. And then finally, the most recent law, the one we refer to at least as 252, or the general vetting law, that also gives us various responsibilities. And in some ways, the laws differ, and in some ways, it's quite significant how they differ. So one of our challenges will be conforming with those different laws as we implement our task. The way in which our task is narrower is that as concerns the judges, the criteria, both the ethical and the financial criteria, are wrong for the ethics criteria is within the last 10 years, candidates having engaged in conflicts of interest or incompatibilities of office. So there's both more specificity in terms of the definition of what kind of conduct is contrary to the criteria, and there are time limits. Similarly, with respect to the financial financial criteria, it's focused on, as the minister noted, it's focused on a difference between the identified wealth or expenses of a candidate and their identified legitimate sources of income, but over a certain threshold, and that's over a period of time of, I believe, 10 years. Or alternatively, the failure to pay taxes beyond a certain threshold within the last 5 years. So in some ways, because our focus is more specific, it's more narrow, our task is more defined than the pre-vetting commission had to deal with. And that's appropriate, given that we are looking at the vetting of incumbent judges, people who already hold their offices, as opposed to candidates for positions that they've chosen voluntarily to seek. So that brings me to my last broad point. Where are we? What have we done? Well, as I said, we were confirmed by Parliament on June 15th. Within 10 days, we had all come to Moldova to organize ourselves to begin our work. Within a couple of weeks after that, we had adopted our rules of operation and procedure. At the end of July, we initiated the evaluations of 5 sitting judges on the Supreme Court of Justice. As has been mentioned, 2 of those judges subsequently resigned, so we're moving forward with the evaluation of the other 3. Towards the end of August, we received from the SCM a list of those candidates. At that time, it was 25 candidates who had applied for the position of judgeship. We promptly initiated evaluations, but 2 of those candidates had already passed pre-vetting, so under the law, they're not subject to our evaluation. And another withdrew, so where we stand currently is we're in the process of evaluating 21 candidates for judgeship and the 3 incumbent judges. And the process of evaluation, for reasons that Ms. Henley alluded to, takes time because you have to do extensive reviews of the information that's available from the candidate and from other sources. But we're hoping, as I said, to move forward as quickly as we can with that process. And once we complete the process for the vetting of the Supreme Court of Justice, we'll turn to those other tasks. Now, we began today with a survey, and I was both interested and encouraged to see that support for the vetting process over the last 3 years has increased both among the judges and among the lawyers or the advocates. And I'm hoping, and I'm pretty confident in this, that as we move forward in our work in the coming year, rather, that support will further increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for you as well, because you can view me as as a person on the street participating in Vox Populi. So my question is the following. The minister said that in the list of criteria for the assessment of professional skills was somehow removed. So you're not focusing on assessing the professional skills. So in the public perception, we still have there the criteria related to ethics, financial integrity. So pre-vetting and vetting should assess judges and prosecutors from the point of view whether they have stolen or not. And if you have not stolen, this is viewed as a virtue. So if I am a son of a prosecutor or of a judge, I'm thinking, why my father, who has never stolen anything, should be brought in front of a panel of judges or evaluators to be asked whether he stole something or not, because his job is different. He should issue relevant judgments to make sure that justice is done for people. So my point is the following. People have a perception that it is enough not to steal to be a good judge or a good prosecutor. Will you try to convey to the society a message that, yes, integrity or being free from corruption is important, but as important is to have judges and prosecutors who can do more rather than just not to steal?
And it's one that other countries have wrestled with, and I think that's part of the backdrop to the decision here in Moldova to distinguish the evaluation of the professionalism or the skills of the judges and the prosecutors from the process of assessing integrity. And when you assess integrity through the kinds of vetting that we're using, it's an extraordinary event. It reflects that the existing structures that are meant to root out or prevent corruption have not proved sufficient. And as a result, you're doing a once and for all effort to sort of ensure, to ensure that those people who hold those positions of power and influence truly are people who are ethical, who've not committed financial improprieties. But even if you have a clean system, the need to ensure professionalism, to ensure the ability of judges and prosecutors, that's a continuing, ongoing need. So I think that's partly why you distinguish the two, and it might be something that for the public is a little difficult to understand. But I think if you explain, look, just because you're not you can be a non-corrupt judge without being a good judge. Those are two separate things that we all ought to be concerned about. I think it's a little perhaps more difficult to be a competent judge when you're also a corrupt judge. But the process of assessment, the process of determining through vetting if the judges have integrity, financial and ethical, that is an extraordinary once and for all effort under the regime Moldova's adopted and under the similar processes that have been approved by the European Court of Rights for other countries. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, but it's honest judge in corrupted society. This is our problem. Când societatea spune a furat, dar
when the society says that he has stolen, but he also shared with us, so I think that's a very wrong approach. Okay, I see that we need to take care of our time, so let's invite Codruț Olaru, independent expert, former vice president of the Superior Council of Magistracy, Romania. Perhaps he is looking at us right now and thinking that they are just playing in the sandbox compared to the issues they have to deal with in Romania. I hope you can hear me well. Hello to everyone. Good morning, Minister. It's an honor for me to participate in this forum. I am very much impressed with the quality of topics on the agenda, with the level of representation that you have managed to ensure, and with your participation at this event. Let me explain my viewpoint and why I am present here. I listened with admiration the previous discussions today, and I would like to think that my presence here and this title of expert, I do not think that I like it that much because I am a former prosecutor. I worked for more than 27 years in Romania in the judiciary. So I had a number of positions. I was a deputy president of the Superior Council of Magistracy, and My message is of a permanent solidarity with you, with your efforts, unconditional, in good faith, and I'm sure that this message of solidarity, though I convey it informally, I'm sure that my colleagues from Romania, that I see them in the room, Daniel Morar, former chief prosecutor, the former General Prosecutor of Romania, Mrs. Gabriela Scutea. I am pleased to see her in the room. So I repeat that we came here not as experts, but as people, as colleagues that worked in the same positions. Maybe you know that the in Romania was established in 2002, and the court, the equivalent of the specialized cases prosecution in Moldova, was established in 2004. So we had the same issues, and if you do a similar vox populi in Romania, you will see the same lack of trust in judiciary in Romania as well. Though I would like to believe, and we invested a lot of efforts, and I worked in this system, and from this position I could say that fortunately Romania has a consolidated judiciary system. The second issue I would like to raise, and the second reason why I'm here today, is that I was honored since June. I had the possibility, thanks to the efforts of Mr. Munteanu, to develop a cooperation with the Institute of Public Policies and to conduct jointly an analysis. So you have the results of our work presented in a brief together with our colleague Claudiu Dumitrescu, former prosecutor in Romania with more than 25 years of experience. So together with the Institute, we have conducted that survey and prepared this policy brief. I would like to underline a couple of issues that are somehow related to vetting, pre-vetting, full vetting, a newer term that was introduced recently. So this is already a concept that is quite difficult to be understood by professionals as well, not to mention ordinary people that do not have so many interactions with the judiciary. So I start with a natural idea that you have mentioned as well. We need to request that judges and prosecutors have the highest level of integrity in their work. I fully agree, but I understood your comment as well. At the government level, we need also to provide some elements of stability, and a strengthened status of prosecutors by putting them at the same level as judges. I know that such a change might generate some discussions or debates in your judiciary system. This is not a new idea. This is an idea that you, Minister, perhaps have included in the judiciary system strategy for 2022 to 2025, and this status of magistrate offered to prosecutors will ensure additional independence to prosecutors. We need independent judges, but to the same extent, as a former prosecutor, I would say that prosecutors of Moldova need the same status as well. Of course, a reinforced status requires additional funds. Of course, we ask judges, prosecutors, not to be affected by external interests. They are investigating, they are assessing cases involving dozens of millions of euros. So I believe that they have to have a kind of financial comfort, relevant pay. during my discussions with many representatives of the judiciary, and I would like to thank all of one that participated in our survey, everyone in Moldova is speaking about an endemic corruption. All stakeholders in the judiciary speak about endemic corruption. But if we make some mathematical calculations with the statistical data, you will not find, if I'm wrong, please correct me, you will not find a large-scale corruption case that would target a high-level official from the judiciary. I know, Minister, that you have that 3-month period to implement these measures to support the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. But after these steps are implemented, I believe that someone will need to investigate large-scale corruption cases, because I do not believe that we have to generalize the corruption and we do not have to transpose it from one professional group to another. But if we keep on blaming without providing tangible results that would have a dissuasive effect, we will not manage to move on to the next level and will not manage to have more public trust. There were a lot of discussions about the vetting process, which is a new, comprehensive, complex, difficult exercise. I am sure that you know that when we speak about pre-vetting, when we talk about vetting, full vetting, this is quite a complex concept. In Romania, we do not have such a procedure. We have never done it, but I do understand that you have an exceptional situation, a particular situation that you are applying right now. As a comment, with your permission, do not take them as criticism. These are just some opinions. I know that the pre-vetting focuses on the past 15 years. So to analyze the financial history of 15 years, I think it's a too lengthy time period. I don't know how many of us can tell accurately what we have done with a loan that we took 14 years ago. In my opinion, the vetting fails to cover the situation of judges and prosecutors who do not want to have a management position, because you, the pre-vetting commission, are assessing the candidates who would like to have a management position. For example, member of the Superior Council of Magistracy, member of Supreme Council of Prosecutor, of the Supreme Court of Justice, chief judge of a court, but I think they account for less than 20% of all prosecutors and judges. The other 80% are not assessed in terms of their integrity, financial and ethical integrity. So I believe that a corrupt prosecutor, a corrupt judge will not apply for vetting in order to avoid such a high level of visibility. So I think that it's an issue to think about. I believe that it's necessary to prioritize and to finalize the procedure of vetting for anti-corruption prosecutors. So you are an anti-corruption authority, so you have to prove that you do not have any vulnerabilities, that you have undergone some review and as a result of vetting. This is a matter of recognition of your integrity level. So now, according to Law 245, fighting corruption in Moldova is done by the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office and the National Anti-Corruption Center. And the police officers seconded to the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. Of course, they have to be assessed. So I have a rhetorical question. The staff of National Anti-Corruption Center or the police officers that will be involved in anti-corruption cases, will they be assessed using a similar mechanism? Because if we want to be honest in front of the society and if we'd like to have mutual trust between stakeholders, this has to be done. But obviously the final say will belong to you. And I am glad that the minister has underlined that there are additional guarantees provided for by law. It is not easy to decide to enter a procedure where, as a result of some inaccuracies, there might be some gaps between income and expenditures. So, as a result of discussions with colleagues from the system, I could say that people, judges, prosecutors, do not really trust. They don't know whether they'll have the possibility to see the case file materials, or whether they'll have the possibility to challenge, to appeal the decision. So it is necessary to create a proper framework for an accurate assessment. So you need to start from the idea that, and you have to be aware that people open up, and if we'd like them to open up, then we have to issue a proper framework so that they could feel safe. We can have lots of discussions, ample discussions. You have started, you have embarked on a difficult journey. We passed it 20 years ago, as I've said previously. So we try to transfer to you the lessons learned. We moved at a slower pace. Maybe we made some errors. But I would like to assure you of our support, of our engagement, of our willingness to share with our expertise, and the fact that in Romania now we have stability in the judiciary. This was achieved as a result of the efforts made dozens of years. This cannot be done overnight. You cannot ensure stability, gain trust, obtain performance overnight. So this is the result of the work of our judges and prosecutors and the direct participation of politicians.
Și mulțumesc încă o dată pentru amabilitatea de a mă primi în rândul dumneavoastră.
Thank you very much for your kindness for accepting me to this forum, and also in July, August times when I was visiting the Republic of Moldova, I had the possibility to talk with several dignitaries. Also, we appreciate the activity of the Ministry of Justice in terms of the total number of acts and documents that have been amended, cancelled, re-adopted in a very short period of time. That's absolutely welcome. So the law number 83, Madam Minister, on the 2nd of August, it has already come into force. And by the end of the month, you have already amended it, cancelled, so that was law 245 and the others, and that's very good that this kind of issues have been put in a shape. Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Thank you very much, dear participants. The best proof of accepting and non-discriminating people would be, in your regard, would be to give you a question. I would like to ask you about one issue. I would like to ask you, how did you manage in Romania and how political pressure shall be removed from the judiciary? Because a lot of discussions are being held in our country, allegedly saying that there's a big pressure of political factor on judiciary, being under pressure from the politicians. And also some people are saying that the corruption is also generated by the politicians. Like in chess, what kind of changes have been done in Romania, like visible changes, and what has been done? Because thereby there was a kind of a signal to the people that that was the end of this. I understand what is your question, what is the logic of your question, because once we make any kind of cases against the politicians, I mean, I'm not a promoter, I'm not a supporter of such kind of an attitude. It's very important to have all the reasons to put this on file and to have all the information confirmed. But I believe that any judge can be influenced, be it political or decision-based. But that would depend on the judge's desire to be influenced. It depends on your professional ego. It depends on yourself whether you'll be subjected to that particular, allowed to be influenced or not. I do not want to make any kind of generalization, because this kind of influence can come from different areas, be it personal, friends, comrades, institutional hierarchy can also make an influence. And also a kind of a decision maker can transfer a message to you. And also I would like to be very honest, and for 27 years I've been a prosecutor. None of the politicians would come to me like, do this or do that and do not do this. So this is like a situation that maybe can be encountered by anybody. And we have to be stubborn, we have to be bold on this. It's very important to have like an argument, but what is very important is to find solutions. I mean, you can be influenced only if you allow to be influenced, as much as you permit this to be influenced. But also what is very important is to have some fundamental principles, and also this kind of fundamental principles can also be undermined. The political pressure cannot be part of the vetting procedure because it's not included in the list of criteria. I would also dare put you a question, although you are moderator. How would you be able to include in the evaluation checklist, how would you be able to measure this political influence? How would you shape this kind of question that you would address to the judiciary? So what kind of weddings did you participate in? So then the question is, you might be influenced only if you accepted to go to that particular wedding. I mean, during this, whether you accepted or not. So that's a very good answer. Yes, I allow myself to be a kind of a romantic, and in addition to your position, I also have this possibility to be more flexible. That's a confirmation of a hypothesis. The ex-president whose funeral was yesterday, Mircea Snegur, and he told me to go to the Audiovisual Council. I became a member of the Audiovisual Council, and then he said that I might be the representative of Mircea Snegur, and then he said that you would be the promoter of Mircea Snegur. And from the very beginning, I actually avoided doing this. I said that, Mr. President, I would not go there, because if I accept to go to the Audiovisual Council, then I would represent my profession, I would represent my peers, my colleagues, but Mircea Snegur did not like it. And then, but nevertheless, after that, I was respected by everybody, because I have never accepted to favor anybody's decision. That's absolutely crucial. It's either you accept that particular game or you don't accept that particular game. So it depends on your position. So that would be my attitude as well. And then the last person on our panel, but not the least in terms of importance and value, this is Ilie Chirtoacă, who is the chairperson of the Legal Resource Center in Moldova, and he would complete this panel discussion. And then I hope that we'll have some question-answer time. So thank you very much, Mr. Botnaru. Dear colleagues, dear friends, good day. Since I would like to have more time for the question-answer session, I would not steal much of your time in my presentation, because the majority of the speakers have already said a lot about this, and they provided a lot of details about the subject that were included in our agenda today. However, with your permission, I would like to make a kind of reflection by the end of this panel session, because I know that everybody who is following this judiciary process, in particular the vetting and the pre-vetting, so this kind of people can be conventionally split into two camps. The one who support and say that the reform is successful, and the other team or the other camp would say that they failed. Because along with those decisions of the Supreme Court of Justice, there were a lot of people saying, professionals from the judiciary who claim to say that that's the end, that maybe we have to reevaluate this kind of mechanism that we have in place, and we have to use only internal mechanisms and should not use any kind of external mechanism. I would like to combat, I would like to contest that particular allegation or that particular wording, because at present time, so we're just in the middle of that particular struggle. We have just started that particular struggle, and Madam Minister, at the beginning of her presentation, said the following, that in 2019 we talked about the concept of evaluation, then in 2020 we talked about a draft law, and then in 2021 we have got already an adopted law. In 2023 we're already talking about the pre-vetting results process. If somebody had asked me, of the colleagues, of the friends, how would you be able to measure whether we're going on the right direction, whether this kind of reform was successful or not? Of course, in order to measure, we have to look into the deliverables. I mean, it's too early to speak about the impact of that particular evaluation, but let's take step by step, because one of the deliverables would be to have a functional Superior Council of Magistracy. At that stage, yes, indeed, we have a very good Superior Council of Magistracy with an irreproachable reputation that has undergone this evaluation exercise, but the impact of the activity of that particular Superior Council of Magistracy, the success would have to be measured additionally. But in terms of whether maybe 1 or 2 years ago, could we say that that Superior Council of Magistracy would be or should be reformed? I might say that we can see already some of the results, some tangible results. More than that, the CSM last week started reconfirming of the judges, part of the membership. And that action has been much expected by the civil society people, as well as by the sitting judges, by the incumbent judges, because the judges are now splitting and doing like a dual job. I mean, they have a lot of cases, and the other colleagues of theirs are expecting, waiting to be reconfirmed. So thereby, the results of the evaluation can already be felt, and we can say that we have already got a deliverable. I mean, I cannot speak about an impact maybe, but a deliverable can be mentioned. Another aspect that we highly appreciate is the transparency of the entire process, and we have to acknowledge that all the evaluation procedures were transparently conducted, based on public hearings. A lot of interviews were conducted, and everybody has got the possibility to send some alternative information to the Commission, to the Pre-Vetting Commission, and practically in all the cases we had the possibility to read and look into this assessment and evaluation. And I believe that the effect, the result of this evaluation exercise goes beyond the evaluation itself, because both the judge and the prosecutor, or maybe a representative of a civil society alike, next times when they start buying something like an asset or a good, or making a transaction, would think twice, taking into account the results of the pre-vetting exercise. That particular person would like to be reassured that this kind of car or that particular asset is legally purchased. And I'm sure that this kind of transactions would be conducted correctly according to the real and fair value of that particular asset. That means that we have reached a certain kind of maturity process in order to have a genuine democracy, a society that is being built on democracy, in order to have a system that is politically educated or a healthy system. We have to contribute to this system, and this evaluation process made us maybe look into this, vet this kind of processes, look into check them. And on top of the fact that we identify the integral persons, but also we have a kind of a deterrent or prevention effect. Yes, indeed, there are some challenges and difficulties as part of this process. Also, we spoke about the fact that we would like to see some results that are close to us or expected immediately. We would like to have the judiciary be cleaned quicker, and that was mentioned in the previous panel, in the welcoming speech. Also, Mr. Prime Minister mentioned this has to be done in an expedited manner. Also, I would like to reiterate something that has been mentioned on the television. Yes, indeed, this process will not be a quick one, would not happen overnight. But actually, what we can evaluate, could we have done differently? Did we need any external mechanism, or is the system capable to clean itself? So that was actually the major question. We did not have an answer to this question, but every time we would like to resort and to use data in order to evaluate whether that particular hypothesis is true or not. For that purpose, let's go back and look into the results of the vetting process, because my colleagues said, as well as the members of the pre-vetting commission said, that 2 of the 10 judges participating in the exercise managed to promote, 4 of the 10 prosecutors, and 10 of the 5 of the civil society representatives. And with that particular external evaluation commission, exercise, we have managed to get some data. So the promotion rate among the judges is more or less like 20% roundish. And the same kind of rate, if you look, can be is similar to the level of trust, which is also around circa 20%. So we may say that the grassroots people and those ordinary people have a very deep and profound understanding about the processes that take place in Moldova, and I dare hope that that process was correct. Some of the decisions of the commissions have been invalidated, and that's also a fact. And let's evaluate this process, and that can be viewed like an integration of the internal process, because if that assessment was a mechanism that was imposed from outside, but the verification that was done by the Supreme Court of Justice, that's an internal mechanism. If you look into the figures after the decisions of the Supreme Court of Justice, we can draw the conclusion that in some of the decisions, the Supreme Court of Justice said that this kind of candidate, ex-candidate, should have been successful in the assessment, but after this internal filter, so we might have 9 of the 10 judges that have passed the evaluation, 9 of the 10 prosecutors have promoted the evaluation. And that means that I dare believe that this external mechanism, extraordinary vetting, extraordinary evaluation in the context of the Republic of Moldova, taking into account the results of all these assessments, internal, that have been preceded by the specialized council evaluations, at that particular stage have proved to be necessary. But as in any kind of program or project, any kind of draft or action, indeed, certain kind of measurements, certain kind of benchmarks have to be introduced in order to have this continuous evaluation and monitoring, in order to see whether we are going on the right direction or not. So this is the most important. At the end, I would like to mention that we would continue monitoring very carefully this process. Also, indeed, there are some challenges, but I believe that we can solve this kind of challenges jointly in a shared manner. Some of the ideas are very important, and we'll take note of these ideas upon the final evaluation. And also what is important is that we have noticed a kind of a dynamics in the discussion and a positive evolution in that particular, and also support to believe that we are just in the midway, in the middle of that particular course, and we have to learn from the lessons of our development partners, because this kind of development partners provide expertise and support in order to re-evaluate and provide a particular attention to the judiciary, and that's very important. And also why it is important to pay attention, because this combating corruption as well as reforming the judiciary is still on the public agenda of our country, as well as on the agenda of our organization. And for us this is very important, because once it is included in the public agenda of the politicians by the authorities, that means that the politicians and the authorities have to intervene, have to come to with a response. And we have been torturing them for so many years, and it's very important for them to respond to this. I would like to follow the same kind of logics of Mr. Chirtoacă, because taking into account the fact that this kind of 20% rate of success, like success rate, does that show that this kind of 20% are competent? They have the so-called legal education culture, because for like decades, the law faculty competition, the contest is the highest. We have so many people who would like to apply and become students, because if you go to the law faculty, you would never be hungry. You would be able to earn a lot. I mean, there's a balance only between dentist and the law faculty. I mean, in terms of the number of students applying for this faculty. So then my question is whether these people who are graduating the law faculty, the new generation, would they be able to change the situation or not? Because they are the newcomers. And also Natalia Rotaru is in the first row. Why do I mention this? those people who are watching us, and so she is monitoring all the comments, she is looking into all the comments, and she's monitoring all the answers. So maybe in the first panel we had a very philosophical approach that. So maybe Natalia would take the floor during the other sessions. Mr. Andronic also bombarded us with a lot of questions in the Zoom. Instead of 2 questions from the audience, from the conference room to our panel speakers, instead of that, also we'll have some questions from the Zoom, and I will take them according to the order as you raise the hands, Mr. Munteanu, and then if you have time, Mr. Digore, if you have laconic answers in such a way that we do not steal a lot of time from the lunch break. First of all, I would like to thank very much. Please introduce yourself. So for the public who is watching us, my name is Victor Munteanu, and today I represent I'm in a dual position. I represent the Public Policy Institute, but at the same time I represent the government of the Republic of Moldova because I now am working as an advisor on judiciary of the Prime Minister Office. On Judiciary and Anticorruption. Thank you very much to the Legal Resource Center in the Republic of Moldova for the invitation to participate in this event. Also, thank you very much for an excellent organization of this. Mr. Butnar, it's a great pleasure for me every time to participate in such kind of debates, in your programs, in the shows that are being moderated by Mr. Butnar. What I remembered, maybe more seriously or as a joke, you told Mr. Karaman to go to the Minister of Justice, right? In such a way that the Minister of Justice would be able to change the law if the law is not good. Somebody from the net actually provided them a similar suggestion, like on a more serious note. So I don't believe that the executive should have taken some external task because the Minister of Justice is responsible for developing different kind of drafts, but the Parliament is the supreme body that has to adopt this kind of laws. My recent observation is that the majority of the provisions on the judiciary in particular, some of the final conclusions and the provisions are provided by the Parliament, and sometimes they're being added by the presidential office. The norms that come into effect are not generated by the government, are not fully generated by the government. For example, the law on the evaluation of the prosecutors and the judges from August. This draft has been re-examined in the extraordinary meetings and sessions of the Parliament once it has been returned by the President of the country, Maya Sandu. What does that mean? That means absolutely terrible work that has been done behind the shields, and that means that we don't have a very good, clear mechanism between the executive, presidential, and the Parliament, because in the letter that was sent to the Parliament said that the external evaluation exercise is accompanied by a lot of risks, and in order to reduce this kind of risk, it's very important to have some counterbalances on the legislative nature. So we have to see whether this kind of counterbalances would be efficient. But nevertheless, this is the result of the Parliament and the President. And this is not a single case. They have been prepared by somebody else, but not by the government. Also, looking back on the Criminal Procedure Code amendments, a lot of amendments have been introduced recently. What was generated by the Minister of Justice and then published by the official gazette, there's a big gap, there's a big discrepancy between the government draft and the one published in the official gazette. Yes, we can give some duties to the government, but that should fall under the limits of their powers, of their competence. That's the first comment. The second comment that I would like to make, I do understand that we are limited in time, but this comment is very important because we request for the judiciary be foreseeable and independent. We say that these are absolutely essential principles, but the same kind of principles of foreseeability should also deal with the political interventions and reforms. Isn't that right? That's a rhetorical question. Yes, it's absolutely legitimate to raise question because we cannot just applaud and say that everything is absolutely perfect, because once we do this kind of exercise, which is absolutely unprecedented, that means that risks are also kind of unmeasurable. How do we have, can we have this foreseeability if we are not foreseeable? And then one question to all the authors, to the architects. because 2 years ago that system has been promoted. I mean, this kind of pre-vetting and vetting, absolutely unknown 2 years ago, has been promoted. Did you make any risk assessment 2 years ago? Did you look into some of the side effects, some of the adverse effects? Because my very subjective opinion, once again, subjective and personal, this is not the opinion of the government or the institutions that I represent, but in my opinion, so we are now witnessing a kind of struggle of positions, a lot of responses, post-reactions. It's very difficult for a specialist. It's very difficult to follow this kind of responses. It's absolutely difficult to follow all the actions and counter-actions in this regard. But in simple words, it happens that you're hitting us, you're criticizing us, and that will be criticizing you. And that's a kind of a struggle that takes place in our society. And as a result, the outcome is absolutely null. It stirs up and generates a lot of nervosis. And then the question is, what would be the result of this process, of this kind of mechanism take place in our country in 2 years, for example, by the end of the government, because this is like democracy about, I mean, the electoral cycle is changing, and of course we might have different kind of situation. It's a legitimate question, isn't it? Would we have another government that might say, let's cancel everything, and we spend a lot of public money, we spend a lot of donors' money for this kind of reforms? It's like a rhetorical question. In my mind, it's a very legitimate question. And I have this comment to the participants. One question to Mr. Karaman, and maybe Mr. Olar, I would like to ask you to comment on this. Because I do not know about any jurisdiction, I do not know about any decision or any situation so whereby the judges would not be willing to become a judge in the Court of Appeal, because this is your professional design. That's a function that you aspire throughout your lifetime. And to become an appeal judge, that's very important. And you, as a member of Superior Council of Magistrates, do you have any personal explanation for the fact that you said that the candidates are not like running to become judges of the Court of Appeal? Why this is actually happening? Because the best of the best should become the appeal judges, but even the bad ones actually are not aspiring for that. Doesn't that mean that we are living in an absolutely inconceivable situation? That's a question to Mr. Sergio Karaman, as well as to Mr. Olar, former Superior Council Magistrate member. So what does that mean if you do not want to become a judge of the Court of Appeal? So how that can be explained? Yes, I absolutely admire comments. Unfortunately, we do not have a lot of time in order to take it one by one. Maybe we'll collect several questions. Thank you very much. So my question would be very simple. Please introduce yourself for people who are watching you on the internet. Good day to everybody. My name is Nelly Sokirka, and I am coming from the civil society part. I'm an attorney from France, and today I participate in this forum, in this event, because we would like to have a representative of my bar from France in Chișinău to have a representation here. And before launching or developing this kind of activity, we would like to see how judiciary functions in the Republic of Moldova. What is the situation? Being born in Moldova, I have not learned the law in Moldova. I'm not a practitioner in the Republic of Moldova. That means that I'm like a beginner. Similar to any foreigner coming to the Republic of Moldova, I'm absolutely incipient. Listening today to the presentation about the pre-vetting, if I understand it right, so these are very complex processes that take place in our judiciary system, in our judicial justice system as a whole. If I understand it right, the pre-vetting has not been anonymously saluted or accepted or approved. I mean, not everybody is accepting that particular procedure, following this procedure correctly. Also, if I understand it correctly, that is an extraordinary procedure that was necessary to be applied for Moldova to become a candidate state to European family, and that was a kind of a conditionality for Moldova, right? Yes, I do realize that this is a very alien situation. And also Mr. Olaru said that such kind of a procedure was not introduced or applied in Romania. Yes, some of the situations cannot be repeated or replicated in the neighboring countries. I do understand that maybe this pre-vetting procedure is a response to a challenge, to a concern that Moldova faced by the official administration from Moldova, and this is an attempt to make our judiciary become more democratic and independent. Also, maybe this is a response to the concern of the citizens of Moldova to make our judiciary less corrupt. Yes, I did understand the essence of that particular procedure, but for the civil society representatives, those people who would like to understand better what is actually happening in the system, I have like two questions combined in one. First question. As long as the selection procedure is public and also the decisions of successful or fail, my question is whether the benchmarks or evaluation benchmarks are also public. Are they being known by the people? If, for example, a person would like to candidate for the Superior Council of Magistrates or Superior Council of Prosecutors, does that person know in advance, like in French, how that would be eaten? I mean, what are the evaluation criteria, and what kind of measurements, or what kind of how this kind of grading will be applied, and how the scoring is calculated? What is more important? What is less important? How this is being calculated? Is that clear from the very outset? That's the first question. Second question, if you do not have a sufficient number of candidates, and if I understood it right, you have an insufficiency in the number or lack of candidates, what kind of solutions do you envisage? Do you have in mind in order to allow this institution to continue its functioning, to continue its work? Because such kind of institutions would not be able to run their business if their members are not renewed, in case the conditions are not met in terms of the membership, in terms of the number. What would you do? Actually, so we have a possibility to answer only this kind of questions, Mr. Karaman. So would you take the first question from Mr. Munteanu? Yes, it's even very difficult for me to explain why my colleague judges, my peer judges, do not want to become judges in the Supreme Court of Justice or in the Appeal Court in the Republic of Moldova. Yes, you explained very right that a judge for the Supreme Court of Justice, that's actually the apogee of your career. This is the highest position that you can accomplish in that particular judiciary field. Yes, that for me that's also true, and I understand that this is very important. And I understand that if I wished and if I wanted to get advanced and to progress, and what would be like a stop in my career, that would be the Supreme Court of Justice for my case, and that would be my aspiration. Also looking into the powers and the competences of the Supreme Court of Justice, unification of the case law, and the Supreme Court of Justice would be the one to show some direction, would also be able to unify the practice and to develop some kind of jurisprudence, and also would focus on more scientific work, and I like this so much in my career. And this is what I aspired so much. And you asked for my personal opinion. What would be my personal explanation for that? When I looked into the selection and evaluation board, and we had more judges coming from the appeal court level, so very good judges that applied for that, but they did not apply for the Supreme Court of Justice. So why this is actually happening? My explanation is that being a member of the selection commission is more like a paid job, is more attractive, because the magistrates can stay and work in their courts, but in order to work in this board or college, if he or she is delegated, then that particular judge would be paid additionally. So that means that being a judge in an appeal court combined with being a member of the selection and evaluation committee, that function and position is more attractive than the position of a Supreme Court judge, because the Supreme Court judge position is not paid accordingly today. And I believe this is the explanation. This is the explanation, because there's judges that I mentioned before, and they applied to participate in the selection and evaluation commission. They should also pass the procedure of pre-vetting. They should go through the pre-vetting vetting procedure as well. That means that it doesn't mean that they're afraid of being evaluated, because they have also opted and applied for that particular membership in the college. Yes, that's actually the last comment that I would like to make. I cannot give you an answer from the point of view of the Moldovan judiciary, but actually the argument that was provided by Mr. Karaman, I believe that this is a very reasonable argument. And let me go back to the wording that I made. I mean, if you would like to request or demand something, you have to give something, you know, in order to demand it. Because if you want to be a judge in the Supreme Court of Justice, that's the highest position, but also should get the highest salary out of all the judges, prosecutors, or for example, magistrates from Romania. Even now, there's a competition to promote a judge for the Supreme Court of Justice, and I would say that the competition is very rigorous and the demands are also very high. We have never had this issue problem not to have sufficient number of candidates for the position of a Supreme Court of Justice justice or judge. On the other side, I'm just thinking, I'm trying just to help Mr. Karaman in answering to that particular question. I'm not sure what was the eligibility criteria before the old procedure. Did you have more candidates then than now? And if you had too many candidates then than now, then maybe the answer is very simple and very easy. Why so many colleagues do not want to be publicly exposed and apply for the Supreme Court of Justice position? Maybe they're not so, say, malicious, but yes, indeed, the financial component is also a very important issue. And that is absolutely true for everybody. Prosecutors, magistrates, and judges' payment is also very important.
Thank you, Minister. I think it is you that has to answer to the question of Ms. Leanu that actually was addressed to God, I think, who should ensure political stability in this area. And also the question about the criteria regarding candidates for the Supreme Court of Justice. I do not think that we can invoke the salaries issue, because the salaries for judges at the Supreme Court of Justice are much higher compared to the lower courts. Yes, the workload is huge at the Supreme Court of Justice, but first instance courts, I believe, have a huge stress level because they have lots of cases, a lot of contact with people, scarcity of clerks. So I believe it's a matter of assuming responsibility. As it was already mentioned, this is an extraordinary exercise, but in the information brief to the strategy, it's clearly stipulated that the salaries will be increased after the vetting. The decrease of number from 33 to 20, transforming this court into a court with appeal duties, so those that will go through pre-vetting and through vetting will have their salaries increased. This was already agreed. This cannot be done previously because we have to choose the best from the best. And moreover, I would like to supplement the answer to one of your previous questions. The persons who should undergo this extraordinary evaluation. So the goal of this assessment is not to differentiate the good from the bad ones, but to choose the best from the best, because we need to have members of the Superior Council of Magistracy. We have to choose the judges in the Supreme Court of Justice because it sets the tone for the whole system. And number 3, we are assessing the chief judges and their deputies whose judgments have a huge impact on the whole system, on the whole judiciary. And the other judges will be assessed as well. So they will undergo an internal evaluation done by the Superior Council of Magistracy and of prosecutors. Regarding criteria, if we speak about the first step, preventing, the assessment criteria are clearly stipulated in Law number 26. Moreover, according to Law number 26, the Pre-Vetting Commission developed its own internal regulations and the regulation of the Secretariat. And the regulation stipulates in detail the rules and the procedures of assessment. Moreover, this is an extraordinary exercise. It is based on the justified decision of the Pre-Vetting Commission. And in their commissions, the Pre-Vetting Commission has clearly stated the criteria used and the evidence on the basis of which they based their decision. Regarding how to ensure stability and functionality, this is a challenge. That is why this concept of vetting was planned to be implemented by stages, step by step, in order not to block the work of whole institutions. In parallel, the CSP and CSM were assigned some additional tasks as a derogation in order to be able to fill in the vacant positions. And the assessment of the Supreme Court of Justice, and for the third stage assessment of candidates to key positions, does not impede the functionality of the whole system. Because as it was mentioned before, we have temporarily transferred judges to the Supreme Court of Justice to ensure the functionality of this institute. Thank you. We are 15 minutes behind the agenda, so we have to hurry, because after the lunch break we have another session. So please be brief. And I hope very much that you will be with us for this second panel as well. You'll come with questions, including those who are watching us online. I am reading now the topic and the conclusion that we should formulate. Well, the final conclusion will be formulated tomorrow, but my conclusion as a moderator is that the risk of vetting and pre-vetting are not higher than the risks that we have to cope with in our life, because life is a risky thing. But to minimize this risk, let's have lunch. Thank you very much.
Stimați participanți, vă invităm să luați loc în sală. Forumul Reformarea Justiției și Combaterea Corupției va fi reluat în 2 minute. Stimați participanți, vă... Stimați participanți, vă invităm să luați loc în sală. Forumul Reformarea Justiției și Combaterea Corupției va fi reluat în 30 de secunde.
Bună ziua, doamnelor și domnilor, îmi face o deosebită plăcere.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the second panel on the first day of the Justice and Anti-Corruption Reforms Forum. It is my pleasure to invite our special guest, the keynote speaker is the Daniel Marius Morar, former chief prosecutor, the National Anti-Corruption Directorate, Romania, former interim prosecutor general of Romania, and former judge of the Constitutional Court of Romania. Daniel Morar has written a book about the 30 years of the judiciary and fighting corruption in Romania. On the basis of his experience of working in the judiciary system of Romania, he had managed the National Anti-Corruption Directorate for 7 years, and he had managed to transform this newly established institution into a visit card of Romania. He will be speaking today about the NAD performance, but actually this performance was mentioned by European institutions and other Romanian institutions that helped the institution when politicians felt somehow threatened and understood that the National Anti-Corruption Directorate could become a real threat for corrupt politicians. So I kindly invite Mr. Morar to tell us how he managed to start fighting corruption in a country, Romania, that was very much affected by corruption, like Moldova is now, and to cope with barriers imposed by politicians when politicians felt that a strong National Anti-Corruption Directorate can become a threat for themselves. And also to tell us, please tell us how we could institutionalize in the Republic of Moldova response to corruption, and what solutions would you offer to have a efficiency in our anti-corruption efforts. Hello to everyone. I would like to thank organizers for the invitation. I am here to speak about the Romanian experience in the past 15 to 20 years. At the same time, I was very curious to listen to the presentations in the first panel about pre-vetting, about the order that the Moldovan state would like to bring into the judiciary. So I'm just wondering whether this is enough, whether this would help the judiciary and the society as a whole. The issue that the Republic of Moldova is dealing with now is an issue that affected many countries. The most relevant example is Romania, that was in the same situation at the beginning of 2000 when we were negotiating our EU membership. Politicians understood that they would be accepted only if they fight corruption and do judiciary reform. Back then, whether we want to admit it or not, is the Republic of Moldova right now and the judiciary. I would say that this is a beginning to make the next steps. In early 2000, the Romanian society, together with its political class, was aware of the fact that corruption was a stringent problem, a problem that prosecutors and judges could not cope with alone. And then, because of that, it was decided to establish some agencies that were specialized in fighting corruption. But you have to know that whenever a society identifies an extraordinary problem that cannot be resolved with ordinary means, they are forced to look for extraordinary solutions. In ordinary circumstances, judges, prosecutors, police officers are fighting corruption. But if the state recognizes, like it happened in the Republic of Moldova, that the problem is of a different nature, then the tools used have to be of a different nature. This was done. The Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office was established, the National Anti-Corruption Center was established, but before I tell my opinion and whether such a regulatory framework is appropriate for your country, I would like to tell you that we had such discussions in Romania as well. And we had quite many people who were against establishing an anti-corruption prosecution office. But after it was established with extraordinary powers, the general prosecutor was not subordinated, not even the general prosecutor of the anti-corruption prosecution was not subordinated to the prosecutor general, and as a result of that, the expectations were very high, and they had professionals and staff. And when I managed the NAD, we had about 700 members of staff, prosecutors, IT, support staff. So we had about 350 people working on the operative side and about 350 people supporting the logistics. So back then there were no excuse not to obtain results, but results were not obtained because the assessment reports by the European Commission stated that the National Anti-Corruption Directorate would focus on petty corruption cases, and they would tell us that it is not the purpose of an NAD. It should focus on large-scale corruption. In 2005, the new government understood that there was a need to amend the legal framework, and they had to go a bit beyond the strict rules imposed by the law back then. The deputy prosecutor and the deputies, though they were appraised as non-performant, they would not leave. The prosecutor was very difficult. They had to go through the Superior Council of Magistracy. The whole process lasted a lot. So the politicians decided to change the law, to amend the law. They said, we don't have enough patience, the country has a journey to go, so we have to amend the law and implement the reform that we committed to. So they amended the law, and the high judges and prosecutors were appointed by the president of the country at the recommendation of the Minister of Justice. So a group from the ministry would shortlist the candidates and submit them to the president of the country. Myself and my team went through the same procedure. The president of the country chose a Minister of Justice he trusted, and then they formed the team of the National Anti-Corruption Directorate. So we had trust at all levels, because a question that we have in Moldova, what do we do about the staff? Where do we get them from? The president of Romania said, I do not know Mr. Morar, but I trust the Minister of Justice. So I trust the choice made by the Minister of Justice. So there was a kind of level of trust from one step to the other one. After the law was amended, those that had to go left, and we had a team established, and we were under huge stress because we wanted to join EU earlier, but it did not happen as we planned. We joined it in 2007, but before that, the anti-corruption prosecutors delivered results. I will tell you, because you are at the beginning of the monitoring period, do not think that you can give only some statistical data to the European experts and they will be satisfied with that. The same happened with Romania. For 3 years, we used to tell to EU experts that we were working on 10 large-scale corruption cases. Well, I don't have time to go into details about the monitoring, but the monitoring was very close. And not only officials from the Commission would come to monitor. These were judges with practical experience that knew very well how such a system operates. So how did we manage to improve a non-performant institution? Well, it is about people. And as far as I know, in the Republic of Moldova, and based on my knowledge of you, you have the same problem. You could have well-equipped institutions, but unless people are not good, then we will not have progresses. Myself, as the general prosecutor and then chief prosecutor of NAD, I had some tools that I could use. This vetting procedure is a very cumbersome, a very difficult procedure. You know it well. I've learned many things about it today that most of the countries did not have to implement. But even according to the Romanian law, there would be some question marks regarding the acceptability of such a procedure. But we had the chief prosecutor that was managing the National Anticorruption Directorate, had all of the powers to do a vetting. I did that. We did not have a formal procedure, but I knew what to do. I did not want to have only honest prosecutors in my institution. I was not interested in honesty only. I needed a courageous, determined prosecutor, a prosecutor that had a CV, that knew how to manage cases, how to investigate cases. I have heard about the vetting procedure, but we have to ask ourselves, we should not go to the other extreme. We should not fall in this trap. We should not assume that those that do not have any ethical issues is good to fight corruption. No, it can be a good prosecutor, but how can we make him or her be courageous, diligent, intelligent? We know that the vetting you're doing is one step. Maybe it's a big step, but it's not the only one. It's not enough. You could have only clean people in your anti-corruption institution that do not have any behavioral issue, that do not have any issues in the declaration of assets, and do not have any performances, because to be efficient, to have performances, you need much more than that. So in our case, the anti-corruption chief prosecutor had the possibility to revoke and to select them. So there was a derogation to the general rule in the public system, which stipulated only disciplinary sanctions and would go through the Superior Council of Magistracy. Whereas here, as both NAD and the court, the structure to combat organized crimes, the parliament offered to chief prosecutors broader mandate, because the expectations from them were higher. In the National Anti-Corruption Directorate, we had a lot of pressure, so it was normal for us to have broader tools, broader mandate. And in a very short period of time, less than 1 month, I evaluated the work of all prosecutors in NAD. How I did that? I assumed that everyone that were there were honest. So I focused on their professional level. I analyzed their work of the past 3 years. Those that did not have any outcomes, any results in the past 3 years had to leave. The Superior Council could not impede this, because they could only give advisory opinion. So let's go back to Moldova. You can do the vetting, but what do you replace with? Do you have new people to replace those that go? Maybe I had the advantage of coming from within the system. I started from the lowest level, and during my professional work, I saw good people. So I interviewed them and brought them to work with me in NAD. I am telling you this not to bore you, but I show you this as a solution. You've started this vetting exercise, this huge effort, but if you stay with the vetting only, you will not get the expected results. Human nature reacts to rewards and sanctions. So in the law, the chief prosecutor of the National Anti-Corruption Directorate, besides revoking from the system, they had the possibility to reward the diligent ones. I used to have a budget, a certain amount of money that could be used for bonuses. So that's what I used to do. On a quarterly basis, I would pay bonuses for those that would deliver results. So to continue, when things were arranged well in the NAD, we had large-scale cases, we encountered the reluctancy of courts. So we needed 3 to 4 years, that's a cycle, for a case file to have a final decision. Initially, the judges were reluctant. We had huge debates in the society. Myself, as a chief prosecutor, I had to show up in public discussions, in TV shows, and I publicly criticized our judges. So I made those public speeches because I saw that my first 3-year mandate was coming to a close. And I used to say that I did not understand from the response of the courts whether what I did was good or not. My team of prosecutors and myself would tell them, give us a solution, tell us something. You have the possibility to return the files. So they would keep on returning the files back to us. They revolted, they made some complaints to the disciplinary colleges. Well, that's not what matters. What matters is that some judges have started to understand that it's not them that have to fight corruption because they are judges, they are independent. This should be done by the police officer, by the prosecutor, but they need to give a reply because they are kind of gods, they are judges, and they have to step in with their contribution. They should say that, Olara Dumitrescu, you have good files, good, or this was not very good. So eventually things improved and the performances were more than expected. We became an institution that had better results than I expected initially. So making a parallel with the situation in Moldova right now, I don't want to be delicate because that would not be helpful to you. I have to be straightforward. When countries reach the conclusion that they need specialized anti-corruption agencies, they have 2 ways to do that. One, either on the basis of a police institute or on the basis of a prosecution authority. In Romania, we did not think to build. From the very beginning, we thought to build it on the basis of the prosecution, because from the very beginning, the management of corruption cases were the competence of prosecutors. The police officer did not have any powers, according to the law, to investigate such cases. In Moldova, you chose a different solution. You established the National Anti-Corruption Center. I know that this is a more complicated structure, but I speak about the duties of investigative officers and criminal investigation officers. And in parallel, the anti-corruption prosecution that would supervise that are supervising the cases managed by the Anti-Corruption Center. And as far as I see, the structure that Moldova chose did not deliver the expected results. I've read 2 reports prepared by European experts, and they say, they reveal the plenty of misunderstandings or the ping-pong between the 2 institutions and blaming each other. So our constitutional systems are similar. Our legal systems are similar. Prosecutors have more or less the same roles. It does not matter that prosecutors are not magistrates in the Republic of Moldova. In most of the countries, prosecutors are part of the Of course, if the prosecutor is a magistrate, that's an additional guarantee. But you, the prosecutors, though you are not magistrates, you have this professional career guided by the Superior Council of Prosecutors. You do not depend that much. You don't depend at all on politicians, actually. So I believe that it is natural in Moldova to have a strong anti-corruption agency on the basis of a prosecution authority. I will explain you why. The prosecutor can do everything that a police officer can do, but a police officer can do only a small fraction of what a prosecutor can do. The police officer can start an investigation and do research, whereas the prosecutor can open an investigation, do the research, can send the case to court, they can represent the case in the court, they can use the means of appeals. So it's not normal for the main stakeholder in the investigation of the large-scale corruption to be a unit that is different from the prosecution. So we have seen that things have settled. I've analyzed the competencies of all stakeholders involved, so I believe that you took too many of the competencies of anti-corruption prosecution. Now let's speak about people. I understand that there is a generalized suspicion. My colleague Codruțolaru said this as well, about the endemic corruption in the society and in the judiciary, because there are no convictions on corruption cases. I cannot say that we are very different from you, but in Romania I have not heard such accusations against the system or against some certain people that they are corrupt because they do not have any criminal investigations. So, to go straight to the solutions, to make the long discussion shorter. In the 7 years when I managed the NAD, we sent to court and condemned about 60 judges, from the first instance courts up to president, heads of departments at the Supreme Court of Justice, or their deputies, the deputy of the General Prosecutor of Romania. So we had 10 judges a year. Except one of them, all of them were condemned. So we can speak about corruption in Romania, but we do not, people do not have this perception that the whole system is corrupt. So to have 60 judges convicted in 6 years are not that many if we take into account the whole number of judges. But we should not forget that one judge is managing hundreds, if not thousands, of cases a year. So we can understand the magnitude of these efforts and outcomes. So I do not understand why in Moldova there is this perception that the whole system is corrupt and that we cannot rely on it. And we cannot have any people to choose from to be appointed in management positions that will be able to clean the society in their turn. Because you have 700 prosecutors. They are more than in other country per capita. So I believe that you have to release them of other duties, such as coordination and so on. Out of those 600, I don't believe that no one is honest and courageous and intelligent and willing to work. But I go back to the initial idea, why I say that a performance institution needs to be established on the basis of a prosecution authority in Moldova or Romania. Because as long as the national anti-corruption center has certain powers and the territorial prosecution offices have other powers, they will always pass the responsibility between the two. If the whole logistical chain and all of the competence stays within one institution, one anti-corruption prosecution office, then there is no one to blame, to put the blame on. During the period when I managed the National Anti-Corruption Directorate, I did not have an intermediary between myself and the society. The president of Romania back then was suspended. The Minister of Justice that recommended us left the system. So I didn't. It was just the General Prosecutor and myself, the Chief Prosecutor of the National Anti-Corruption Directorate. I did not have an intermediary with the society, so I had to persuade the society that with the budget allocated and logistics allocated, we could deliver results. Every month I would have a press conference. This was mandatory by law, but I did not do it because of that. I would go every month in front of the media to present the situation, to speak about the cases managed. Now I'm thinking back. So back then, there was an acute problem in the society. I had to explain to those that were not satisfied with our work. I had to explain about what we were doing, why do we move at this pace, and I could not, and I did not want to put the blame on someone else. I could not blame on the police because all the competencies were in my hands. We had our own accountants, our own logistics staff. So as long as you have 2, 3 or 4 institutions and you share the logistics, then this does not work. I believe that it will never work, or will work but with huge delays. We should not invent things that proved not to work. We have to use the examples that show that they can deliver results. I'm sure that you have a lot of important things to say about how you started the fight against corruption in Romania and what we should do in order to avoid the mistakes that you made in Romania. But we are scarce of time, so let's take 2 questions from the audience. I don't think we'll have time for more. So I would like to invite those that would like to ask questions to raise your hands. Livia. Hello, I wanted to ask this question in the first panel, but I did not have time. So I wanted to ask this question to your colleague, the prosecutor from Romania, because currently in our society we have a phenomenon related to stigmatization of judges and prosecutors. And because of that, some processes are delayed. So, Mr. Morar, in our society, any prosecutor or judge that would like to become a member of Superior Council of Prosecutors, of Magistracy, the society says that this person is close to the government or against the government or is corrupt. And on social media, they discuss their professional profile, relatives, and the discussions are in a destructive fashion, and this affects the reputation of judges and of prosecutors. And that's a reason why many judges and prosecutors do not want to apply to vetting, because they do not want to be associated with the politics, and they do not want their relatives, their family members to be discussed in all possible venues. I don't know if you had the same phenomenon in Romania, but we do have it, and it's very spread. What we could do, judges, or what methods should be put in place to fight this phenomenon? Thank you. So we had the same attitude in Romania as well. Why? Because they were not non-performant, or at least that was the public perception. 2, ideas to reply your question. Number one, when you want to be appointed in a high-level position, you should know that people will discuss about you, will look for your smallest guilt. If you believe that your private life is more important than the position you would like to occupy, then you should make the right choice. What the judiciary can do so that the population does not focus on criticism only is to increase their performance level. Because if the judiciary has a high-level cases and they issue fair results, people will gain trust. But the judiciary needs to offer something, needs to deliver results. First, they need to say that I have nothing to hide and I can get involved in this fight. And look what I do with the money I earn. If the public perception is, as we have seen in the Vox Populis, you will not be able to change it unless you have improved performances. If you decrease the trial period, if your solutions are fair and just, and the trend will improve for the better. But if you do everything with delays or you don't do at all, then you cannot expect anything else.
Good day, my name is Elena Podolianu. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the Leadership Center for Justice. So when the justice reform started being implemented in the Republic of Moldova under the new governance, actually the young people wanted very much to be part of this reform and to be engaged in this reform actively. Probably you might know about the famous prosecutor in Moldova who's brought the case of the former President Dodon to court. So, following an amendment of the law, this prosecutor has been withdrawn from that case examination. As a young person, and you have mentioned that indeed we have people who are part of this process, we have decent prosecutors and judges, but when they're being withdrawn from this process, when they're not part of this process, I'm wondering, do we need some professional integral youth, young people to participate in this kind of process? Whether we are seeking for this kind of professional integral people via vetting or pre-vetting commission or not. Yes, it's very important to have this possibility, and we have the state bodies that are able to implement this assessment. But having had such kind of amendment overnight, such kind of prosecutors being dismissed, and being as a young person actually constantly raise this question, do we need young people in the judiciary, integral, professional, be part of the system or not? From your point of view, what would be your opinion about this type of vetting or assessment? On the same side, I would like to thank Mr. Petru Iarmaliuc, because he is a very good representative of the young people, integral, professional young people who wish very much to have a reform in the justice of this country. And I do have very much I hope very much that we'll be able to harness on the opportunities and engage the young people in this process. In a normal situation, actually, each person starts as a young prosecutor. We need this kind of young prosecutors be part of this struggle. I also had the same kind of a situation, and a lot of prosecutors of Romania lost their cases. But as I said, that they would not be able to take all the cases from us and withdraw from the cases. Now it is more difficult in the past, but nevertheless we've been able to build prosecution and the judiciary even before having the Anticorruption department and before having the Superior Council of Magistracy, because there were situations when the prosecutors did their own struggle. But now, the Republic of Moldova society, we need a critical mass. It does not suffice just to have one single prosecutor here and another prosecutor in another district. But should this repeat, and then the pressure would be on those people who did it wrong. And then everything depends on the colleague prosecutors, because who is the second prosecutor who will be analyzing? Do we need courageous, do we need brave prosecutors in the system, or do we need corrupt people in the system? Thank you very much, Mr. Moraro, for your participation in this panel. Those people who would like to get more answers, so you can follow this interview with Mr. Moraro as part of my program. I would like to invite people to the second panel. Please join me in this panel. And then we'll try to pull the chairs. And also I would like to invite Mr. Daniel Marius Moraro to take a seat in the conference room until we get the other panelists here. Until our guest speakers take their seats, I would like to invite you to watch the Vox Populi, and we would see different citizens of the Republic of Moldova who were asked about how corruption is being fought in the Republic of Moldova, and mainly why the grand corruption people are not imprisoned. Those who commit this type of corruption, why they're not imprisoned. And I would like to encourage you to see what are the responses of the citizens. And once again, I would like to emphasize that this project has been supported by the US Embassy via the INL project. So what is the opinion of the citizens about how this is being investigated? What is your opinion about the activity of the National Anti-Corruption Center? I might say that it's better, but it could be done in a better way. Some of the issues are being initiated, but from the very beginning we know that they will not yield some results. I believe that they are working well because I have never had any inconveniences, I have never had any problems, I have never had any challenges. I believe it goes well. I don't know a lot about this, but there's always room for improvement. Until now, National Anti-Corruption was dealing with all the corruption, but now people say that the anti-corruption prosecution would be dealing with the current corruption cases if they manage to focus on real cases, not just on the bribes of 100 like lei or 200 lei taken by doctors or given to doctors, then it would be more important. So it's also very important to see how the Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office will be able to focus on real corruption once it gets rid of these small-scale cases. I believe that they are professionals, and I believe that they are fulfilling their mission according to the law. That's my opinion. So what is your opinion about the sanctioning of the people who are corrupt? I believe they are punished, but they are not so harshly punished. Yes, if there's a kind of an agreement between them and the government, so that they would be withdrawn, maybe they can get out of the country, maybe be paid for that, maybe they can also share the money that they stole, and then they can easily flee out of the country. No, absolutely not. Maybe just 1% out of million. No one will ever imprison anyone. It's in our blood. It's not only an issue of the Republic of Moldova, it's actually an issue challenge for the Europe as a whole. Certain kind of circumstances are shaped where families come together and act as gangsters. Sometimes they're being sanctioned, but just to show as a show-up. Eventually, those who really deserve to be punished, they are not imprisoned. I don't know. I really don't see any big results from that. Why do you think this happens in our country? Because the police is not working well. I mean, it does not do its job properly. And usually, or very often, people who are not competent are part of this struggle. And sometimes people are not guilty, but maybe they are illiterate, maybe they don't know the provisions of the law, and thereby they are being imprisoned. So this is like a why. This is a specificity of the judicial system of our country. It's an issue about the nepotism, helping each other. Corruption is a problem. So this is my personal view. The issue is not about somebody who doesn't want to imprison somebody else, but there are some three bodies that are absolutely passive. They are not able to collect evidence. They don't know how to use the internet, so thereby they cannot be discovered and they cannot be put into jail. What is your opinion about this initiative on current corruption cases? It's a very welcome. So yes, we believe that dragging out and procrastination requires some extraordinary measures. It's a very good idea. I'm just in favor of this idea. I believe that we don't need so many institutions. We have sufficient laws that should be implemented. We have the authorities that should just do their job. It's an absolute stupidity. This is my opinion about the situation. Why do you think? Because they have never solved the problems. So why do you think they would be able to do it now? Because this is the same group of people. Nothing has changed. I believe this is a very extraordinary. It should have been implemented a long time ago. It is necessary because if they want to do this, then I have to build. We need a different constitution. We need different laws and some other people who would defend and enforce the laws. So I believe that we need it because our system is fully corrupt. For 30 years it has been in existence and nobody is able to cope with these difficulties. Now I believe the situation will not change. Everybody will continue lying, hiding. In this light, in this context, I do agree. And in principle, we have to blow the whistle and to find any possibility to fight. Any type of ways have to be found. But what is important is to see some results. Although, so the ways how to do this, they can be found. I mean, people know better how to do it. So we had the possibility to see the Vox Populi. So listening, had the opinion of the people, plain people from the street, how they see the results of this fight, of this struggle with the corruption. Now I would like to invite Madam Victoria Meriuța, so she will speak about an efficient investigation of corruption cases. Thank you very much. Good morning. I would like to ask my colleagues to put the presentation on the screen, on all the screens that we have in the room. So let me start. My presentation, I would like to say what is the Corruption Perception Index, to show it on the screen. In the first chart, we can see that the Republic of Moldova back in 2022 got 39 points, being ranked 91st for that particular year ranking. If we look on that particular graph, so we can see a positive evolution throughout the years. In 2022, the Republic of Moldova has had a better situation in terms of fighting corruption. Actually, that was the best situation out of the last 10 years in fighting corruption. Now, from international point of view, maybe situation looks better, but at national level, according to the data of the public barometer in September, so we can see a very high level of dissatisfaction and discontent of the citizens of the Republic of Moldova with regard of the results of our government in terms of fighting corruption. 80% of the citizens of the Republic of Moldova has answered to show their dissatisfaction, whereas only 13% of the population chose another option of answer, like being very satisfied or rather satisfied to this fight. This graph shows once again what are the expectations of the people with regard to the government, to the leadership of the country, and what kind of results have to be achieved in fighting corruption, expecting some tangible and rapid results. Now let's go deeper into that particular subject. On that slide, you can see what are the cases that have been initiated by the anti-corruption prosecution as well as by the National Anti-Corruption Center on corruption cases. Although in 2018, about 1,065 cases have been initiated, like total. Then in 2022, we can see a drop, a decrease in that particular number, and that the total number of cases was over 700. Two-thirds relate to petty corruption cases or smaller corruption. According to the new reform, the anti-corruption prosecution would not be responsible for this two-thirds of the cases that refer to the petty corruption. So that would not fall under the responsibility of an anti-corruption prosecution office. Now, as for the number of cases admitted to court, we can notice a very interesting tendency. More than 250 corruption have never reached the court. 80% of these files refer to smaller corruption or petty, whereas 22 grand corruption. So speaking about the anti-corruption tribunal, creation. So that might also speak about the burden, the workload that should be covered by the Anti-Corruption Tribunal. And also, what are the sanctions applied for corruption cases? According to the General Prosecution Report from 2022, we can notice that the two types of sanctions are more often applied: imprisonment with suspension, as well as the fine. In 40 or 50% of the cases, these two sanctions are being applied. The less frequent sanctions that are applied for corruption are imprisonment or unpaid work, community work, and in 2022 that was applied only in case of one person. So these are some of the information data. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope that the discussion that would follow under that particular panel would be sincere, frank, and constructive. Thank you, Victoria, for the presentation of these figures. And they tell us a lot about how we are being viewed from outside, as well as what is the opinion of the citizens, of the people. This is a reason actually for us to think why this is actually happening in our country. So now let's go to the second panel entitled Investigation and Effective Sanctioning of Corruption. Under this panel we have got a lot of keynote speakers, so thereby I would like to ask all the speakers to make the presentations as short as possible, and the organizers told me to limit it to 5 minutes. I would, with the permission of the speakers, I would say that maybe 2.5 minutes would be absolutely enough, and then we'll have more possibilities and more time for question answers. I would like to invite Klaus Dumitrescu, independent expert, former chief prosecutor of the National Anti-Corruption Directorate from Romania. Also, we have Veronica Dragalin, chief prosecutor, Anti-Corruption Restriction Office of Moldova, Olesia Stamati, chairperson of the legal committee for and appointment from the parliament, Veronica Mihalov-Muraro, Minister of Justice, Iulian Rusu, director of the National Anti-Corruption Center. Also, we have Vladislav Grebincha, so the Justice Program Director from the Legal Resource Center of the Republic of Moldova. Also, we have two speakers who join us online. So that is Vera Mikhailenko, who is the head of the High Anti-Corruption Court from Ukraine. So we hope that Vera is following us, has been connected. The second one is Vitaly Kasko, who is the law and former Deputy Prosecutor General of Ukraine, also online joining us. So I will start with Olesia Stamati, so the chair of the legal committee of the parliament. And so maybe we can talk about the strategy or the state concept of the government on fighting grand corruption in the Republic of Moldova. What is your general vision? What do you have at hand? Who and how this fight against corruption shall be organized? Who should do this? And how it can be done? No, it's better to have it close. So, no, it's better. Thank you very much, Mariana. Dear colleagues, dear guests, it's a great pleasure for me to participate in these discussions, very interesting discussions about the justice, the reform and combating corruption in our country. It looks like this is like an eternal, never-ending discussion in the Republic of Moldova. I hope very much that every year, so when we organize such kind of discussions, it would be very important to speak about and to take stock of the progress that we have accomplished according or compared with the previous years. So that would be my point. That would be the point of my discussion, because from the very beginning, when we accepted the government's chair actually and seats in the parliament, fighting corruption has been actually focused on two segments. First one is introducing legal amendments. These kind of amendments were absolutely necessary to make sure that corruption fight would be efficient. And then the second part focused on the human resources, meaning identification and facilitation of the access of some courageous and integral people to hold some key positions in the anti-corruption segment, as well as external evaluation of vetting of the prosecutors and judges from the key institutions that would have to examine, investigate, as well as adopt decisions on the case files on corruption cases. So these are the two chapters. So these are the two main pillars. And these kind of pillars have to be covered in parallel in order to ensure an intermingling and a better convergence of this objective. in terms of the legislation, those people who are present in this conference room, everybody knows about the amendments that were introduced. I would mention only the most important: Criminal Procedure Code amendments about submitting to court in default or in absence of the perpetrator, extended confiscation so that this confiscation type would be efficiently applied. Constitutional amendments about the immunity of the judges was another amendment. Some deferrals or exception for the need to request the agreement of the Supreme Council of Magistracy, as well as in the law on legal profession or attorney's profession. Also, some amendments to the Criminal Procedure or Administrative Procedure Code, which makes a delimitation between the crimes, as well as introduction of a new component of crime, electoral-related crime, and namely the active political corruption and passive electoral corruption. And the purpose would be to eliminate any kind of racism in the political struggle. And recently, so the cooperation or collaboration agreement would be introduced, and that would be a very good instrument and tool for the prosecution in examining the grand corruption cases. Now, speaking about the differentiation of the competencies and powers between the National Anti-Corruption Center and the Anti-Corruption Prosecution, I believe that everything is clear, so we had a very hot discussion about that. Here I would like to speak about the amendments that were introduced to the Criminal Procedure Code that entered into force recently, and the purpose would be to make it more efficient and to make the criminal case examination in court done in a quicker and a more expedited manner, in a timely manner. All these legal amendments represent a very important tool and a useful tool when they're being applied correctly. So that means that we need prosecutors and judges that would be able to act in good faith and apply this kind of instruments correctly, and the interest being to fight and to stop the big corruption in this country. In the first panel, we talked a lot about the pre-vetting and vetting exercise. I will not speak about this, about that. In the second panel, yes, it's absolutely clear that this is a pending exercise. The first results have become already visible. It's a very complicated exercise. It's an exercise that would not be able to generate immediate results, but nevertheless, it's absolutely related, closely related to the need and to the desire to have a systemic and long-lasting reform in the justice sector. Also, I've noticed that my colleague from the Legal Resource Center provided some figures, and that was Victoria Meriuța. I also wanted to provide some figures in terms of international versus national, in order to see what is the situation and state of play in fighting corruption in Moldova. According to the Transparency International ranking, so we're ranking 91 compared with 105 ranking that we had. If you look into the rule of law index in terms of the supremacy and the rule of law, so we have grown to 68 in 2022. In terms of corruption phenomena, the same kind of ranking. So we have from 111, now we have the position of 105, and that is as of 2022. So that's an improvement. And becomes clear, somehow clear from the presentation of Victoria Meriuța. Yes, it's absolutely clear that at national level we look worse compared with international ranking or assessment, and that might be easier to understand because the impact of those changes that have been introduced and performed during these couple of years are noticed in a more difficult manner, because once we start an investigation until a conviction ruled by the judges, of course, a lot of years might pass. Those actions that have been taken by us on the side of the government and the parliament may become visible a bit later, and then even later this kind of issues would be clear for the citizens, because this kind of information would be provided to the citizens only through different kind of media outlets. Let's look on the figures and look on the number of case files that have been examined by the anti-corruption prosecution that have resulted into sending this indictment to court. Because if you look in 2020, only 22% of all the cases that have been documented by the anti-corruption have reached the court and then resulted in indictment. In 2022, this figure is 59% already. So in my opinion, this is already clear that previously there was like a well-known practice when the prosecutors would document these kind of cases, just like a formality. They would bargain some kind of negotiate some issues, and maybe this case can be dropped, or maybe it would be closed or dismissed. And the total number of these files that have been documented, investigated, and then sent to court based on an indictment. So this figure is bigger, so we can see a triple effect, a triple growth in that figure. The same goes for the conviction, so we can see a more modest dynamic, but nevertheless the conviction on corruption cases compared with 2021, so that was 66% now compared with 61% a couple of years ago. And also cases when there was a sentence pronounced on imprisonment of the person, there was an increase to 12.3% in 22. That was a double increase. That may be like a modest growth, but nevertheless, that's a very positive increase. And that shows that we are going on in the right direction, and this is my point of view, and I believe that we have chosen the right path. Now I would like to invite Madam Veronica Mikhailov-Moraru, Minister of Justice, and she will speak about what the government does at the level of the Minister of Justice in order to ensure a smooth path and enhancing, fostering the possibilities and the powers of the institutions that are entitled and empowered to fight corruption. Thank you very much. Good day once again. As a candidate country to join the European Union, indeed, the Republic of Moldova should first and foremost provide some tangible deliverables in the corruption case investigation, as well as the sanctions applied for those. Following a lot of reports that have been weekly provided, we are constantly being asked what kind of results do we have, what kind of cases have already been submitted or solved and ruled in court, because in terms of legislation, as it was mentioned by Madam Olesya Stamati-Vituela, the situation is rather good. I might also say that in 2 years' time, so there were too many amendments introduced in the Criminal Code and Criminal Procedure Code. I believe that this is not so sound or healthy from the point of view of normative stability, because even for the specialists, it's very difficult to assimilate and digest all the information about the changes that take place. In addition to the fact that we are constantly part of this consultation endorsement processes, but nevertheless, whenever there's a need, we should intervene and maybe unblock, untie those processes that created a lot of barriers and impediments in the activity of the investigation bodies and created some possibilities for abuse to delay the investigation or to take advantage of some of the drawbacks and difficulties in the criminal procedure rulings or situations. So there was now there's a possibility to investigate this kind of cases in absentia. Also, there were amendments introduced in order to make the sanctions harsher for crimes related to corruption, and that started in 2020. That was the first attempt to introduce this kind of harsh measures. Then the electoral corruption case was introduced in 2021. Then there was another amendment adopted in the first reading, and that is a consolidated process, and the purpose would be to cover several crimes and felonies related to the category of corruption as well as related acts to corruption. And here I would like to thank very much Mr. Morar for providing his expert opinion, expertise in amending the criminal code, because that process was not an easy one, because we tried to engage everybody in this process of amending. This draft law would have to be adopted in the second reading, and some other elements of novelty would relate to the impossibility to take advantage of maybe waiving or getting rid of any liability or accountability due to the fact that the statute of limitation has already expired. Also, the Criminal Procedure Code that was recently adopted includes a lot of procedural regulation that would limit the possibilities of delaying, recusing, or suspending the prosecutors, or exception of non-constitutionality should not be used in order to impede the examination of the merit of the case. But indeed, these kind of effects might be seen only in time. Some additional leverages, procedural one, have been introduced and provided to the law enforcement bodies. And here we speak about some simplified procedures, and we hope that during the criminal investigation phase, prosecutors would be able to take advantage of this simplified manner, so that would be able to reduce the workload of the prosecutors, and that would give them the possibility to examine the cases that are more important in due time. And some other innovations were introduced and novelties were introduced in the Criminal Procedure Code and Criminal Code. I don't believe that constant improvement of the legislation is the key problem. So we have to see what are the reasons and why the results are not provided on some important cases. Is that the issue of capacity building? Is that the issue of lack of desire, lack of strategies? Because whenever we speak about the grand systemic corruption, every time so we face a lot of challenges, but even the endemic or systemic corruption has taken very interesting forms, shapes, and where you have to apply some new methods in order to investigate and to indict the people. In addition to the justice reform, combating of corruption is a very important commitment, and our European course much depends on the results that we achieve in terms of corruption fighting. All the prosecutors also have to understand that this is a joint effort, and we have to see how this fighting corruption shall become more efficient. The third measure is to fulfill the commitment of combating corruption at all the levels by adopting different kind of decisions, having efficient investigations, as well as to have a very good result from the criminal investigations that are conducted based on the recent amendments. So we say that all the corruption cases have to represent a kind of priority compared with the adolescences or minors cases, etc. So there was another case that was very important for our country that was actually postponed. So thereby we have to speak about accountability, responsibility of the judges, of the prosecutors. These kind of corruption cases have to be like a priority, speak about the public interest and the need to recover the assets from this corruption. We are not just talking about conviction sentence. If there are no sufficient evidence and the person is innocent, and then the person has to be acquitted, but acquittal or conviction shall be viewed as a result. Now, so how we would be able to foster the activity of the anti-corruption bodies? We have talked about this at length initially. We thought that anti-corruption prosecution office has to be fostered according to the National Anti-Corruption Director from Romania, Denia. Initially, we thought that national anti-corruption has to be clarified in terms of the powers and competence between the National Corruption and National Anti-Corruption Center, but the idea was to work together. Then some other analysis was done, different arguments in favor against were analyzed, and then we have decided that it has to be separated. By the National Anti-Corruption is the one that has to be fostered, because we need a very powerful, strong institution that would be able to fight grand corruption. In this regard, various amendments were introduced, but this is not sufficient. It's important for the anti-corruption director to be involved. Also, PG Cox, the specialized prosecution, should also be engaged, because in the vetting laws, all these prosecutions are being vetted, are being checked, and taking into account that these kind of cases are very complex. We have to make sure that all the prosecutors are professional and integral pointed to this function. Together with the General Prosecution Office as well as Anti-Corruption Director, also we have to report to the European Commission. So thereby we try to focus on fostering and consolidating all the human resources, special investigation measures be introduced to have a certain organizational structure of the National Anti-Corruption prosecution being endowed with all the necessary resources. There was a challenge for us on how these special investigation measures have to be conducted. We've been inspired from the colleagues from Romania, and this draft law of special investigation measures that would have to be adopted by the Parliament in the second reading. So we have tried to provide the solution that was submitted by the working group, and I would like to thank all the representatives of the prosecution, and that is seconding some of the investigation officers that would be seconded for a period of 5 years from CIS and the other institutions. At the end, what I would like to mention that the fostering of the anti-corruption office does not boil down only to national anti-corruption, but it's important to foster the Ministry of Justice. Also, all the other institutions have to become more consolidated in such a way that all the efforts be integrated in a logical and constructive manner. National Integrity and Anti-Money Laundering Office, everybody has to be involved. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Now I would like to invite Madam Veronica Dragălin, who is the Chief Prosecutor of the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office in Moldova. Madam Dragălin, you have a very complicated task. You will have to maybe rethink and rethink and build a new anti-corruption prosecution office following this kind of amendments. And I would like to ask you, in your presentation, in your speech, could you speak realistically, whether it's possible or not? And what kind of prosecution on anti-corruption would we have in Moldova once so these provisions are applied?
Thank you. Last week, we finished the review of the cases that we have. By applying the new law, we checked how many of them meet or fall within the remit of the anti-corruption prosecution. About 25% of the cases that we're currently managing fall within the mandate of the anti-corruption prosecution. These are corruption cases committed by special subjects or involve large amounts of money or damages and other 2 or 3 types of crimes. So according to our analysis, about 430 files should be transferred from the anti-corruption prosecution to the prosecution offices of Belz, Chișinău and Cahul. So in such a way, we will be able to focus our resources on complex cases, large-scale cases that involve large amounts of money, high-level dignitaries, officials, and though not all of them meet the requirements of the new law, such as banking fraud, files, laundromat, or metal feroz, will stay with us. So I hope that this will help us focus our limited resources on large impact cases, and I believe that we have to be equipped as soon as possible with the needed equipment and logistics so that we can manage our own files. The law entered into force on August 22nd, and we had cases when somebody called us to inform that a lawyer, an attorney, is asking for a bribe to be paid to a prosecutor. So now we do not have officers and we do not have needed equipment to collect the evidence, to record the discussions, or to give money as a bribe, money that we control so that we can use it as evidence. So to be able to work, we contacted the General Prosecutor to set up a group consisting of officers from the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office and National Anti-Corruption Center. So we try to find alternative solutions now, but I believe that in the future we need to have the needed tools and resources so that we can manage the whole case from A to Z using our own institution, like the Romanian counterparts are doing. But now I would like to respond to the video that we have just watched in terms of people's expectations from corruption-fighting institutions. I believe that they have very high expectations, and we need to be aware that when we speak about outcomes on corruption cases, there are some things that are not specific to Moldova. This is a gap in all of the world countries. The share of cases that end up with imprisonment is very small, but that's a normal thing, because worldwide an act of corruption is not at the same level as murder or rape. I know from the system where I come from, the US system, imprisonment for an act of corruption or the so-called white-collar crime oftentimes is not punished with imprisonment. And when people say that why don't we see so many people in prisons, and the perception that this is because of corrupt judges and prosecutors, well, that's not true. These are the realities about this type of crimes. The same about the length of a case being analyzed in the court. in a healthy state with a strong judiciary. Such cases last years. So it's good to remind about the peculiarities related to corruption cases, and we have to recognize that we do have some positive results. The fact that in 2022 we finished the criminal investigation and sent to court corruption cases against a former president of the country, a former director of intelligence service, suspended prosecutor general, his deputy, a former judge at the Supreme Court of Justice. We have many cases that were finished, the investigation ended. So this means the prosecutors and the officers we cooperate with and investigative judges worked well. This is the result of our work. So we, as an institution, the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office, I believe we delivered results in terms of large-scale corruption. We continued the same in 2023. We sent to court a case about a former prime minister, a former minister. I do understand that people are expecting to see people behind the bars, to see money returned back into the country's budget. Well, it will take time, but it's good that we have positive results. Yes, but I want to say that these expectations of people are somehow fostered by politicians who make promises during the electoral period. So we should not blame people only. We have to be careful what we promise them. And now I will give the floor to Iulian Rusu, Director of the National Anti-Corruption Center. He will tell us about the objectives of NAC after these changes, and how would you describe the cooperation with the anti-corruption prosecution after this decoupling? Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Our priorities to establish an efficient mechanism of cooperation with Municipal Prosecution Office. The law entered into force about a month ago. We have new cases, including cases caught on the spot that were reported publicly regarding institutional cooperation priorities. We would like to have access to more information systems for us to have even better analysis. In this regard, I have to underline that this is not the most direct connection. We don't have direct connections. Sometimes it is more difficult to get access to certain data. Regarding the relationship that we have with the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office, I would say that it is a work-based relationship. We will always be ready to provide the needed support on the new cases managed by the Anti-Corruption Prosecution until the provisions related to capacity enhancement are implemented. Financial resources, operative coverage, analytical researches, all of the tools that we have. Of course, we are also interested that large-scale investigations are successful, because we, in our turn, are affected when our work is destroyed in the court. NAC, besides response, is also working on assets, on wealth. So I would like to underline that in the diagram that was presented in the previous presentation, you did not include confiscations or seizures. our main goal is not to put people behind bars. Yes, in case of severe crimes, people have to go to prison. But the logic of a sanction is to prove, to show that committing a crime will not offer any benefits to the perpetrators. Crime does not pay. So that should be our ultimate goal. And I would like to supplement the answer by bringing additional data. Last year, the Crime Assets Recovery Agency applied seizure in the value of 2 million lei. Is this a big or small amount? We don't know, but if we are to compare it with the figures involved in the banking fraud, that would be about 10%. That's not a small amount. And these seizures were applied during 1 year only. That's in addition to the other results that were presented already. And the third group of priorities for us is about external framework. We would like to have direct interactions with our counterparts in EU member states. We use the conference that we organized last autumn as a bridge, and we still harness the benefits, as well as with other European institutions such as the European Prosecutor Office and OLAF. And when asked about the availability of the Republic of Moldova to initiate negotiations, both the European Prosecution Office and OLAF will be asked how active are the Moldovan authorities in terms of notifying potential crimes with the involvement of EU funds in terms of frauds and other types of crimes. So it's important for us to have this list of initiatives that we started, so that these two authorities could report to the police that, yes, indeed, there are initiatives, and this is a good basis or a good argument corroborated with others to reach the conclusion that the Republic of Moldova is ready to start the negotiations with EU for accession. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rusu. Now I will give the floor to our guest who will be joining us online, Vera Mihalenko, head of the High Anti-Corruption Court, Ukraine. I hope she can hear us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am representing the High Anti-Corruption Court. The High Anti-Corruption Court is a new specialized court established in Ukraine 5 years ago to consider cases of top corruption charges. First, one fact. Since the beginning of the Hague's existence, several members of parliament and members of the government have been convicted. For the entire period of our independence, 30 years, Ukraine has not known a single case of conviction of official of the trend. Because members of parliament were considered untouchable not only by rule, but also by unwritten corruption rules. The Hague has broken the system and shown that there is an inevitability of punishment even for the elite if the elite breaks the law. I would like to present a little bit Ukrainian concept of the anti-corruption court. I think there are several main aspects worth highlighting. The first one, it is the procedure for the competition of judges, competitive selection. The second one, structure and the consideration of cases. Of course, it is jurisdiction. The fourth one, it's trust, transparency, and of course, challenges. If we talk about the procedure for the competition of judges, I would like to say that Hague's judges were selected through an open and transparent competition with the participation of international experts. For Ukraine, it was the first time that international experts took part in the competition procedure for Ukrainian judges. The competition was open not only to current judges, but also to lawyers and to scientists. In my opinion, this was a very good decision, as it allowed to fill the judicial system with professionals with different backgrounds. Of course, all candidates had to comply with the requirements regarding age and experience, and all candidates were subject by integrity checks. You call it vetting. At the same time, the representatives of law enforcement agency were not allowed to participate. The competition lasted for 9 months and included a test of knowledge of the law, a practical task of writing a judicial decision, psychological testing, integrity checks, and a public interview. But the competition was not only a test for the candidate, because I can only imagine the amount of work that has been done. At the initial stage of submitting documents, many candidates were asked questions about their property, behavior, and decisions. If we talk about the career judges, if after the explanations provided, the candidate still had questions, he or she had to answer them at a public interview. Of course, it wasn't easy, and it is understandable because a candidate doesn't know what questions to expect. If candidate doesn't have any unreasonable assets and could explain the existence of property, that was half the battle. On the other hand, the check concerned also previous professional life, and the candidate had to explain the reason for certain actions. And all candidates had to be on a public interview at the last stage of this competitive selection. As a result of the competition, 27 candidates became the first instance judges, and 11 became judges of the appeal chamber. The High Anticorruption Court hears cases as a court of the first instance and separately as a court of appeal. There is a lot of discussion about the correctness of such composition. I mean the creation of two instances within one legal entity. However, the court practice shows now that the first instance and the appeal instance are really independent from each other. By the way, the Hague is formed according to the structure of the International Criminal Court. At present, justice is administered by 26 first instant judges, because one judge became a member of the High Qualification Commission of Judges, and I said 11 judges of the appeal chamber. All cases are heard by a panel of 3 judges. For the first instance, this is currently a problem, which I will discuss later. Jurisdiction. The Hague High Anti-Corruption Court was created as a court of criminal jurisdiction in the field of high-level corruption. However, over the years, the court's jurisdiction has expanded significantly. We are now also considering civil cases on recognizing assets as unjustified and recovering them for the state. And in addition, after the start of the full-scale invasion, a new type of cases appeared in the legislation and practice, the imposition and administrative sanction in the form of recovery of assets of sanctioned person into the state. This applies to assets located on the territory of Ukraine, and this applies to assets which belong to Russian individuals and legal entities that contribute to Russian aggression through their actions and decisions. The agenda also includes further expansion of the Hague's jurisdiction over administrative cases of corruption offenses. And here we move on to trust, because the constant extension of jurisdiction of the Hague clearly demonstrates trust to the court and the competence of judges. In addition, when I talk about trust, I mean a society that sees change in the issue of the inevitability of punishment for corruption offenses. What about transparency? The Hague, as an element of the judicial system, is being formed and established in the conditions of socio-political instability. Therefore, transparency is necessary to gain trust. This does not mean that civil society or other authorities should control it. Control of the judiciary is a wrong way to go, of course. However, society should know how justice is administered and why certain decisions are made. That is why the open court hearings are broadcast on YouTube. The court has a department for citizens' appeals. The press service and judges' speakers communicate with the media. For the High Anti-Corruption Court is a general experience and general working. And of course, about challenges, because we have many challenges, of course, we have certain problems. This includes a large number and volume of cases with a small number of judges, the absence of real mechanism of opposition, the delaying cases. Then society expects and demands quick and harsh decisions that are not inherent in the body of justice. And often the court is perceived as a political body. In our fourth year of operation, we recognize that we are not Superman. The constant expansion of the Hague's jurisdictions, the increase in the number of cases coming to court, and the collegial review of all cases slows down the processes. Out of 26 judges, 11 serve as an investigative judge. Therefore, only five panels can simultaneously accept new cases in the first instance. This is obviously not enough. We have recently requested the High Council of Justice to increase the number of judges, and are currently awaiting a decision and hope that we will receive new professional colleagues within a year. Other big challenge for us is using of legislation by the participants. because in Ukraine, the culture of justice in high-profile corruption cases in only just be informed. And with the creation of new independent anti-corruption bodies and the high anti-corruption code, political and business elites are beginning to realize the inevitability of punishment for corruption offenses. Of course, this realization is very painful for many actors who can actually be held accountable. Therefore, they resort to various methods of avoid court proceeding, illness, urgent business trip on the day of the court hearing, abuse of procedural rights, etc. Sometimes this not only significantly delays the proceedings, but also blocks them, absolutely. Ukrainian procedural law is very democratic, as Ukraine is a member of the Council of Europe and promotes the democratic values. The current law is designed to be applied in good faith, but in the Ukrainian reality, this is more exception rather than the rule. Therefore, the abuses and manipulation of legislation are at the top of the list of our problems. I am not aware of any cases of direct pressure on judges of the High Anti-Corruption Court, but we have been numerous cases of pressure on judges through the mechanisms of disciplinary liability and criminal cases against judges. It is also worth mentioning the media resource used to support corruption cases. Here we are talking about various negative materials in the media about judges who are considering specific cases, dissemination of so-called analytical materials in various sources about violations of the law by judges in cases that have not yet been completed. Large law firms even offer their clients media support of case as a part of their defense strategy. Participants in the cases constantly accuse us of accusatory bias and try to make the High Anti-Corruption Court look like a political body rather than a judicial body. It isn't true, of course, because Hague is a judicial body and Hague is a real court. On the other hand, the public demands quick and harsh decision, like I said, criticize the court for acquittals, and the Hague also issue acquittals. It happens. So we communicate and explain that the court must be objective and make decisions based on the evidence presented. As a result, after 4 years of activity, I can confidently state that the creation of the Hague is a necessary and successful decision. The Hague is not afraid to make difficult decisions that cause different emotions in society, as it acts exclusively in accordance with the law, despite possible pressure and criticism, which has already been enough, if be honest. Hague are forming the new standard of justice, transparency of activities, attitude toward participants and visitors, communication with society, and the quality of the court decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mikhailenko, for your intervention and for very
explanation about how work anti-corruption court in Ukraine. Am să ofer mai departe cuvântul domnului Claudiu Dumitrescu.
Now I would like to invite Mr. Claudiu Dumitrescu, independent expert, former chief prosecutor of the National Anti-Corruption Director DNA from Romania. So Mr. Dumitrescu, I would like to ask you in your presentation if you could tell us what are the most efficient sanctions for corruption cases, how they can be applied in practice. Because as Madam Dragalian said a bit earlier, is that indeed people would like to see people like who commit corruption cases be imprisoned. But this could not happen immediately. Like maybe in 10 years' time that would be easier, but in 2 years it's kind of too early to see some kind of results. How would be able to achieve? So we had very little time to know more about the judiciary system in the Republic of Moldova. We looked into the justice reform in Moldova, and we are much interested about this decoupling between current corruption cases, petty corruption, systemic corruption, and what would be the influence of these changes on the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office and the National Anti-Corruption Center, NAC. Now the powers are absolutely separate, and everybody should know about its powers and competencies, what falls under whose competence. That's very important to have this kind of differentiation. And we know that the expectations are very high. The anti-corruption prosecution has to undertake a couple of steps in order to be more consolidated, to be enhanced and fostered, so that this prosecution office would be able to act in full capacity, to have qualified and skilled people, and to have, as Mr. Morales said, to have honest, determined, committed prosecutors that would be able to be part of this activity and to fight with these kind of cases. And that's far from being an easy task. Fighting corruption is a very complicated, very challenging situation because people might feel that the other felonies and the other problems are also difficult, but this is not true. You should be specialized. You cannot come from a district prosecution office and say that you're already specialized in corruption cases, because the Criminal Procedure Code and Criminal Code of any country does not envisage what kind of steps shall be taken by a prosecutor from a methodological point of view. The Criminal Procedure Code doesn't say how a perpetrator has to be caught, and also you have to work in real time. For more than 20 years, I did just that. Just try to discover cases and to invest. But you need courage, you need commitment, and you need experience. But this kind of experience does not come overnight. Yes, we might have prosecutors who might come from the other prosecution offices, district prosecutors who would like to do this job, but they need to be specialized, and they have to be able to recognize this kind of crimes, to know what to be done. You shouldn't understand as if everything is absolutely perfect, like in the chief prosecutors of the National Directorate. I mean, who can be disclosed, what kind of information, what kind of whistleblowers, and what kind of information can be provided in order to catch the prosecutors and the judges. It would be very difficult to get these results immediately. You need information, but this information cannot come immediately. And Moldova has a very good positioning. Moldova can do financial investigation. You have the Anti-Money Laundering Act. You can do parallel investigation. You have different kind of procedures according to the Criminal Procedure Code. But you need to have trained and well-trained and educated. And also there should be some specialized institutions that would be able to identify cases of corruption. Or, for example, some of the people that might are prone to corruption. I mean, you cannot follow only what is on the television, because if you read news on the television every day, then you're totally exhausted. Maybe it's better not, but once you But what is very important is to get the information that is pertinent and important for your case, be able to cooperate with all the people from the system, be it Anti-Corruption Center, be it National Anti-Corruption Center, or be it like intelligence service or security service, has that legal obligation to supply information, be it like brutal gross information or like raw information about the potential. It will not be easy. It's not an easy task. But what this anti-corruption prosecution office do now, in addition to human resources, it needs technical infrastructure, technical devices. It's very difficult if you don't have this kind of endowment. In order to have trust and confidence in that institution, and you as a whistleblower, this institution has to get capacity, for example, to protect you. If I have a whistleblower corruption case, an informer, I cannot take him or her to different institution. The person has to be protected by the prosecutor. You should get the authorization to wiretap, to the conversation. And then the technical devices, the technical department, internal, in-house, for the anti-corruption prosecution would ensure an autonomy, and that would be a warranty of independence compared with the other structures. As Mr. Morar said, the prosecutors have to be honest. They should not take advantage of their position in order to solve their own problems. So this prosecution office shall not be used as a weapon against the other authorities. So shouldn't be any kind of revenge or any kind of hostility. Also, the organized crime and PG Cox is also very important in this ecosystem of justice. In order to document cases and to find all the facts for that, that's not an easy task. Mr. Russo has an easier, because systemic and smaller petty corruption is like larger phenomena than the high-scale, high-profile corruption. It is generated by something else, because the small corruption. So here we have dignitaries, civil servants that were paid, and maybe they live in poverty, have bad salaries, because I talked with a lot of dignitaries, a lot of civil servants, and I had one action organized in the Republic of Moldova and interviewed more than 400 officials from the Ministry of Agriculture. They somehow allegedly mentioned that their salaries are very low, and that would be like one reason for engaging in corruption, allegedly. So then you might ask me, what kind of methods can be used to fight corruption? I mean, this kind of debate is also a method to fight it. Also, integrity tests done by the NAC, by the National Anti-Corruption Center. That's also very important. I will tell you one story. I talked with these 400 officials from the Ministry of Agriculture of Moldova. Particularly, I talked with those people from ANSA, those who are responsible for food safety. And I told them the following: look, you know everything on how you can maybe foresee or anticipate a crime, what kind of preventive measures can be done or declarations filed. You know about this gift regime. I mean, you have a certain kind of framework regulating the gifts, what kind of gifts are allowed, what kind of gifts are not allowed, because I explained that free of charge something is very dangerous. I mean, nobody would give you a gift or something free of charge if he or she doesn't expect anything from you. There can't be any friendship between the officials and the ones who has to be controlled. So we talked with the Food Safety Agency a lot, with the well-being and others. Out of 300, about, like in 1 month, 120 people from the ANSA were quoted by the National Anti-Corruption Center. That means that the prevention or deterrence does not yield good results immediately. And then the prosecution has to be involved and maybe find some measures in order to take this kind of phenomena under control. How can you keep control over this phenomena? You can control it as long as some other conditionalities are met. And these are salaries, and these salaries have to be increased. If you're badly paid, and for example, if you belong to a bureaucratic structure that does not receive a good pay, includes a lot of layers of people and subordination and hierarchy, then of course this kind of issue will not be solved. Salary, wage, the pay is a very important issue to solve the issue of petty corruption and the systemic corruption. Then if you speak about grand corruption, this is greed. They want to have more, they want to consume more than they have. And we live in a society that is consumption driven. I mean, we would like to produce more than we consume. People are trying, they're using different kind of ways in order to solve the problem. And the mission of the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office is a very difficult mission. But should it be able to resolve the human resource and the infrastructure, the technical infrastructure and the devices are provided. For example, if you have operative intelligence information, if you have the whistleblowers, if you have all the informers that give you this, and you have the task force and prosecutors, investigation officers, investigation police officers that are dealing with this kind of issues, part of this game, then this issue about compromising undermining the professional secret and disclosure of personal information, these kind of issues would disappear, would be eliminated. The steps that have been taken recently, lately, under this pressure of acting as a candidate country for EU path, that's a very good conditionality, and the pre-accession period would be able to solve gradually all the problems from the system. In the morning we talked about vetting, the pre-vetting. I mean, everybody is independent. Each magistrate of Moldova, all the magistrates in Moldova are independent. Particularly if we speak about the judges and the prosecutors, everybody is independent as long as you wish to stay independent. Because if you start making and generalizing and saying that everybody is corrupt, that's a big mistake. I believe this is not true. Yes, there are cases, sporadic cases, there are information, this can be checked, but corruption is tied, is linked to the fact how you fulfill your duties. Because you have to do something in order to earn some bribe or to get some money. If you fulfill this kind of duties deficiently, or if you fail to fulfill them, then maybe you have to find a loophole to get this additional earning. But if you want to investigate, if you want to find this kind of gaps, then it is possible. Also, maybe there was another question that was raised previously, but since we are limited in time, I would not drag on it. I will not speak about that. But I think that the issues will get solved gradually, step by step. In the pre-accession time, it will become even more complicated, because funds would start coming to Moldova. Moldova would have to have access to these pre-accession funds. Protection of EU interests in the Republic of Moldova would be an issue that would be hotly debated. Somebody should be dealing with this kind of crimes, felonies, offenses. Somebody should be responsible for protecting this kind of funds, because all the corruption boils down to public money, and European money is like the cheapest money. Like in Romania, those who have access to European funds, they would not borrow money from banks, they would do nothing. They would have access to EU money, then they would make a small contribution, and then the European budget would give you like 80%. And this is not little, I mean, this is a lot. A lot of discussions are being conducted on that, and the steps that have been done until now are positive, are good, but the difficulties would start from now on. It was in Romania. You shouldn't believe that in over 20 years of DNA, so everything went smoothly. No. Initially, we did not have a powerful, strong infrastructure. We did not have cores, we did not have devices, but gradually, step by step, things improved. Funding would come, donations of equipment would come. Also, you would get the funding for all the activities. That would come gradually. It cannot be done immediately. Thank you very much, Mr. Dumitrescu. Now we would go back to Ukraine, and we would invite Mr. Vitaliu Kasko, who is an attorney. And we hope that Vitaly, former Deputy Prosecutor General of Ukraine, is online.
Do you hear me well?
Yeah, we hear you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's really pleasant for me to see so many familiar faces, the leadership of APO and CNI, legislators and other distinguished participants. I would like to take this opportunity to express my words of admiration and support to the authorities of Moldova in your efforts to carry out ambitious reforms in the field of prosecution and effective sanctioning of corruption. Since the topic of this panel is quite broad and time is limited, I will focus on the issue of the prosecution of high-level corruption only. This topic remains the most sensitive and relevant for the countries of the region, and the effectiveness of prosecuting grand corruption often reflects the level of real political will to fight corruption in general. In Ukraine, for instance, despite the creation of fully autonomous anti-corruption infrastructure is focused on high-level corruption between 2016 and 2019, only in the last few years, the public could finally hear about really worthy criminal cases against current and not former members of government, parliament, and the chairman of the Supreme Court. Therefore, it is worth setting yourself up for the fact that after the establishment and adjustment of all proper mechanisms to fight top corruption, the results will not come the next day. In Moldova, it was decided that issues of prosecution of high-ranking corruption will be handled by the Specialized Prosecutor's Office, APO, which, according to 2016 law, should have had the appropriate mandate, resources, and guarantees of independence. However, in practice, these provisions of the law, they are not fully implemented in any of these aspects. The mandate of APO, until recently, included many crimes having no relation to corruption, and a number of actors or subjects that they are difficult to classify as high-ranking public officials. APO was dependent on the General Prosecutor's Office in most vital aspects of its functioning and didn't have sufficient own resources and capabilities to effectively investigate and prosecute top corruption cases. Moreover, APO performed a kind of dual role. Some of its prosecutors investigated cases of their own mandate, while others supervised the investigations of CNI. I will tell you honestly, when I first time read the legal framework regulating the status and activities of APO in 2022, my first impression was that this entire model was developed with the only purpose of preventing APO from effectively fulfilling the tasks assigned to it. My first thought was, this won't work. In addition, many reports from international organizations, as well as respected national civil society organizations, in particular the Legal Resource Center, have drawn attention to this and called to focus the work of APO exclusively on high-level corruption and to provide it with sufficient resources to this end. And it should be especially emphasized that the current authorities in Moldova feel the public demand and are starting an ambitious reform of anti-corruption machinery to ensure both its effectiveness and efficiency. One of the important steps along this path was the adoption of a recent law on the mandate of APO that came into effect, as far as I understand, just recently in August. The purpose of which was to focus its work exclusively on high-level corruption. Among the positive aspects of this law are the exclusion of some non-corruption crimes from the mandate of APO, the exclusion of some types of perpetrators from its mandate, like lawyers, bailiffs, etc., and the raising of material threshold based on corruption benefit and damage from the corruption crimes, upon reaching which the case refers to the mandate of APO, with an increase by about 20%. However, it appears that further improvements might still be needed. First, the APO's mandate continues to include a number of crimes that are not corruption crimes by its nature. For example, excess of power, negligence, forgery. Second, some typical corruption crimes under international standards, or if you wish, under UNCAC, for instance, embezzlement of public funds, laundering of proceeds from high-level corruption, etc., or corruption-related crimes, for example, false statements in asset declarations, fell out the mandate of APO. Thirdly, the list of public officials who should fall under the APO's mandate lost some of important high-level categories, and it doesn't look justified. For instance, head of customs and similar positions. And finally, the material threshold could be a bit better, in my view, a bit higher, especially taking into account the fact that it is an alternative criterion for the level of position held by the public official. If these issues are also fixed, the mandate of APO might be considered the most optimal, in my view. The second vital legislative step made is the optimization of the criminal procedure aimed at simplifying the work of the law enforcement bodies and APO in particular. For example, the reform of plea agreements in the criminal process, giving way to in absentia proceedings, etc. However, these reforms are only very initial steps on the way to effective prosecution of grand corruption. It is not worth expecting that APO will produce stunning and quick results already on this basis. This is just the beginning of the long and rocky road. It is not enough just to provide the proper jurisdiction. It is necessary to establish effective guarantees against arbitrary interference in this jurisdiction, so that cases mandated by APO cannot be taken away from APO and handed over to other investigative bodies without APO's initiative or consent. In a broader sense, there is a strong need to ensure true independence of anti-corruption prosecutor's office, both institutionally and procedurally under CPC. First of all, it is necessary to implement at least the provisions of the 2016 law in terms of independence of APO. It is extremely important to create such a system so that each APO prosecutor feels independent, is not afraid to investigate high-profile corruption cases, and does not expect possible negative consequences for himself or herself, as was the case many times in the past. However, independence does not mean the lack of accountability. The problem of possible corruption in APO itself shall be fixed as soon as possible. The selection of APO prosecutors and employees must be built on the competitive basis, be merit-based, and transparent. Integrity should be the key requirement for all APO employees, notably for prosecutors. And finally, something that, in my opinion, needs to be addressed in the first place, let's say should have been done yesterday. This is the provision of APO with all the necessary resources, human, analytical, financial, technical, etc., to fulfill the tasks assigned to it. APO should get enough prosecutors, investigative officers, and operations or field officers on its staff, instead of the previous secondment approach. APO should acquire strong analytical capabilities, including conducting financial investigations through its own unit or a specially dedicated unit within the other agency. APO staff should include profile specialists, exemplary gratia financial analysts, IT specialists, translators, and sufficient supporting personnel. Operations field officers of APO must have all the powers and technical capabilities to autonomously carry out covert investigative actions, including full-fledged covert operations. Due to the lack of time, I will not articulate all the challenges that need to be addressed as soon as possible to ensure the efficient functioning of Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. Most of them are enlisted in detail in the functional analysis of APO, which was done in 2022, with very detailed recommendations that are still relevant. However, I can't help but note one more aspect, a financial one. The budget for the next year has already been formed in Moldova, and if funds for all these urgent needs of APO are not laid down in a separate budget of APO for 2023, many of the important efforts already made may turn out to be useless. With a high degree of probability, it may happen that APO will simply lack the necessary resources to carry out its mandate properly. And all public expectations of the quick wins in the prosecution of grand corruption will have to be significantly postponed again. This may be one of the biggest challenges right now. Bearing that in mind, I would like to take this opportunity and urge all stakeholders, including APO, the government, members of parliament, donors, and the civil society organizations, to focus on these important aspects and not to miss the opportunity to ensure an irreversible reform of APO and, as a consequence, of the overall state machinery aimed at tackling high-level corruption efficiently. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kasko. Și revenim
Now we would like to invite the last speaker, and this is Vladislav Gribincha, last speaker of this panel. And now we will speak about fighting corruption from a point of view of another institution, because we heard so what the head of the Anti-Corruption Court said about the challenges that were faced by the judges from Ukraine, Anti-Corruption Court, as well as the challenges that were faced in Ukraine. I would like to make a specification that after the presentation of Mr. Gribincha, we will try to focus on the questions from the conference room, as well as the questions that would be collected on the online chat. My request would be to think very carefully about the questions and to make them as short as possible, so that we would be able to collect them as many as we can. Good day. I do recognize, I do acknowledge that my task is not an easy one. I cannot give you some boring information. I was thinking, how would I be able to cope and to organize my presentation? Yes, indeed, this presentation would be shorter. And somebody said that I am like a dreamer, and thereby maybe have to stick to this reputation of being a dreamer. In my speech, I will not brag about the government and the parliament. I mean, yes, indeed, we have a lot of results for which the government and the parliament can be praised, but I would like to make my presentation more useful, more expedient. I would like to give some recommendations on what can be done in the future, because we have to understand what is corruption, because corruption is not a part of the judiciary, it's part of a society. And the solutions in order to fight corruption also boil and focus on all and cover all the areas. It's not only focusing on the justice. There is no universal recipe that can be used in order to fight corruption, but some of the elements in some of the countries have reconfirmed to be and shown to be proved to be efficient. First of all, it's important to have harsh sanctions. According to the law, our sanctions are absolutely sufficient. One study that was done in 2022 by the Legal Resource Center in Moldova showed that if you make this kind of sanctions even harsher in the future, this is not necessary. But it's absolutely irrelevant if you have that particular sanction included in the law, but it's more important to have the sanctions applied in practice. Inevitability of the sanction is more important than theoretical inclusion of that particular sanction in the law. Now, let's speak about the sanctions, because we have seen what is the statute of limitation. Actually, the statute of limitation is the loop that is being used by the defense, by the attorneys, in order to take people and release some of the sanctioned people, some of the corrupt people. Our analysis of the Supreme Court of Justice case law of the last 10 years showed that more than 10% of the cases that reached the Supreme Court of Justice of the Republic of Moldova dropped or dismissed due to the fact that the statute of limitation expired. We have not seen the other cases from the appeal court or the first instance court, but I believe that the majority, so the statute of limitation for the corruption cases is 15 years. Then we wonder how long the investigation, judgment, the prosecution of these kind of cases lasted. How long did it last? Another very important issue. So also this kind of case is not being examined on time. Another analysis showed that sometimes this kind of investigation lasts 3 times longer than an ordinary case examination. And now I would like to get back to fighting corruption, because it's like a dance in Moldova, it's like a horror, and you cannot dance it like in 2 or 3, because you need several people to part of this kind of dance. We need people that give information, we need people that would investigate such kind of cases, as well as the judges that have to apply the case, the jurisprudence and the law in good faith and in the letter and the spirit of the law. Also, I would like to mention another very important deficiency. If you want to fight a phenomena, so you have to make it absolutely inconvenient. I mean, this kind of sanction shall be absolutely deterrent, and thereby the extended confiscation of the assets is a very important sanction in case that particular asset of wealth cannot be justified. From 2022, this kind of sanction is already possible. It was possible until 2022, but nevertheless, the law has not been provided in an explicit manner until then. For several years, we could not apply the extended confiscation in the Republic. We have never had any case until now. Now the prosecutors have to check whether that particular class that can be justified by the person whose case is being submitted to court. That's the responsibility of the prosecutors. I'm very curious to see what are the cases and how this kind of law has been applied during the last 14 months, and I would like to see some court decisions on this issue.
Mă refer sunt garanțiile sociale. Dacă un judecător sau un procuror prins cu corupție pleacă din sistem și obține beneficii comparabile.
Another element are the guarantees. If a judge leaves the system and can get a 5-time higher salary, don't you wonder why are they taking bribes? Because 90% of people will compromise their principles in crisis situations. That's why we have to actually think about salary level. LRCM in 2020s confirmed that the salaries in Moldova were the lowest in the Council of Europe countries. And in Chișinău, the salaries of judges are not enough to ensure a minimum living standards, not to speak about comfortable living. The salaries were increased by 14 or 15% in July, but I don't think it's enough, because the most important increase in salaries in the Republic of Moldova took place in 2018. After that, the salary growths were by 4 or 5% plus this 14%. So overall, 20% since 2018, but the inflation since 2018 was 69%. So with this increase, the real salary is by 40% lower compared to 2018. Promises were made that after vetting, the salaries of prosecutors and judges who passed the vetting will increase. The vetting law was passed, but the salaries were not increased. So if such promises were made, maybe it's time to live up to them. And these increases have to be comparable with decent living for judges. Why am I saying this? Because we will not increase the salaries every month or every year. That's an unpopular but needed measure. So we better do it now rather than having to increase it one more time and to have this unpopular but needed measure one more time applying. Public transparency is another issue that I would like to address. A new law on access to information was passed. That's a good law. But I would like to see the practical changes as a result of this law, because I know all of us know that it is easier to amend the law rather than to change the practices. Another issue, public procurement, the area that is most prone to corruption. Why don't we make this process more transparent? I've seen exceptions to this process. I cannot explain why, but if we want to have fewer political opportunities, fewer corruption opportunities, especially in politics, we need to have a good public procurement system. Declaring an efficient check on assets. We worked in 2022 and 2023 for 7 months with National Integrity Agency, and I'll tell you that a witty person can justify 30,000 euro. 30,000 euro, that's the salary of a judge for a 3-year period, and of an ordinary ordinary official for 8 years. So during an ordinary control, they can justify huge amounts of money. Do we need such a system that looks like cheese with more holes than cheese? We have to think about that. Yes, the law is not bad, the law is good, but the room of maneuver offered by this law is too large to be tolerated. Why am I saying this? The better the law, the easier to implement it, even for people acting in good faith. Strategic communication and trusting the reforms, it's critical. Regardless of what we say, we have lots of faults because trust in the reform is much more important than the reform itself. You're asking why there are no candidates for the Supreme Court of Justice. I believe that many good professionals do not believe that this reform will be successful, besides the other explanations. So We need to have very good communication, a proactive communication, not a reactive one. It should not be someone else to dictate your agenda. Many good things are happening in authorities that are not explained, and when we discuss with experts and we provide explanations, they say, but why do you explain? Why the government does not give these explanations? A vibrant civil society has a defining element. If you remember, in Romania it was the civil society in the street to defend the judiciary, not politicians. These were journalists, professionals that supported the anti-corruption fight. These are partners, not opposers, not advisories. And at the end, I would like to underline the most important thing: institutions to fight efficiently corruption. Here, the most important thing are people. This was mentioned several times. And interinstitutional cooperation. Yes, we can have a well-equipped anti-corruption prosecution, but one actor is never enough. We always need cooperation. Cooperation with the Crime Assets Recovery Agency or the National Anti-Corruption Center or other stakeholders. But how can we identify the right people? That's the biggest question. We have 6,000 prosecutors. I used to teach at the National Institute of Justice, and I've seen that many of the good prosecutors were exiled somewhere at the local level. So perhaps we have to look for good candidates both in Chișinău and in territorial offices. I'm sure there are good candidates there. The reform is not of the executive only. This is a reform of prosecutors and judges themselves. That's their reform, the reform of their system. And now most of the system has the chance to take over the initiative and take the reform in the direction that they want to. But I do understand that you are not motivated enough. So, my dear, no one will do order in your home instead of you. Now you have this unique opportunity. Please do not miss it. Another issue, irreversibility of the reform. So we make one step forward, 2 steps backwards. Yes, these steps are made, but you should not forget a very interesting aspect in the context of the Republic of Moldova. First, the mandate of the Constitutional Court that will be a guarant of the independence of justice and constitutionality. And the mandate expires on the eve of the parliamentary elections. And most probably the current parliament will appoint the new membership for a 6-year mandate. The current mandate expires in August 2025. Number 2, the mandate of the Superior Council of Magistracy and Superior Council of Prosecutors. For CSM, the mandate ends at the end of the next parliamentary mandate and of the prosecutors after the next parliamentary mandate. And 3, if the accession negotiations start, we will be like a fish on the hook. We cannot oscillate too much in terms of judiciary reform. So my point is that the external environment is very good for judiciary stakeholders. The reforms will be painful, they will last. Of course, there will be generalizations and practices that demotivate honest judges. But are there a reason good enough not to change things for the better in the judiciary? I do understand it's difficult to be the first one, especially after many have failed. But the positive aspect is that there is no other way. It's sooner or later we'll go there, so it's better to do it sooner. And I assure you that the reward that you will get from the judiciary will be up to your expectations. You will have a system where it will be comfortable to work, you'll have the respect of the society and the satisfaction from your work. This is a long journey, lots of uncertainties. Someone will say that's a mission impossible. But let me give you a couple of examples. A black person, after 27 years of of prison becomes the president of a country and changes it. Nelson Mandela, another person who believed in climate change, who was one step from bankruptcy, now is the richest person worldwide. So miracles happen, but I'm not speaking about this right now. Who, if not dreamers, and those who are making efforts to achieve their dreams, change the world? So please think about that. And I will stop here. Thank you very much, Mr. Gârbincea. And now I kindly invite you to ask questions. I see a number of hands raised. I will start with those who have not asked any questions yet. Please.
Rugămintea mea este ca intervențiile să fie cât mai scurte pentru ca să reușim să luăm cât mai multe.
Mulțumesc. Thank you very much. My name is Valeria Cepoi. I am a lawyer. I was born in Moldova, but I have been working in Paris for many years already. I am a criminal law lawyer. I'm very much interested in these topics because in France, the anti-corruption fight is important, but is at another level because primary corruption, and when I say primary corruption, I mean corruption in police, judiciary, parliament is not that important. Now they pay more attention to corruption in business environment for public procurement, as Mr. Gârbincea has mentioned. I have not heard about the situation of legal entities because I believe that anti-corruption fight in France is focusing on the situation of legal entities. Why? Because as all of you have mentioned, the sanctions are the most important for this fight, and they have to be dissuasive. And the financial sanctions are the most appropriate. Who can pay the most? Companies, legal entities. In France, in 2016, a new procedure was entered, a very interesting one. An alternative procedure, a negotiated procedure that allows to this legal entity, to a company, to sign a public interest judiciary agreement, and the legal entity recognizes the corruption, the tax evasion, and pays a public interest fines. Yes, these fines are disproportionate compared to the Corruption Act. I have an example of a couple of months ago, a legal entity, a company in constructions business was convicted to a public interest fine of 8 million when the Corruption Act amounted to €200 theater tickets. So I believe that this is a disproportionate fine, but I believe that this has an effect because in France, if a company is condemned for corruption, it is automatically recorded in its file and it cannot participate in public procurements. That's why companies are very they like these negotiated procedures, and they do not challenge the corruption cases, and this allows the state to get funds from those companies. And I would like to know what is the situation with regards to legal entities in Moldova. Is there a specific regime? Do you envisage something? I do understand that Moldova focuses now on fighting corruption at the primary level. What about corruption in businesses? I think legal entities, I don't know if in Moldova they have a special status compared to individuals. I can answer this question. Yes, the criminal code, the sanction is applied for legal entities and for individuals. So this is already stipulated in the criminal code. A legal entity can be sanctioned up to closing it, up to terminating it. We have sent it in court, and the type of agreement you have mentioned was introduced in the Moldovan law. It was passed by the parliament this year, if I'm not mistaken. It is in force. We do not have companies willing to sign such agreements, but I had some discussions with some of them. I think it will take time for them to understand what this is about, what are the benefits. But yes, we also have such a public interest agreement, and hopefully it is implemented because it indeed has the benefits you mentioned. I wanted to add we actually got inspired from the French practice. We had a study visit there in the spring of this year. We visited the appellate tribunal in Paris to see how this public interest judiciary agreement works. And this procedure was included in the criminal code, and it was applied by the prosecution offices specialized on corruption and economic crimes, because the purpose is to maintain the legal entity in the economic circuit, but to be able to recover on economic means the money. This is much more beneficial compared to closing down the company. So we'll see how it is implemented. This provision entered into force recently. This procedure is necessary given the fact that we are developing the business environment. We would like to join the European Union. So businesses want such a provision, and they welcomed the introduction of this simplified proceeding. But later we'll be discussing about the status of a legal entity in criminal proceedings. Tudor Osoianu, I am a university professor and attorney. Expressing my gratitude to guests, and what I've heard today is of major importance for our society and for our future. So having said that, I want to ask two questions without going into too many details. First, this year in the Criminal Procedure Code, significant amendments were made to the Criminal Procedure Code. So I have the following question. Are there any legal barriers that prevent the investigation and research of corruption cases? That's the first question. So what else should be improved in the law, to put the question in other words? And the second question is about the human factor that is as important in researching and investigating cases of corruption. As Iulian Rusu has mentioned, some cases are destroyed in court, and it is regretful that the costs of investigating corruption are higher compared to other types of cases. And it's a pity to see that the expected result is not reached. My perception, my subjective perception, is that we still have to work on supporting this state prosecution. I've seen, again, that's my subjective opinion, I have very few prosecutors who had a good performance in the court. I understood that there are solutions which, beyond other factors, depended on the not so good performance of prosecutors in the court. Because when they work in their own field doing the criminal investigation, the prosecutors are okay, because they decide whether to send the case to the court or not. But when they come to the court, they have to act promptly, they have to use their brain quicker, you have to know a lot the rules of the game. You play on a different ground now, on the basis of equality of arms and contradictivity, and you have to persuade the judge. And in this context, in the context of this question, I have not noticed a consistency of anti-corruption prosecution in supporting the accusation, at least up to the Court of Appeals, though the law stipulates more often in Chișinău and to have not so often in the north or the south, the prosecutors are not participating in the Court of Appeals, and this shows an inconsistent approach in supporting the state accusation. Thank you very much. So we have here a prosecutor asking for the microphone. I will answer the second question. Regarding the second question, I fully agree. Our prosecutors have to represent the case up till the end at the appellate court and Supreme Court if needed. But the realities do not allow for that. We have 10 prosecutors representing us in the court, and currently we have 500 files pending. That's a huge workload, and they have to travel throughout the whole country because we have cases not only in Chișinău. Every week I sign the driver's timetable that have to take prosecutors throughout the country. So in terms of human resources, it is not possible to go that far. In 2022, Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office had more than 5,000 court hearings where prosecutors participated. To be able to represent the state accusation, we need fewer cases. After the mandate has changed, we hope that in the future we'll be able to manage these cases differently, and hopefully the prosecutors will be able to represent the case up to the highest level, up to the end. In the first instance court, appellate court, hopefully we'll be able to change the way we manage our cases. But until now, we did not have enough human resources to do that. First, I wanted to supplement the first question, the answer to the first question regarding the public interest judiciary agreement. So NAC has a new function to check whether a legal entity complies with the requirements of this agreement. That's one of the new tasks that was assigned to us, and we also have to decide at the procedural level how to implement this provision. Regarding the legislative needs, I believe that we still have to clarify the special investigation measures in addition to the criminal proceedings. And the amendments discussed with regards to law number 59. Why these special investigative measures outside criminal proceeding are important? Because in such a way we can collect data that will be used as part of the criminal proceedings. Often, it is complicated to get enough data in order to be able to persuade prosecutors to start a criminal case. That is why additional management of the case and by using special investigative measures outside of the criminal proceedings is very needed. And also there are some administrative issues. They are less related to investigation of corruption cases. They are related to the functionality of NAC, which also has the component of use of special means, technical aspects related to public procurement, as well as some administrative matters related to staffing lists and administrative management, but I will not go into those details. Regarding the second question, for sure, we want our investigations to achieve the expected outcome. And it was already mentioned today, it would be good to have a small group of people that have invested their soul in the investigation. So they would like to see the final outcome achieved, representing. I think the case can be best represented in the court by the prosecutor that managed the case in combination with the investigative officer, specialist, and even criminal investigation officer. We should not forget about this. Maybe we focus too much on the pretrial part, but the arguments in the court have an important role to play, and judges have to apply the law when they weigh the arguments of the accusation and of the defense. A question I would like to remind you about. She asked if the criminal law in Moldova is good or there is still missing something for us to have an efficient fight against corruption. I will try to answer this question. I believe that the law always reacts to what is happening in the society, and it's always lagging behind. That's a principle all of us learn in the university. I cannot say that we have amended the criminal code and it's the best version. We will never amend it again. On the basis of our latest investigations, we see a huge problem related to cryptocurrency, and I'm sure that this will be the next legislative amendment. That's a real threat both to the financial stability of the country, and this is also used as a payment means for corruption cases. So I believe that the criminal law will always have to be reviewed. There are too many factors in the society that dictate, that request such changes. The next speaker. Hello. I am Octavian, interim deputy chief prosecutor of Anticorruption Prosecution Office. So I did not want to ask a question, but I remembered a case. In 2013, we were in a study visit in Lithuania. We visited a number of towns, prosecution offices.
Somebody told me that we have very beautiful places by the end of the week. So he was already sick and tired of my enthusiasm and he asked me, have you ever visited Saharna? Have you visited Mileshti Mich? I said, no. And I had this I was kind of embarrassed by that particular situation because what is the point of my presentation? Yes, indeed, corruption is a very important situation. Mr. Morar also showed us some figures, 70 cases against prosecutors in 7 years. That's a very important because from the 2017-2020, so we had more than 60 cases against prosecutors and judges in the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. So actually my question is, what is the level of performance that is expected by the population, by the people, in order to say that the situation is okay, that prosecutors are working in a good fashion? So that's actually my question. Another question is, don't you think that justice reform is so that we need a more massive like reform to include the law enforcement bodies, to reform all the specialized institutions that are responsible for prevention of corruption. Don't you think that it's important to have like a structural reform of all the agencies, of all the law enforcement bodies, and that would make us more efficient, and then we would be able to have more results and more deliverables for the society, so that the people would understand that the situation gets better in the Republic of Moldova. So, Mr. Yakimovsky, you mentioned 60 cases that were documented by the anti-corruption prosecution. Is that related to, yes, magistrates, judges and prosecutors? How many of them ended into like a final ruling? Yes, I wanted to make like a reply, a subjective reply to Mr. Stoyana, because Madam Dragalina also mentioned the big workload, and also she talked about the big number of cases. As for the quality of indictments from 2017, and I found this from the reports that we publish annually, from 2017 until 2023, the level of acquittal in the criminal case that was sent to court by the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office were from 5 to 12%. So also the total number of court hearings that were delayed at the initiative of the prosecutors was under 3% out of the total number of the hearings. So thereby, if you want to see why don't we have the expected outcomes and the deliverables that we want, I believe that we have to ask somebody else and not the prosecutors from the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. Also, getting back to the comment and to the reply of Mr. Yakimovsky, I believe that it's not a must, it's not important to look into the quality index, and this kind of index of the law enforcement body shall not be focused on the total number of, or does not depend on the total number of cases sent to court. Yes, it's important to have a bigger cases number sent to court. And also we know that some of the procedural obstacles have been eliminated. They did not allow to send the case, for example, to court in absentia of the perpetrators. And we have noticed a kind of an increase. But what is more important is to see whether out of the 70 cases that were mentioned by somebody, so we have to see what is the quality of the evidence that were collected and documented, how the exhibits attached that would lead not only to a conviction, but also to recovery of the damage, of the harm that was caused. Now, speaking about the structural reform of the law enforcement bodies, yes, we have been talking about this at the Ministry of Justice, and we're also speaking about the fact that the police has to be based on some district regionalization. Also, the reform of the prosecution following the reorganization of the judges map would also be a follow-up, because this is like a very coherent, consistent reform in the justice. It has to be focused on based on some grounded, economically grounded analysis, and we have to estimate what would be the impacts of such kind of members, because following so many changes lately, so we have to see what would be the effects and the causes, the root causes, and the results, what is the correlation. Because all these amendments that were introduced, we've managed to introduce some 4 simplified procedures that can be used at the level of the criminal investigation phase, and that should reduce the total number of cases and would reduce the workload and shall enhance and increase the results of the prosecution officers. Also, we have simplified all the procedures on appeal and recourse or Supreme Court of Justice, so thereby so we can see some results, better results in a shorter while. For example, when we speak about investigation charges, it's not a must to have the presence of the parties, of the litigants. That means that we need a kind of an implementation time, a period for implementation, and to see what are the effects from this implementation. At the same time, it's important to implement so all the amendments for judiciary organization map, and then we would be able to talk and to see how this judicial map has optimized the situation. Then the reform of the prosecution, regionalization of the police is another pending reform. So we had a discussion with the representatives of the Ministry of Interior. So they have already got and developed a concept, but we take it step by step. Yes, we have a comment from Madam Mitrofan. I have a couple of comments that are very short. So Mr. Gribencha wished a long life. So we have to see so how this baby would be able to survive. Yes, we have the Supreme Court of magistracy, and we believe that this is like consistent, viable, but the Supreme Council of Prosecutors is not yet viable. So thereby we have to see how this kind of councils would function. Now, from my point of view, there are two types or two things that are taking place like simultaneously and competing among themselves. So first of all, we can speak about the amendments that are very complex in the material and the procedural norms introduced, and they have been done in parallel. So with the vetting procedure exercise that was done for those people who are part of this profession, prosecutors and the judges. Indeed, when we speak about the vetting, about this extraordinary evaluation, we have done a very important step forward, very far away. I mean, I do not mean that we have to finish this and to stop this process. No, we have to see what kind of results we would be able to achieve. I mean, there's some possibility to discuss how we can reduce. And here maybe I would support Madam Minister, because Madam Minister, she is not a politician. She is coming from the criminal procedure. She is an attorney. And somehow Madam Minister said that so maybe we have to reduce the total number of amendments. I mean, too many amendments were introduced in a short while, because let's imagine that we are put in the shoes of the prosecutors and the judges, and we have to do what they have to do this. And maybe we would be able to reduce the total number of changes, because these two professions of prosecutors and judges, they don't like having so many changes in a short period of time. I mean, it's important to give them a while, a period. For so many years since I've been working in this area, so we had a lot of expertise, we had a lot of amendments, we have good procedural material and substantial laws, and they are absolutely in line, compliant with the international provisions of the Council of Europe provisions, and thereby we have to give time. So this is my comment. Also, another issue is about communication and maybe some lack of communication. A lot of hysteria has taken place and was generated by all these kind of processes. And one process that has been discussed is the following, that we have a bigger and bigger number of prosecutors that would like to resign, and everybody knows about the idea about the desire of the prosecutors to resign. Maybe we have to provide some kind of arguments in favor or disfavor, or maybe that's a subject that needs to be discussed further. And maybe Madam Veronika Dragelin can give us more information on that, because some of the prosecutors are dissatisfied and they do not want to take the risk. Risks are too big. If there is a risk, and if you stay without prosecutors or without the judges in the system, then the natural question is, what shall we do tomorrow, day after tomorrow, in 2 years, after one legislature? Yes, but tomorrow, day after tomorrow, what shall we do? Or maybe such kind of risk does not exist, and maybe we should not go on speculating about that. So, Madam Dragelin, we would like to ask you about this kind of rumors or gossips saying that so many prosecutors from anti-corruption made up their mind to leave the profession before the vetting starts. No, I'm not sure that each prosecutor took that particular, made up his or her mind, but we still have that particular decision about the law that was voted in summer recently. Yes, what I can say that the very big number of prosecutors from the anti-corruption prosecution have a lot of concerns on how that particular law will be applied, in order to that would be focused on assessing the performance of the prosecutors. Some of the prosecutors are unsure whether they would be able to promote and to succeed this kind of evaluation. For example, if they decided and took some arbitrary acts or documents or decisions arbitrary, because there were some prosecutors that documented very complicated cases like corruption-related cases, and so many cases might lead to acquittal. In so many European countries, there are cases that lead to acquittal, and acquittal is not a negative fact. But from the discussions that we have in our office of the anti-corruption prosecution, we've tried to identify some of the provisions that are not clear, maybe raise some questions among the prosecutors from anti-corruption. I tried to conduct some very constructive discussion with the prosecutors, because that would be a very big mistake for the prosecutors to resign, because we need to develop a procedure, and based on that particular procedure that would be coherent and consistent, maybe a regulation be developed by the vetting commission that would do the evaluation of and to make it clear for the prosecutors and how how these provisions of the law would be applied in practice in such a way that each prosecutor would get some certainty and be sure what to expect. But until now, there is a big number of prosecutors that have a lot of concerns about the effect and about the outcome of that law and how it might influence the impact to the prosecutors from anti-corruption. Also, I would like to take the floor because there were a lot of discussions in the public sphere about the application of this vetting procedure, as well as talking about the concerns of the judges, of the prosecutors with regard to that issue. Yes, I realized there were a lot of questions about the pre-vetting procedure, how rigid it was, whether it was conducted in the rigid, but the criteria were as that. But this process has not affected the position of the function that was held by the candidate, and thereby that kind of process could have been conducted in a more rigid manner. However, when we speak about the vetting, so criteria were established in such a way that it would be accepted by the Venice Commission. That means that this kind of criteria in line with the European standards and the Council of Europe requirements are met. And that means that the prosecutors and the judges that would have to decide whether they would like to go to this vetting procedure, I mean, they should maybe wait for the first decisions of the Commission number 2 to be adopted, because the Commission which is doing now the vetting of the judges and of the Superior Council Magistrate vetting, and they have to understand what is the difference between the vetting and the pre-vetting. That would be the first argument. Second argument, I don't believe, Mr. Munteanu, I don't think, Mr. Munteanu, that we have to put it like this, like you described. If all the prosecutors, for example, from the anti-corruption leave, what shall we do tomorrow, day after tomorrow? If they do leave, I mean, this is their decision, and then we'll be seeking for the position for this kind of candidates, and they would be able to fill out this vacancy. What is absolutely sure is the politicians took that particular decision, that the current situation in judiciary cannot be tolerated anymore. I mean, corruption, including from the structures that have to be fighting this kind of corruption, this kind of situation cannot be tolerated anymore. So therefore, we have undertaken that particular exercise, and we have accepted that the vetting. We don't like this vetting so much on our side, but that was the solution in order to clean and to purify the judiciary system from corruption elements. Also, Madam Head of the Prosecution Anti-Corruption, I've heard some other speeches and the discourses of yours about the fact that the assets of the relatives, of the kins, of the fathers, brothers would be checked. I would like to bring some clarity to this. It's not maybe for you, because I might assume that you know, but also this is a clarification for the colleagues prosecutors as well. Some of the aspects are not like you described them in your presentation. I mean, and you can talk with the people that have already gone through pre-vetting. The Commission is not checking on the assets of the kins, of the relatives, other than in the situation when in your declaration you might report that you had some borrowing, some credit, some donations from the relatives that provided, friends that provided this kind of donations or loans. And then it's absolutely natural for the Commission to see whether that particular friend did have the necessary assets in order to make that particular, only in that particular situation they would start checking or digging. This is not an excessive interference in the private life of the relatives of that particular candidate or nominee. Second, if you speak about some arbitrary acts, the criteria from the vetting law is formulated very clearly. So this is about a decision that has been arbitrarily adopted that can be considered like that by the vetting commission in the situation when a certain imperative norm or provision of the law has been violated. And on a similar case, on a similar situation, what kind of decision was adopted previously? And then we can judge whether that particular decision is arbitrarily considered. I mean, not any decision or act that can be considered by somebody, by an expert, by a lawyer to be considered arbitrary will be qualified or considered by the Commission as being an arbitrary act by the vetting commission. So thereby the vetting commission that includes 6 experts, 3 national and 3 international, this commission would act absolutely diligently in order to apply this criteria correctly, in order not to have any doubts or interpretation or ambiguity for the people. I will try to answer shortly to this. Yes, we understand that we've done a very thorough analysis of the law, so we looked into the provisions of the pre-vetting law, and then we have looked into the vetting law. And when we speak about the financial check, financial control, yes, we understand that the asset and of the relatives that have provided some kind of bank transfers or the assets. And since I came to the Republic of Moldova only like 1 year ago, I don't have so many transactions because life allowed me and I could afford making this kind of payments from my own salaries. But from the discussion that I had with the prosecutors from the Anticorruption that had salaries like up to 3,000 lei, so most of them, they would receive some aids or some assistance from their relatives, and we know what kind of questions were raised and answered by our colleagues in the pre-vetting about their fathers-in-laws, fathers-in-law, mothers-in-law, some other relatives working abroad like migrants. So that's the reality how the majority of prosecutors from the anti-corruption prosecutors worked. And the arbitrary act, there is like a question mark from the prosecutors, because in the first version or draft that was provided to the Venice Commission, this arbitrary act was limited just to the cases where the European Court for Human Rights has given its decision on a case and came to the conclusion that that particular prosecutor or judge acted in bad faith. That particular prosecutor or judge could have been qualified as an arbitrary act, and that version was sent to the Venice Commission that analyzed that particular law. And then indeed that provision was changed, and now from the prosecutor's point of view, from the vision, from the legal point of view, because I also saw some of the comments from some other persons, not only prosecutors, now we do not have this threshold, this kind of limitation in the provisions about the arbitration court, saying that with regard to the prosecutors and judges that committed this kind of arbitrary decisions, unlike the decisions should be considered as arbitrary one. Thirdly, so this kind of decisions may not be taken into account if they are considered like visibly ungrounded. So these are some elements that are very difficult to be foreseen. I mean, it's very difficult to foresee the result. And if you look into the pre-vetting procedure and how this pre-vetting procedure has been applied by the pre-vetting commission, then we can see a lot of question marks, a lot of concerns that have been mentioned by the protect. I would like to invite you to come to the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. Maybe we'd be able to answer directly the questions of our prosecutors. So maybe it would be important to have a constructive dialogue with our people from the prosecution office. This is a problem. It's not so easy to say. I mean, it's not correct to say if everybody would leaves, then would seek for some other vacancy, some other positions. I mean, it's important for the prosecutors to have certain kind of tenure, to have practice. This is not as simple and plain overnight. If 50% of the anti-corruption prosecution officers leave, I can tell you that that would absolutely block the progress on the corruption case. That's a real problem, and this kind of problem has to be discussed, and we have to think clearly. Do we have some miscellaneous, some B plans should this situation occur? So Mr. Gribinche is actually waiting for such a long time to intervene. I will try to be very short. All the judges and prosecutors have neither money nor force, nor power to impose any kind of respect like the government or the parliament has got. It doesn't have any possibility to impose any issues, any things. So the only thing that gives power to the justice is the trust and the confidence that is given to the justice, and expecting for this kind of decisions to be adopted. Without this kind of trust, justice cannot, or judiciary cannot exist. So the survey that was conducted by the Legal Resource Center in 2020 and 2023 to the question, what do you believe is the most corrupt institution? And that was the question given to the prosecutors, attorneys, and lawyers. I mean, that was the unanimous answer that the most corrupt is the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. I'm not saying that this is like that, but this is the perception of the attorneys, of the judges, of the prosecutors. That means that we need to go through a process by which we would have to refute it and to reverse this and to overrule this kind of perception. It's very important to show that this is a wrong perception. So do we have any doubts about the independence of the pre-vetting or vetting commission? Do we have any doubts about the accuracy of the evaluation procedure? Because it's absolutely the same for everybody. If a prosecutor or a judge is not ready to go through this kind of process for the good of the judiciary to rehabilitate, because if you're honest, It doesn't mean that you should have that particular fee or should be frightened. That means at that stage the prosecutor can take that particular. Once again, speaking about the prosecutors, and I love actually figures. The figures cannot be interpreted in different ways. I mean, they are the same. Statistically speaking, the Republic of Moldova back in 2021 had the highest total number of prosecutors per capita, 2.5 higher than the total number of inhabitants. If we say that we have to increase substantially the salaries of the prosecutors and the judges, that would be a very big burden on the budget, and it's very difficult to justify a bigger number of prosecutors. Maybe we have to think about simplifying the procedures, maybe reducing the total number of prosecutors in the pool, as well as making them more professional and capacity building the capacity. That would be the solution, and not just increasing their salaries. Comment? I do remember that survey, but I thought that was a kind of a joke. It's not like I would like to upset anybody, but you can understand that the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office has the exclusive power to catch red-handedly the prosecutors and the judges and the attorneys. And then you say that this kind of prosecution is most corrupt. Do you say that 2,000 attorneys, 600 prosecutors and 400 judges, they say that 40 persons from the prosecutors is like they're corrupt? That means that less than 10% might not be even on the corridors or inside the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office, and they cannot have any objective opinion about this. My concern about the vetting and the pre-vetting commission, I'm talking about foreseeability, about the legal security or safety. I'm not just talking about the reports, but I'm speaking about legal security in terms of how this kind of commission is working. Yes, let's hope that we'll not have any pessimistic scenario like what might happen in case. That might be like a very serious failure should the vetting and the prosecution of anti-corruption be conducted correctly. And I'm talking about what would precede the vetting, because if 50% of the prosecutors from the anti-corruption leave before the vetting, that means that about 100 of cases would remain without an exam if the vetting starts now, with all the suspects, with all the arrested people, apprehended. Also, we have about plus 500 cases that are already examined in court. Until now, we did not postpone any kind of hearings, but now we'll have to postpone. We will delay the process, would not do it in timely manner. And this is just those people who might leave before the procedure starts. That's maybe a secret, but as of July 31st, 2023, so the share of the prosecutors that said that categorically they would leave before the procedure, vetting procedure started was very low, but this kind of percentage increased after the August amendments, because when we were on the platform of the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Justice absolutely agreed it's not okay for the Commission members to take some decisions from the European Court of Human Rights decisions and to maybe make analogous decisions with the situations of the Republic of Moldova. But this is what happened. This kind of procedure was introduced, and people decided that instead of spoiling their reputation and participate in a procedure that might be considered as a lottery, it's better for them to leave the system and maybe leave the place for somebody else and leave it vacant. I talked with Mr. Osoianu, and it looks like it could bring me like back 13 years ago, and to start dealing with the grand corruption, because when I came to the anti-corruption back like 13 years ago, yes, I also had some economic cases that were very complicated, but I did not have grand corruption cases at that time. So I had the possibility to learn and to take this gradually, because corruption cases are more complicated. You have to take step by step in documenting this kind of cases. I do understand that, yes, there's a kind of predilection to put the pressure or to put the guilt on the prosecutor, saying that they are faulty. No, this is not correct. I remember that there were some judges and prosecutors, and there was not a survey conducted, maybe somebody else who is against, and none of the prosecutors and judges said that we would be against the vetting procedure like the politicians would like to have it. I mean, we are against any kind of procedures that are not clear, that are not sure for us. Nobody wants to play a lottery. Nobody wants to get to customs service, and the customs officer might say that, for example, this mobile phone is a contraband, is smuggling, like arbitrary, without any kind of rules. I mean, all the rules have to be clear, they have to be explicit. this is what we would like to show. We are not opposing, we are not reluctant. That's a political decision. We don't mind having that particular procedure introduced. If this perception of corruption in the judiciary is I personally believe that this corruption perception is absolutely exaggerated for the prosecutors and the judges. Yes, indeed, maybe this kind of alternative mechanisms were necessary, maybe even tougher than the vetting. Yes, it is important to have this clearance, because so there were a lot of controls done in the anti-corruption prosecution office, and after this kind of controls, some of the prosecutors would leave immediately. This integrity commission did the controls as well as the other bodies did that particular, but there was a clear procedure that was an internal procedure that was documented. The politicians could have developed a law based on that bylaw. If you believe that there's an endemic corruption in the prosecution, then maybe a commission shall be sent to the anti-corruption prosecution, and then procedure can be applied every time. So this systemic corruption is being perceived or seen or identified by any branch of power or by any type of society, and this mechanism can become productive. But in such a way as it is being said, I'm very skeptical whether they would be able to do this vetting procedure successfully. I understand, Mr. Gribincha, that indeed the vetting is important. I mean, only in two situations people would not be able to pass off this vetting. For example, to resign until the vetting without any reason, that's not okay. I don't see any problem in my possibilities to take that particular vetting. And another situation might be for me to commit a kind of a crime before this vetting procedure starts. No, that's a joke. But for example, if I pass the vetting procedure and if the state does not fulfill its obligations on the salary, then I would just resign and sign a protest, because we have that decision of the Constitutional Court saying that we should have an increase in salary of 14%. But the state does not fulfill its duties on increasing the salary of 14%. Thank you very much, Mr. Yakimovsky, and then we will have the last question from the audience. What I wanted to add is that indeed at the Ministry of Justice, and I can confirm that we had a very good cooperation with the judges and the prosecutors, despite the difference in the opinions. We had a very good cooperation on the evaluation phase 3 of the law, as well as the reform of the Supreme Court of Justice. So following the amendments that were presented by the presidential office, we have decided to introduce some 2 additional amendments. These amendments were not drafted by the Minister of Justice, but let's look on it from a different point of view. Because now we are facing an extremely important situation for the future of the Republic of Moldova. We are on the eve of getting the agreement whether Moldova would start negotiations with the European Union, and then would start the pre-adherence, pre-accession process, and that would be a unique chance for the Republic. And the key conditionality is the reforming of the justice. This week, several times, I was supposed to look for additional arguments and to provide these kind of arguments why the Superior Council of Prosecutors is not created. I accepted the decision that was taken by the General Assembly of the Prosecutors, but why didn't you look into some alternative decisions in order to overcome this kind of blockage? Yes, I have certain kind of reserves about these amendments, but let's see how this is put into practice, how it is enforced. Several guarantees are introduced in the vetting law phase 3. And let's see how this is implemented in practice and then move forward. I believe that these kind of messages are not healthy, are not sound for those people who have the obligation to fight corruption. And I believe that the anti-corruption prosecution and PG Cox are the most professional ones. And you should be on the forefront. And you should show a very good example, because you cannot blackmail us with this leaving the system. But I know that you have some of the challenge, some of the problematic colleagues, and this kind of vetting is done for you in such a way that the problematic people to leave. I mean, there's a big difference between the pre-vetting procedure and the vetting procedure. Okay, let's take it step by step, because the warranties, the guarantees are envisaged. I mean, it's important to overcome this bottleneck, this stalemate, and the society is looking for some results for the prosecutors, for the government, for the National Anti-Corruption, for the ANI, for the Integrity Office and Authority to work for the public interest, to be more efficient. It's like a deja vu, because I've taken the mandate when there was a total blockage in the system, and now I understand that the same kind kind of situation in the process, but this is not okay. This is not good. And I would like to anticipate and I would like to reiterate what I said to the Minister of Justice. So, Madam Dragălin, Mr. Acting General Prosecutor, it's important to have a good discussion with the prosecutors from the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office, from the PG Court, and to explain all the concerns, all the issues, maybe talk once again with the Legal Commission of the Parliament, because from what I understand, this kind of amendment has also been discussed with the Venice Commission members. Also, I would like to show you another aspect. One other conditionality about how the law shall be implemented is to have a positive feedback from the Venice Commission, including on that particular amendment. And let's see what the Venice Commission says on that amendment. And then maybe that would be a very good lesson for us. I understand that was done very quickly in the middle of August, an extraordinary meeting, but in the future, when such kind of amendments are suggested, they have to be discussed and brought to the attention of everybody. So we have been working very hard at the Ministry of Justice with all these kind of approvals, endorsements that have been publicly consulted, and that led to a better communication with the prosecutors and the judges. So let's find solutions, because that type of platform is not just to start complaining, but it's very important to find solutions and move forward with that.
Bună ziua, am așteptat suficient timp. Sunt Ilie Chirtoacă.
Hello, Ilie Mitrofan, Judge, Interim Chief Judge at Chișinău Court. I've already said that I participate in all of the forums. I like to listen to the presentation, but I wanted to say that last year we had a similar forum. For 2 days we have discussed how corrupt judges are. And all of us have left the event with a frustration feeling, because we have heard for 2 days how corrupt we are. Because when everyone left, took their luxury cars to go home, but all of us, the corrupt judges, went home by trolley bus. So I'm just wondering why we are corrupt. And I hoped that during 1 year we would understand why we were corrupt. And I want to say that I do not trust in so many reforms. I confirm that the Minister of Justice is working a lot on reforms. I participate whenever I have the possibility, but a reform is not enough. Unless we have capable people to implement, no reform will be successful. And when we hear only excuses but not solutions, maybe those people are not in the right position, because the prosecutor from Romania did not speak about reforms, but about people. And I support Mr. Osoianu's question, what else do you need? I have waited for 1 year to find out why we are corrupt, because that's what we were told. All of us, we are corrupt. There is no judge caught in the act, no case of corruption against judges. I'm wondering, maybe there is no corruption in the judiciary. Maybe you are fighting in vain. It's very convenient for you to say that we are always corrupt and for us to have this frustration always. That's one question. And I would like to say that in the judiciary, there are many judges who are correct. Many of them are correct. And currently, we have enough procedures to prove when the judge committed something. Regarding arbitrary decisions, we have Law 1545, on the basis of which we review damages for the so there are cases when the judges had to receive damages, and I reviewed some of those cases. But myself, as a judge, I have never imagined that it's possible that such a thing exists. And the second question, it's about the salaries. We are promised that the salaries will be increased, but that's not the biggest problem, the salary of judges, but the salaries of court staff. I would like to say that today we announced a new competition, 97 vacancies are announced for competition. In total, we have 137 vacancies, and we have a huge turnover of our staff. And the major cause are the very low salaries. We were promised to have the salaries increased at the first amendment of the law. Now we're waiting for the second amendment of the law, but I understood there will be no increase as well, maybe next year. So I reiterate, judges will never be efficient if the support staff, unless the support staff is enough and paid appropriately. Yes, the salary was increased at the Ministry of Justice and other institutions, and I can see that staff from courts are moving to ministries and to other authorities. So myself, as a court manager, I sign the resignation orders, and 99% of the cases is because they leave for other institutions, and they say that yes, our salary of a clerk of 9,000 lei has been increased, but I prefer to go to the other job because I'll get there 15 or 20,000 lei. So I would like to address this question as well, to find an answer to this question. I would like to reiterate the increase of the salary for court staff and for the staff of CSM and CSP, and for those that passed pre-vetting is a constant concern for us, the Ministry of Justice. We have not managed to persuade the Ministry of Finance all the times, but we did all the measures in this regard. Last year, we increased by 20% the salaries for clerks. We did not manage to do it at the first budgetary amendment because it had a very narrow scope. The increase of salaries in the context of increasing workload, in the context of accession, but I have discussed with representatives of the Parliament, representatives of the Minister of Finance, and now at the second budgetary amendment we have submitted all of the calculations for the increase of court staff and those that passed pre-vetting for this year. There was a question, do we really have corrupt judges? Or maybe that's an imagination of ours. I think this question has to be asked to prosecution for them to tell us their view about corruption among judges. I have always said that we should never generalize, and when we speak about corruption, we do not say that all of the judges are corrupt, or all of the prosecutors are corrupt, or all of the politicians are corrupt. But the society says that politicians are corrupt. Yes, there is corruption in politics, and there have always been corruption in politics. I am a politician. Do I feel targeted? No, because I do not think that I have committed an act that I'm sorry for or is somehow within the scope of the criminal code. So we speak about corruption in the judiciary in the same fashion as we speak about corruption in public sector, public procurement. Yes, it will take time, and you will also need time, and we will need time to restore people's trust in the work that we do by delivering results. One, by issuing well-justified, clear judgments, if we speak about judges, and the cases managed in a qualitative manner, and an efficient communication, because when it happens for us to have an acquittal, when the whole society is waiting for a condemnation, then we need to have a clear communication with people why we had this acquittal. And I believe that in such a way, step by step, we can restore the trust of people both in politics and in judiciary. And I would like to answer to a part of the question about solutions, not to speak about problems only. listening to Mr. Morar, but we had some discussions previously about the DNA model. I believe that a more efficient model to have an anti-corruption prosecution that will enjoy public trust will be to follow the model, the example of the Romanian anti-corruption directorate. I know very well my prosecutors. I believe that during 1 month I could identify who those have integrity and professional skills to stay in the anti-corruption prosecution and those who do not deserve to be there. I believe that would be a much easier and more efficient solution for them to be moved to other prosecutions in Chișinău, Belțcahul, and to invite to apply those who are interested to be part of the anti-corruption prosecution to go through a vetting procedure, but to select, for them to be selected by myself following a similar procedure like the Romanians did. And I believe that in such a way we could choose a team of prosecutors who will work on the cases rather than type recording me during meetings. I know for sure who from our prosecutors have the needed skills and be able to work on the very complex cases that stay with us. So that's a suggestion from me. I believe this would help us form quicker a team that would be more efficient and our society would have a high level of trust there. So we do not have time because we still have a book launching. Mr. Munteanu? How short is your question? Very, very short. I do not want for this panel to end with a general perception that the government is trying to find a witch. Tens of billions of dirty Russian money laundered through the Moldovan banking system. Isn't that a sign of corruption? How many judges were involved? I think at least 10 or 15. And if this is not corruption, then this is foolishness, which is worse. Hundreds of hectares of public land to be sold at low cost. That's corruption. The short cost, that's corruption as well. So come on, we should not leave this panel with this opinion that the government is fighting witches. I just wanted to add that from the perspective of my professional duties, I meet on a daily basis with Moldovan citizens, and a very inventive citizen brought the statement of interest and assets of prosecutors from the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office, and they asked us if they can prove that they have income to cover those assets, and most probably not. Why are they still in the anti-corruption prosecution? We do not want to hear that we don't have enough people to do justice in this country, and because of that, let's keep those that are working. Because if we do so, then we'll bring back some prosecutors, because frankly speaking, I want to live in this country, but for that we need to have a good judiciary, because unless we have good judiciary, we know who will win the next elections. I do not want to leave this country because I worked to reach where I'm now. And I would like to reiterate the message of my son, the most important, the most valuable resource of this country are its people. And if we say that we keep the corrupt people in order to be able to have people to work with, I'm afraid that this country will remain without people. So I would like to give some statistical data with regards to corruption in the magistracy. I told you that for a certain period of time, the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office had 10 cases a year. In 2018, the judiciary revolted. we were criticized, and we said that we have to move the competencies of investigating judges. So it was moved to a unit, the unit of investigating judiciary crimes, which allegedly had bigger guarantees in terms of appointing and selecting chief prosecutors. And this section operated for 4 years and did not bring any corrupt judge in front of the court. But this means that no one from the prosecution of the court was sent to the court. Do you think that something changed that radically in the Romanian society, that previously you had 10 judges a year brought in front of justice, and then after that change, no judge was corrupt? No, it means that it's a matter of the human resources involved. So, do we have corruption in the judiciary? Yes. But I'm sorry to say, but you mix up corruption with trafficking in influence, with abuse of power, with illegal enrichment. So you should not mix up the figures. If they have illicit enrichment, then this is illicit enrichment. It's not corruption. The truth is in the middle. It's not in one of the extremes. We've seen how Romania managed to get out of the control corruption in the judiciary. I do not believe that a miracle happened and we do not have any corrupt judges anymore. What we have is that we changed the people that are investigating those cases. Two minutes regarding the witches. I don't have the perception the government is fighting witches. But if from 2019 everyone said that we're corruption and nobody is brought to account, then I have the legal right to wonder, but who is being investigated and where is corruption? And I have the moral right to ask, maybe this corruption does not exist. So now, having narrower competencies and a clear calibration for the corruption cases, we will have more results delivered. A moderator of an event has an advantage. The moderator decides when to start and when to end the event. So the last word will be mine. But you know, you're right. Every time when something bad happens in a country, it is the media who is wrong and who is guilty. Listening to the discussions, to the hot discussions that we had during this panel, I remembered a psychological experiment. I don't know whether this is the best comparison, but this is what I am thinking about, and I would like to share it with you. An experiment was done on a number of dogs of different species. All of them were closed in the same yard. In the first, initially some of them managed to escape by jumping over the fence. After that, those who organized this experiment put some electricity lines on the fence, and those who tried to jump got hurt, were electrocuted. They attempted several times, and after that they understood that it hurts to try to escape and gave up on this idea. We discussed a lot today about reform, about the key element of a genuine reform and fight against corruption. So this key element are the people. So it's very important to think about what people we have after we end the reform. Is it enough to have only honest people? Is it enough to have only professionals? Or we need both honesty and professionalism and experience and courage? Why I'm telling you this? Because we have to think maybe we are electrocuting too many times people in the system, because by doing so, by trying to eliminate the rotten apples, we should be careful not to destroy and discourage or to eliminate the courage of those who are able to make the change, because the change will not come from politicians, it should come from within. It does not matter how loudly we shout, we, the civil society, the press, that they have to produce and to investigate cases. It is them to do that. So we have to take this into account and not to discourage that. I did not think that I would say this myself as a journalist. Thank you very much for your participation in this very long panel. And now we have the invitation to the book launching of Mr. Daniel Morar.